Chapter 3766. What's wrong? Zhu Mei hurriedly asked when she saw that the demons were not teleported away and the Deer King was so ecstatic. The Deer King took a deep breath and shouted, "I'll let you know that this is indeed the Cold Spirit Valley used by the ancient demon clan for training. These demons? No, we can only call them demon beasts. They grew up in the Cold Spirit Valley and don't know how to cultivate. They don't have primordial thoughts." What? No primordial thoughts? The demons were overjoyed, but then old demon Ji Feng shouted indignantly, "Even if they don't have primordial thoughts, they don't have intelligence. No, demon beasts that aren't even in the hair removal realm have the strength of the moon-picking realm? Let's not talk about it. Let's go." Zhu Mei flapped her wings and flew up, shouting, "Let's escape from the Thunder Flood Dragon first. That guy is already flying over. Let's go." Ao Zhan raised his hand and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He hurriedly said, "We'll discuss how to face the enemy as we go." The 6 demons no longer dared to pay attention to the water flow at the entrance and hurriedly flew away on their demon clouds. In just a moment, the Thunder Flood Dragon flashed and fell. The Thunder Flood Dragon did not fall, but its violent aura scattered the water flow. The Thunder Flood Dragon stuck out its snake head and sniffed the water flow. Lightning flowed around its body as if it was about to rush into the entrance. Boom! A burst of star power exploded at the entrance, flipping the 200 feet long Thunder Flood Dragon over. Streaks of blood even appeared on the Thunder Flood Dragon's scales. Roar! The Thunder Flood Dragon let out a sorrowful cry and flew in the direction that the Deer King and the others flew in. After half a day, the fist-sized entrance became smaller and smaller. The water flow that rushed out became smaller and smaller. However, it was also much higher. At this moment, a white light flashed in the water. 2 ferocious-looking dragon figures appeared in the water. Swoosh! At this moment, a white light flashed in the water and 2 more ferocious dragon figures appeared in the water. However, as soon as these 2 dragons appeared, they immediately flew to the sides and did not stop at all. When the 2 dragons landed in the air, they looked at each other and then at the situation around them. They were really confused. One of them said, "Jiangpeng, is this the Cold Spirit Valley?" "I don't know." The dragon named Jiangpeng shook his head slightly. "There is no record of the Cold Spirit Valley in our clan. I only learned about it from the messages of the 2 water beasts. However, now is not the time to pursue the matter. Let's avoid it first and familiarize ourselves with it before acting according to the plan. It seems that what we discussed earlier was not like this." The dragon shook his head slightly. "We didn't have to come in, Jiangche. When we came out, the elder had already said that you must listen to me. We must act according to the situation. Previously, the dragon bones didn't even stir up trouble between the Dragon Palace and Zhai Xinglu. Now we have to make up for our mistakes." Jiangping waved his claws. His body was almost crawling on the ground as he swam far away. The dragon named Jiangche felt very helpless. He could only lie down and swim along. Although the 2 dragons were supported by floating clouds, Jiangche still glared fiercely at the gradually falling water and the gradually shrinking entrance. The entrance to the Cold Spirit Valley had already been sealed. No human or demon would be able to enter anymore. Moreover, as the 2 dragons swam, a strange color emerged from their scales. This color gradually diffused around the 2 dragons. The 2 dragons had already fused with their surroundings. It was hard to see any dragon shape. It was as if the 2 dragons had mysteriously disappeared. Putting aside the fact that the demons had flown into the Cold Spirit Valley to train, just as Xiaohua and Fujiwen were about to move, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat again. He whispered, "Don't rush." Fujiwen was stunned. He clearly remembered that 3 years ago, when Xiaohua had just agreed under his urging, Xiaohua mysteriously went into seclusion. Fujiwen also mysteriously practiced. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. And now it was the same again. Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua strangely. He did not know why. "Come here quickly." Xiaohua hurried to the cloud bed. As he walked, he said, "Disciple, think carefully. Before we entered the Misty Mountain Maze, did you think that the 4 layers of formations were already very powerful? Did you not think that there were 2 layers of maze in this formation?" "Yes, master." Fujiwen nodded blankly. "Did you think that after the first layer of maze, the outer mansion would be Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence? Did you not think that there would be a second layer of maze?" "Yes, master." "Then when you entered the outer mansion for the second time, did you think that you had gone the wrong way and would not step into the same cave entrance?" "Yes, master." "Then when you entered the inner mansion, did you think that there was nothing in the cave residence?" Were you very disappointed? Yes, master. When you got the ink cloud pupil and the elixir from the 2 caves, did you want to leave? Did you not think that there was a jade rui on the cloud bed? Yes, master. And now, did you have some enlightenment and feel that there was nothing in the cave residence and want to leave? Yes, master, that's right. So, the biggest secret hidden in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence was not what I got before. The biggest secret is on the cloud bed. Oh, master, why? I don't understand. Xiao Hua smiled strangely and pointed to the cloud bed, saying, It's very simple. Because I can't take the cloud bed away. No way. What kind of reason is this? Fu Jiwen cried, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Of course this is the reason. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with excitement. He pointed to the empty cave residence and said, The jade shelves, jade tables, jade chairs and so on in the cave residence can be moved. Why can't the cloud bed be moved? Moreover, according to what I just said, every time Senior Tsang Langzi tried to hide something, it would only make it more conspicuous. Every discovery would be a pleasant surprise. This surprise was unexpected and joyful, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When ordinary people came to Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence, their ultimate goal was to get Senior Tsang Langzi's orthodoxy and the way of formation. But now, I boldly speculate that the most precious thing in this cave residence is definitely not Senior Tsang Langzi's enlightenment of Taoism, but something else. Master. Fu Jiwen felt wronged and said, Haven't I found Senior Tsang Langzi's orthodoxy? Didn't you gain some other enlightenment on the cloud bed? Isn't that the most precious thing? What's more precious? My disciple, to tell you the truth, the orthodoxy you got was left by Tsang Langzi and ink cloud pupil. What I got is his real enlightenment, the crystallization of Taoism. But don't worry, when your cultivation is high enough, I will teach you. Xiao Hua walked to the cloud bed with a smile. He looked at the huge cloud bed and said, I'm really looking forward to it. You and I have gained a lot from the trip to Misty Mountain, but we still haven't found the most precious thing in the cave residence. What is the most precious thing? It's something that Senior Tsang Langzi couldn't take away. Master, you're so careful. Fu Jiwen was completely defeated by the money grubber Xiao Hua. He followed behind Xiao Hua and walked to the front of the cloud bed. He looked up and down, looked left and right, and even walked to the inside of the cloud bed to take a look. He was still confused. It was just a cloud bed, who would think that there was some mystery inside. Xiao Hua laughed and said, Senior Tsang Langzi blocked his divine thought and Buddhist awareness in this cave residence because he didn't want others to find the secret of the cloud bed. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. He didn't expect that I would come here thousands of years later. Yes, master. You cleaned Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence so well. This is Senior Tsang Langzi's way of thanking you. Fu Jiwen replied with a bitter smile. But he was really impressed by Xiao Hua's ability. Xiao Hua released his soul awareness and carefully examined it. He snorted and said, If you want and to stay in the heaven's punishment prison crystal, then don't talk nonsense. Disciple was wrong. Fu Jiwen laughed. But his heart was moved. He hurriedly took off the wooden box from his neck and handed it to Xiao Hua. Master, since this is the most precious treasure in Tsang Langzi's cave residence, the restrictions inside must be the most powerful. Master should take this heaven's punishment prison crystal. Might be useful. And that's a filial disciple. Xiao Hua smiled and put it in his sleeve. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity, Master will help you rescue and thank you for everything, Master. Fu Jiwen jumped down from the cloud bed and said, If there are any difficult restrictions, disciple won't go in. Disciple's magic power is weak. If I go, I'll be a burden to Master. You're not too greedy. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You're much better than Master. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If it was him, he would risk his life to charge in. But then Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, Disciple, are you trying to persuade Master? A little. Fu Jiwen's smile disappeared and he respectfully said, Master, disciple has followed Master into Tsang Langzi's cave residence. Along the way, disciple has gained a lot, far more than disciple expected. This is something that disciple didn't dare to imagine. If disciple has gained so much, then Master's gains must be far greater than disciple's. Disciple has been under Master's protection for a lot of time. I didn't see Master in any danger, but disciple can imagine Master's narrow escape. Master, the so-called luck will come to an end one day. Master has already obtained Tsang Langzi's orthodoxy. Why don't you quit while you're ahead? Hee hee. Xiaohua looked at Fujiwen, who was worried about him, and his heart felt warm. He smiled and said, Master's luck is far from what you know. Master's luck is comparable to the luck of a country, comparable to the luck of a province. Although the maze designed by Zhang Langzi is powerful, it is still nothing in Master's eyes. Chapter 3767. But Master. Fujiwen still wanted to say more, but Xiaohua continued, Master's knowledge is very complex and you can't imagine it. Senior Zhang Langzi seems to be similar to Master, and Senior Zhang Langzi's cave is the biggest opportunity Master has encountered so far. In other words, after getting out of this misty mountain maze, Master doesn't need to look for other ancient ruins as they are meaningless to Master. What's more, Master doesn't feel any sense of crisis, which means that the biggest secret hidden in this cave won't pose a threat to Master's life. Okay. Fujiwen knew that he couldn't persuade Xiaohua, so he nodded and said, Disciple can only say this, if Master insists on exploring, Disciple can only wish Master a fruitful return. You don't have to wait here, you also have to follow Master. Xiaohua's words surprised Fujiwen. Fujiwen was surprised. This is Zhang Langzi's cave. Since Huang Shou and others can come in, others can also come in. Especially since Master obtained Senior Zhang Langzi's orthodoxy, you and I have been in this cave for 3 whole years. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were also trapped in the maze for 3 years. When Master came down from the cloud bed, there seemed to be some changes in this cave, and the maze might have disappeared and these people could come in immediately. If they come in, Master won't be here and only you are here, how will you answer other people's questions? Fujiwen nodded. Moreover, Master calculated that you would be more scared than in danger. Previously, with Fairy Su Ming's self-detonation, you were indeed in danger, but that little bit of danger couldn't be seen in Master's eyes. Master feels that you should still follow Master to broaden your horizons. After all, this kind of opportunity is not available to everyone. Xiaohua explained. Fujiwen knew that Xiaohua was protecting him, so how could he not know what was good for him? He hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple thanks Master. You can stand on the side. First, let Master see what this restriction is. Xiaohua had already used his soul sense to clearly see that this cloud bed was not one with the stone wall. It was just that the cloud bed was extremely close to the stone wall. Relying solely on the naked eye, even a cultivator's naked eye would not be able to distinguish the two. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that there was no magic power fluctuation coming from where the cloud bed came into contact with the stone wall. He also didn't find anything out of place with his soul sense. After Fujiwen moved aside, Xiaohua slapped his forehead. The illusion breaker eyes flashed with a dark green brilliance and opened. Sigh. When he saw that the stone wall before him was the same as before, Xiaohua was completely disappointed. He sucked in a breath of air and closed his eyes with his brows tightly furrowed. That's impossible. Xiaohua thought to himself, how could there be nothing wrong with this cloud bed? Could it be that Senior Zhang Langzi had set up an empty fort strategy here? But even if it's an empty fort strategy, what is he trying to hide? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes slightly blinked. A silver-white ring of light rippled from his eyes. Xiaohua pushed his illusion breaker eyes to the limit. Here. Xiaohua looked for a moment, then finally laughed loudly, so it was hidden so subtly. If it weren't for this Zhao's illusion breaker eyes and the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye, I'm afraid it really would be difficult to see this point of light that's even fainter than a needle's eye. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, Fujiwen was also stunned. With a tone of disbelief he said, Master, you really found something? Of course. Xiaohua withdrew his heavenly eye. With a flick of his Taoist robe, he used universe-concealing sleeves and laughed, Take a look at Master's power. Rise. This time was different from the previous probing. Xiaohua used 70% of his magic power. Unfortunately, the cloud bed didn't move under his big hand. It didn't even sway. This really made Xiaohua stunned. That's impossible. Xiaohua knew the power of his universe-concealing sleeves. With his current strength, not to mention a cloud bed that was several zhang in size, even a small mountain would collapse. This old man understands now. Suddenly Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly withdrew his magic power and urged the heavenly law's embodiment technique. A huge golden body flashed with a dark golden brilliance. At this time Xiaohua grabbed the 2 sides of the cloud bed. Relying only on the strength of his body he shouted, Rise, boom! The cloud bed was like a 10,000 gene mountain that was slowly lifted by Xiaohua. As the cloud bed was lifted, the entire immortal cave trembled. It was as if Xiaohua was lifting the entire cloud mountain. As it trembled, that cloud bed had only moved to a height of a few feet. Whoa! A fishy wind blew out from under the cloud bed, enveloping Xiaohua's golden body and the wide-eyed Fujiwen at the side. A force so strong that even Xiaohua was unable to resist was generated. Without the slightest fluctuation of magic power, without the slightest splendor, the two people strangely disappeared just like that. Boom! The cloud bed fell. The entire cloud mountain shook. Every cultivator that stepped into the immortal cave also slightly swayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua and Fujiwen's feet landed on the ground. The scene in front of them changed greatly. Xiaohua didn't have time to withdraw his golden body. He immediately released his soul sense to explore. It was a space that was hundreds of feet wide. The walls of the space were covered with thick murals. On the murals, there were mountains and rivers, strange beasts and giants, vast forests and vast yellow sands. However, there were no ordinary people in the murals. There were also no towns or villages. Xiaohua's soul sense only roughly looked at these murals that were filled with a primitive aura. He left his soul sense at the end of this space. That place was 100 zhang in size altar. The altar was in the shape of a hill. Rugged bones were placed on top of it. Bloody and abnormal totems were smeared on the altar. These totems were very strange. Some were in the shape of flames, some were in the shape of glaciers, and some were in the shape of strange beasts. Even when they reached the top of the altar, there were skeletons, leg bones, ghosts, and other unimaginable shapes. Ouch! Just as Xiaohua was looking at the altar again, Fujiwen suddenly screamed from the side. What's wrong? Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, and a seal was placed around Fujiwen. Fujiwen curled up on the ground in pain. He lowered his voice and groaned, "Master, disciple, used my soul sense to explore these murals." Countless images rushed into disciple's mind. Disciple can't bear it, and now I have a splitting headache. Alright, you should take a rest. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Fujiwen into it. He looked at the murals around him. He didn't release his soul sense but still used his soul sense to check the altar. After Xiaohua finished looking at the last few strange totems, his soul sense fell on the top of the altar. It was an oval platform about a foot in size. There was a groove on it, and in the groove there was a shabby oil lamp. Isn't this the shabby oil lamp that I obtained in Sky Patrol City? Isn't this the soul tool from Million Meng Mountains? How did it appear here? Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the oil lamp. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the oil lamp that he had forgotten in the corner of the space. Sure enough, although there were some slight differences in the style of the two oil lamps, they were the same in terms of texture and general style. No, this isn't a soul tool. Xiaohua suddenly realized. At that time the cultivator said that this was an item from the 10,000 demon realm. He took it from a soul cultivator. Could this altar be related to the 10,000 demon realm? But even if it is related to the 10,000 demon realm, what's the use of this altar? Xiaohua was completely confused. Songlongzi is our Dao Sex Tribulation Stage Senior. What does he mean by hiding such an altar in his cave residence? Could it be that Senior Songlongzi is related to the 10,000 demon realm? Then Xiaohua recalled again. It seemed that Songlongzi didn't have any records about this altar. Maybe it's recorded in the ink cloud pupil? Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out the ink cloud pupil that Fujiwen took. After a little hesitation he looked at it again. However, Xiaohua didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil didn't have any records at all. This is one of Songlongzi's biggest secrets. Xiaohua put away the ink cloud pupil and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the strange altar thoughtfully. After a few minutes, Xiaohua temporarily moved his soul consciousness and eyes away from the altar and released his divine sense to explore the murals around him. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, as Fujiwen said, when Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the murals, vivid images fell into Xiaohua's mind like giant meteors. The impact made Xiaohua's blood vessels expand. This is also a kind of test? After Xiaohua finished looking at some of the murals gave off a strange light. Correspondingly, a totem on the altar flashed and had a faint color. Bloodline power? Looking at the murals one by one, Xiaohua discovered that they were all pictures of ancient times. Furthermore, every time an ancient picture entered his mind, Xiaohua's bloodline would be stimulated, and an indescribable power would gradually be born around Xiaohua's body. When Xiaohua finished looking at all of the murals, A desolate, boundless, and even bloody aura rushed out from the altar and filled the entire space. Could this altar be the remains of a soul cultivator? Xiaohua looked at the altar that seemed to have come to life, his eyes narrowing and narrowing. Although his soul cultivation was not shallow, he was still a little nervous when faced with the mysterious remains of a soul cultivator. But if I want to know if the Dawn Rain continent and the other 3 continents are in the same realm, I might have to take a trip to the remains of a soul cultivator. Maybe I can even find the passage to the Million Ming Mountains. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua looked at the oil lamp in his hand and waved it toward the altar. Unfortunately, when the oil lamp fell, the altar didn't move. Chapter 3768. Lamp Oil. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and hurriedly took down the oil lamp and put a drop of lamp oil into it. After seeing that there was still no reaction from the lamp oil, he waved his hand and a strand of spirit fire flew up to the altar and landed on the oil lamp. Swoosh! The spirit fire lit up the quaint oil lamp. Oh! Under the light of the fire, the oil lamp trembled slightly as if it was alive. Strange runes bloomed from the outer layer of the oil lamp, and then a strange beast with 7 colors appeared from the oil lamp. 7 light beast? Xiaohua looked at the familiar runes and then looked at the strange beast. He was almost dumbfounded. He didn't know about the 7 light beast before, but there were some marks in Little White's memory. It was a rare soul beast in the 10,000 demon realm. It was said that each of the lights of the 7 light beast could cause different damage to the soul of a demon or a human. He didn't expect that the oil lamp was actually a 7 light beast. The 7 light beast let out a desolate groan, and the 7-colored brilliance fell from the altar like a whirlpool. Every time it passed by a totem, the totem would turn into a strange beast. Even the totem that was difficult to understand turned into a strange beast that Little White had never seen before. When all the totems were lit up, all the strange beasts flew out of their totems and circled around the altar. Then a loud sound of a bugle horn came from the altar. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the strange beasts transformed into all kinds of strange shapes and swam in the air. These shapes were somewhat ordinary, such as triangular, square, and some were more strange like swimming fish and hedgehogs. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. However, when a strange beast's mouth appeared in the air, and then a shape that looked like a square but wasn't a square, and under the square shape there were 4 legs. Xiaohua was very lucky and a flash of light appeared in his mind. Seeing Ding? This is the entrance to the legacy world. Xiaohua almost screamed out. Wasn't that strange beast's mouth the same as the one that appeared when he sacrificially refined the Seeing Ding in the sword tomb? Wasn't that the shape of a cauldron? Wasn't this 7-colored brilliant Seeing Ding's 7 colors? Xiaohua was ecstatic. He never thought that he would encounter the entrance to the legacy world here. At this time there was only one question in his mind, Song Lang? Who is he? However, there was no time for him to think about it. Seeing Ding was immediately taken out from the space, and he didn't have any extra movements. The beast's mouth in the light made a strange sound, and the 7-colored brilliance turned into a strange beast. It rushed out of the altar and the beast was Seeing Ding was in Xiaohua. Its aggressive aura made Xiaohua couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Roar! Seeing Ding fell into the beast's mouth, and the 7-colored brilliance of the strange beast disappeared in a flash. When the strange beast returned, Seeing Ding was exactly where it was before. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing Ding fell and the whole cauldron trembled violently. Waves of obscure fluctuations rushed towards the altar. Wherever the fluctuations passed, all the images and totems turned into fragments, and crashed into the altar along with the fluctuations. Swoosh! The altar collapsed with a loud rumble, and the 7-colored brilliance also shattered. An aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth gushed out from these fragments. All of the fragments transformed into a powerful current that rushed towards Xiaohua. Metal escape technique. Xiaohua remembered clearly that the metal escape technique was the method to enter the legacy world. He immediately urged the metal escape technique to rush head-on into the torrent. Boom! Like a swimming fish, Xiaohua only felt countless grotesque illusions appear in front of his eyes. His entire body once again moved against the flow of these illusions. When he reached the altar, a vague barrier blocked in front of Xiaohua. As Xiaohua exerted all his strength to activate his magic power, Xiaohua's body passed through the barrier with some difficulty. Immediately, a powerful pressure fell from all directions, and a familiar feeling appeared in Xiaohua's heart. Shortly after, the silver-white brilliance turned into a revolving passage, and Xiaohua's body rapidly passed through this passage. The passage was extremely long and also seemed to be extremely short. In a moment, Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled by a glaring light. He couldn't help but slightly close his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his body stopped. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, a familiar feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Regardless of whether it was the scene before his eyes or the aura that filled the space. Raising his head, Xiaohua saw clearly that the entire sky was illuminated by 9 suns. It was extremely similar to the sky in his space, but the difference was that on the other side of the 9 suns, there were unexpectedly 10 moons. Moreover, the moons were several times larger than the suns. What was special was that the sky was densely packed with many stars. From the sun star, the moon star, and countless other stars, huge pillars of stars fell down. These huge pillars of stars covered the entire space, and the aura of desolation and the feeling of desolation were all emitted from these pillars of stars. The power of the stars and the moon. In an instant, Xiaohua cried out in surprise. I understand now. This is the power of the stars and the moon. In addition to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth used by the cultivators of my Taoism, and the awe-inspiring energy used by the scholars of Confucianism, the demon race of this world actually uses the power of the stars and the moon. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the 2 bones with mysterious talismans from the space. Sure enough, the talismans glowed under the power of the stars and the moon, and 2 powerful auras emerged from the talismans. Putting away the bones, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Wherever his divine sense passed, the scene within 1,000 miles fell into Xiaohua's mind bit by bit. It was a huge tree, a huge rock, a mountain peak, and a wilderness. It was exactly the same as the murals on the walls of the space where the altar was previously. Boom. Just as Xiaohua was exploring, a powerful vibration came from the top of his head. Xiaohua's figure flashed, and just as he dodged, a huge seeing cauldron fell from the sky, landing right under Xiaohua's body. At this time, the seeing cauldron was probably 100 feet tall, and in front of it, Xiaohua looked just like an ant. Roar. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the strange runes on the seeing cauldron. With a loud roar, he used the heavenly law embodiment technique and the immortal body bestowment technique. The pillar of light from the stars and the moon turned into crystal threads visible to the naked eye and fell into Xiaohua's body. Along with the pillar of light, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was born with a loud bang. It grew bigger by a zhang, and in just a moment, it was actually 200 feet tall. The immortal body bestowment technique is indeed the immortal body bestowment technique. Xiaohua felt that the power of the stars and the moon was even smoother than the energy of heaven and earth as it tempered his body. He couldn't help but sigh. This is a divine ability used by the immortal body bestowment technique. What it tempered was not the energy of heaven and earth, but the power of the stars and the moon. It's just that the immortal body bestowment technique is no longer the immortal body bestowment technique, and the power of the stars and the moon is no longer the power of the stars and the moon. It can only be barely replaced by the energy of heaven and earth. The current Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to use the power of the stars and the moon. He could only wave his hand, and the seeing cauldron fell into his hand again. When the seeing cauldron fell into his hand, some information from the seeing cauldron entered his mind. What? Holy bloodline? What does this mean? The moment the information appeared, Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. When he finished reading it, an inconceivable feeling arose in his heart. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. This so-called legacy world wasn't just a barrier jointly set up by the ancient demonic beasts for their descendants. In this barrier, the purest bloodline of the ancient demonic beasts was preserved, allowing their descendants who had lost their bloodline to come here to find their bloodline and pass on the glory of the demonic beast race. Furthermore, in this barrier, they used the bloodline of the 10,000 races to carry out a plan that spanned hundreds of millions of years. They wanted to give birth to the holy bloodline that the demonic beast race had never had before, a bloodline that could surpass the 10,000 races and 10,000 saints of the demonic beast race. This is too crazy, too inconceivable. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua looked towards another direction with a strange expression, and shock appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? How do I know the location of the holy bloodline? I found out from the seeing cauldron that the location of the bloodline of the Yu family in Fallen Gold Mountain is normal. The seeing cauldron didn't have any information about the location of the holy bloodline. How do I know? Moreover, I just entered this legacy realm. Although I have seen all the scenery on the murals outside, it's normal for me to feel a sense of familiarity. But this kind of desolate aura, how can I be familiar with it? Could it be that I've been to the legacy realm before? Or perhaps this memory came from Little White? A series of questions naturally arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart, leaving him at a loss. What should I do now? Xiao Hua put away the seeing cauldron and looked at the two directions with some hesitation. He didn't know where he should go. Roar? Before Xiao Hua could make a decision, an ear-piercing cry sounded. A bird that was several hundred feet in size flapped its wings and descended from the sky. Its sharp beak, which was several hundred feet in size, pierced towards Xiao Hua's chest. In midair, wherever the beak passed, cracks appeared in the void, and a ferocious killing intent that seemed to have materialized penetrated Xiao Hua's golden body. Damn it! Seeing that the thin fleshy wings of the bird were covered with talismans and countless beams of starlight and moonlight rushed into these talismans, how could Xiao Hua not know the power of this bird's attack? He roared and took out the wishful staff. Grow, 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 grow. At the same time Xiao Hua released the godly power centipede. In an instant, the wishful staff turned into 100 feet in size. Xiao Hua's body surged with lightning, and his figure rushed into the air like lightning. The wishful staff was raised to meet the falling bird. The godly power centipede also borrowed the power of Xiao Hua, and wisps of demon clouds surged around its body. Under these demon clouds, the godly power centipede's body suddenly expanded, growing to several hundred feet in size. It rushed aggressively towards the bird. Chapter 3769. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. The ferocious bird was hit back and forth in the air. Xiao Hua's golden body was hit by the ferocious bird and fell to the ground. Hundreds of giant trees were broken. A towering mountain was also hit by Xiao Hua's golden body and half of it collapsed. On the land that no one had set foot on for many years, a deep pit of hundreds of feet in length and dozens of feet in size was impressively visible. Although the movement of the fight was great, it was somewhat insignificant in the space of the untainted land. As for the divine power centipede, although its size had become bigger, it was still less than 100 feet away from the abdomen of the ferocious bird like lightning. It was about to wave its claws and cut into the wings of the ferocious bird, but the powerful air wave and the ferocious bird's breath suddenly knocked the divine power centipede upside down. As the saying goes, hooligans are not scary, but hooligans with culture are scary. If it was the divine power centipede, it would be, monsters are not scary, but monsters with spiritual wisdom are scary. However, when the dangerous breath arrived, the divine power centipede's body immediately shrank and curled up extremely. Not to mention that the ferocious bird's wings did not hit the divine power centipede. Even if it hit, the divine power centipede would not be hurt. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiao Hua angrily cursed. He climbed up from the ground and stamped his feet. The whole earth trembled. His figure rushed into the sky again. When he took back the divine power centipede, he waved his hand again and the seal of the sea flew out of the space and was about to hit the ferocious bird in the distance. However, when the seal of ocean overturning seal landed in midair, it didn't have the surging of 10,000 jade talismans that Xiao Hua had imagined. Even the copper-colored light seemed weak. Not good. Not only can my monster not be compared to this ferocious bird, but I can't use my magic weapon. Xiao Hua took out his magic weapon, and the ferocious bird also felt the danger. It spread its wings and prepared to attack again. Under the stimulation of Xiao Hua's spiritual power, he immediately found that the qi of heaven and earth in this space was extremely weak. I neglected it. This is the world of the legacy created by the monster clan. Although it is similar to the untainted land, it is not the untainted land. There is only the power of the stars and the moon in this world, and there is no qi of heaven and earth. Even the qi of righteousness does not exist. This Xiao Hua's Taoist and Confucian magic cannot be used. But, so what? Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. The entire legacy realm was vast and boundless, and everything was incomparably huge. Even his small and cautious heart was now fermenting like a lofty ambition that soared to the clouds. A surge of arrogance that soared to the heavens was born from Xiao Hua's heart. With this Xiao's cultivation, would I still be afraid of these flat birds? Ah! Xiao Hua raised his head and yelled. The muscles on his golden body rapidly overflowed. At the same time, his entire figure once again pounced forward, and at the same time, his spiritual hammer was activated. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky where the ferocious bird was flying, the invisible giant hammer let out a whimper of the wind, completely enveloping the several acres of space to the left of the ferocious bird. This hammer of divine will was extremely mysterious. That ferocious bird immediately felt a dangerous aura. Both of its wings rapidly flapped, and a powerful whirlwind rushed out from both of its wings. At the same time, the ferocious bird let out a long cry. It raised its head, and a talisman that was several zhang in size rushed into the air and quickly met the hammer of divine will. Boom! A fireball that was several times stronger than Xiaohua's talisman exploded under the hammer of divine will. Woo! It was at this time that Xiaohua's wishful staff came over and hit the neck of the ferocious bird. Ayo! The ferocious bird's figure was once again hit and flipped in the air. The sharp claws that were exposed in front of Xiaohua's eyes also had traces of strange talismans. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. When he was about to rush over again, he saw the ferocious bird suddenly let out a sad cry. It spread its wings and flew in another direction. Its speed was extremely fast. Xiaohua had just noticed that the ferocious bird had already flown 1,000 feet away. If the world's essence was abundant, Xiaohua's thunder escape technique might be able to catch up, but at this time Xiaohua could only look at it from afar and frown. Ancient ferocious beasts, are all so powerful? Xiaohua not only could not catch up, but he also did not dare to. Looking at the hot aura in the air that had not yet dissipated, he thought, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this ferocious bird. Its attack is not systematic. It only relies on instinct. It only uses its beak and has not used its claws or wings. Even when this ferocious bird saw Xiaohua's spiritual hammer and was hit by the wishful staff, it immediately retreated. This is obviously the meaning of cowardice. In other words, this ferocious bird is not a ferocious bird at all. It is just the most ordinary bird in this relic world. However, this lowest level bird was born with such magical powers. The talisman in its mouth is more powerful than Xiaohua's fire talisman. Fire talisman, that is a jade talisman that has been lost in the Dawn Rain continent. Unexpectedly, it was actually defeated by a bird here. I really don't know how powerful ancient demonic beasts can be. Xi Ding also did not record that there are demonic beasts in the relic world. These demonic beasts should not be originally in the relic world. Perhaps they were brought in by the descendants of the demonic beasts, or perhaps they grew in the relic world. In short, these demonic beasts should have nothing to do with the inheritance of the bloodline. They also have nothing to do with the bloodline of the Supreme Saint. Xiaohua pondered again, it's just that with these demonic beasts, it will be somewhat troublesome for Xiaohua to go to those two places. There will be a lot of demonic beasts along the way. In the end, where should I go? Or both places? If I think about it simply, Xiaohua has nothing to do with the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Even if Xiaohua obtains their bloodline, it may not be useful. Xiaohua should go directly to find the Supreme Saint's bloodline. But the problem is that it is the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Even the real ancient demonic beasts do not dare to say that they can accept the Supreme Saint's inheritance. How can Xiaohua, a human, dare to say that he can accept it? If Xiaohua only wants to find the inheritance of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, then what about the memories in Xiaohua's mind? Who knows, maybe Xiaohua will be able to find his own origin in the location of the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Of course, if I can get the bloodline of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, even if I can play with it for myself, wouldn't it be better than leaving it to their descendants? Xiaohua thought and thought, then began to think dirty again. It's a pity that Xiaohua only has Xi Yinding as a keepsake. If I have other keepsakes, maybe I can help Fairy Hongxia and Huang Mingxiang find their ancient bloodline. Forget it, I'll look for the Supreme Saint's bloodline first. Things that harm others without benefiting myself should be left for last. After thinking, Xiaohua withdrew his golden avatar and very carefully released his soul sense. He even used a soul cultivator's flying technique to fly at a low altitude. Although Xiaohua had already deliberately lowered his altitude to fly, he had only just flown 1,000 feet when a killing intent several times stronger than the previous flying bird quickly rushed over from a direction. Xiaohua hurriedly swept his soul sense in that direction, only to see a several hundred feet large dauntless bird, with its wings spread open, practically covering the sky as it flew towards him. Granny, I'm afraid it's at the 6th or 7th level of elemental energy. Xiaohua immediately understood that the vicious bird just now wasn't afraid of him, but was scared away by the dauntless bird. Moreover, seeing that the dauntless bird's body was much stronger than the previous vicious bird, and its pair of fleshy wings were even more robust, how could Xiaohua not know that this dauntless bird was even more powerful? Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and hurriedly used his wind escape technique to fly in the direction of the vicious bird from before. Who didn't know how to use the tiger's might to intimidate others? Who knows, he might even be able to pull off a disaster. Xiao Hua's wind escape technique had actually been cultivated to an extremely high level within the rockfall matrix. When he flew, it was like a cool breeze passing through a mountain without a trace or trace, extremely miraculous. However, this wind escape technique was somewhat lacking when compared to the dauntless bird's wings. But seeing the dauntless bird spread its wings, it instantly traveled several tens of li, its enormous body not the slightest bit clumsy. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua still dare to have any other misgivings? What magic power consumption, what insufficient elemental energy of heaven and earth, what too big of a movement, he didn't even bother to think about it. Lightning surged around his body, and the leaping thunder realm technique was used, and like a whirlwind he flew into the distance. The sound of thunder resounded, and that dauntless bird was clearly frightened, somewhat afraid of the lightning around Xiao Hua's body. But in the dauntless bird's moment of hesitation, Xiao Hua's figure had already disappeared. Caw! The dauntless bird let out a long cry, spreading its wings and flying away, seemingly no longer paying attention to Xiao Hua. And when Xiao Hua's released soul sense saw the dauntless bird fly away, his heart was greatly relieved. Just as he was about to take a breather, roar! Ayo! Dozens of cries came from within 100 li. Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, and his complexion instantly became deathly pale. He saw from behind giant rocks, giant peaks, and giant trees, monstrous beasts several hundred zhang in size emerged. Each and every one of these monstrous beasts had a robust physique, and their appearances were all different. Some were rapidly crawling on the ground, some were riding on monstrous clouds and rushing into the air, some were spreading their wings and flying out. Their eyes, which were larger than ordinary people's, were filled with greed and savagery, and their target was precisely the dazed Xiao Hua who was standing in midair. At this moment Xiao Hua was like a little wife who had been bullied, his face full of grievances. That's right, didn't I just use the lightning escape technique? Did it have to be like this? Dozens of savage auras rushed over from all directions, sweeping back and forth within 100 zhang of Xiao Hua's body. Although they weren't elemental thoughts, they were more sensitive than elemental thoughts. Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer, and he used the wind escape technique to descend to the ground. After all, he could use the earth escape technique in the mountain rocks, and he could use the wood escape technique in the giant trees, which was much stronger than the lightning escape technique. Ao! Xiao Hua had just landed, when bursts of roars came from the sky. Xiao Hua only had time to turn his head to take a look, but he saw that most of the dozens of giant beasts were already tearing at each other, and only a small portion of the strange beasts were chasing after him. Immediately Xiao Hua used the wood escape technique and disappeared into the giant trees. Hiss hiss. The giant beasts descended, and a few of them sniffed at the side for a moment before swaggering away. There were also two that chased after Xiao Hua's escape route. Boom boom boom. One by one the giant trees were knocked flying by these giant beasts. Wood shavings splashed everywhere and gravel danced in the air. The strange beasts that were hiding in the giant trees were also blasted out. Chapter 3770. Damn it. After running blindly for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hid behind a boulder and rested for a while. He pondered in his heart, this legacy realm is really not a place for people to stay. Why are the demon beasts here so strong? Each of them has rough skin and thick flesh. Even their souls are very solid. This old man's Taoist divine ability and Confucian divine ability are all useless. My only soul technique is also not enough. When the wishful staff hit them, it was simply like scratching an itch. No matter what, this old man is still a great grandmaster with 5th level essence energy. Why am I like a grandson here? No. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua made a decision. I must get the holy bloodline. Damn it, only with the holy bloodline can I leave safely. Who is it? Just when Xiao Hua had just calmed down, he was suddenly shocked again. He saw that on the ground less than 1,000 feet away from him, there was a winding flood dragon that was slowly floating and attacking him. Damn it. Seeing this snake-like demon beast, Xiao Hua unconsciously burned with anger. He secretly released his soul consciousness to look around. There were no other demon beasts. The corner of his mouth curled up and he unconsciously sneered. That flood dragon was naturally not a demon beast of the legacy realm, but Ao Zhan of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, Ao Zhan and the others were also 5th level essence energy. In the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm and the hidden immortal continent, they were demons that could do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, when they came here, facing a demon beast that had lived for who knows how many years, they could only flee in panic. The first demon beast to enter the legacy realm was a Thunder Flood Dragon. That Thunder Flood Dragon was extremely sensitive to the aura of the Dragon clan. It roared and urged the lightning to chase after Ao Zhan, Ao Qian and Ao Shui. It even left behind a low-level demon like Old Demon Ji Feng. Zhu Mei and the other demons wanted to help the three dragons. Unfortunately, when the 6 demons were about to join forces to kill the Thunder Flood Dragon, there were immediately other demon beasts that flew over to help. As such, the 6 demons had no choice but to flee. What made Ao Zhan feel the most humiliated was that the 3 demonic beasts were being watched closely by the Thunder Flood Dragon. However, after escaping for half a day, the Thunder Flood Dragon summoned the other demonic beasts to attack them again. For the sake of Ao Qian's safety, Ao Zhan had no choice but to stay behind to fend off the enemies. He even used a secret technique to lure the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts to the side. At this moment he had just escaped the pursuit of the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts. He revealed his true form and hid here to catch his breath, just like Xiaohua. Of course, for his own safety, Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his Yuan Shen. This was because he realized that although the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley didn't have Yuan Shen, they were very sensitive to Yuan Shen. Their kind of instinctive aura was also very effective. Ao Zhan suddenly heard the words of a Confucian cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Then dozens of heavy blows fell from the sky like falling stars. There was even a human figure wielding a long staff falling from the sky. Who are you? Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted, "Are you also here to train in the Cold Spirit Valley?" Unfortunately, in a hurry, Ao Zhan instinctively spoke in the dragon language. How could Xiaohua understand? Boom! The divine will hammer angrily fell, smashing right on top of Ao Zhan's scales. The scales that originally had some scars sank deep with a poof sound, and a trace of blood seeped out. Oh! Ao Zhan screamed, no longer caring about hiding his body. The huge dragon body rolled and the dragon tail rolled toward Xiaohua. Hit! Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was originally aimed at Ao Zhan's dragon head. Now he could only turn around and the wishful steel staff swept the dragon tail. Whoa! Ao Zhan cried out in pain. His dragon tail rolled back, and Xiaohua was also sent flying into the sky by the dragon tail. At the same time, dozens of divine sense hammers landed on Ao Zhan's body one after another. Ao Zhan either waved his silver spear to block or raised his fist to strike back. However, there were still some divine sense hammers that landed on Ao Zhan's face. Damn it! Xiaohua rushed into the sky and saw that the divine will hammers were not effective. His body flashed with golden light, and the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. The wishful steel staff in his hand turned into nearly 100 feet in size. The 100 feet tall Dharma body raised the wishful steel staff and said anxiously, "Evil creature! Hit him as well." Wing wing. Ao Zhan also couldn't take it anymore. His dragon body curled up and returned to his original size. His several hundred feet long body was like a giant mountain that rushed toward Xiaohua. Moreover, his dragon head opened and a dragon aura that was several hundred feet long mixed with thousands of strands of golden energy shot toward Xiaohua like an incomparably sharp flying sword. Go! Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and took out the seal of the Overturn the Sea. Although it was not as arrogant as outside the relic world, under the urging of the nascent soul, it also turned into 100 feet in size, ready to block in front of the dragon Qi. But at this moment, caw-caw, there was a piercing sound and a big bird fell from the sky like lightning. This big bird was very strange. Its wings flashed with golden light, and the purple-gold sarcoma on its stork-like head was particularly obvious. This caw-caw bird's cry fell into the ears of Xiaohua and Ao Zhan. Whether it was a human or a demon, they all felt a sense of numbness in their bones. Damn it! This strange bird seems to have the bloodline of the golden-winged Peng. Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to continue fighting. His whole body flashed with a dark golden light, and he flew in one direction. Seeing Xiaohua escape, Ao Zhan also wanted to escape, but with a sweep of his primordial thought, the fierce battle between the human and demon just now had already attracted the attention of other strange beasts. Besides the direction Xiaohua fled in, there were other demon beasts approaching, and those demon beasts were all very strong. Damn it! Ao Zhan also cursed. His dragon body hurriedly shrunk, and he followed Xiaohua's back. However, Ao Zhan had just flown for half a meal's time when Xiaohua took the time to release his primordial thought. He saw a small dragon actually chasing behind him, even more infatuated than the golden-winged Peng. and he couldn't help but feel angry. He slapped the top of his head, and the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul to fly out. A beam of light shot out, and it was precisely Ao Zhan's dragon head. Damn it, you actually want to eat me. I can't deal with the golden winged peng, but killing you is not a big problem. Seeing the beam of light shoot out, Xiao Hua thought fiercely. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Hiss. Seeing the Kunlun mirror's beam of light shoot over, Ao Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he not know the power of this Taoist magic treasure? In his heart, he was already sure that the one fleeing like him must be a Taoist cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Woo-woo. Ao Zhan didn't dare to be careless. His dragon horn flickered with a silver-white brilliance, and a silver shield that was almost 3 meters in size appeared. It flew towards the beam of light, and there was an ancient talisman on the shield. Boom! The beam of light struck the shield, and the ancient talisman suddenly absorbed the abundant energy of the stars and moon in the surroundings. The silver brilliance shone brightly, but under the beam of light, the brilliance was still shattered into pieces and scattered into a myriad of stars. Spirit weapon? A very ancient legend suddenly appeared in Ao Zhan's mind. Ao Zhan couldn't help but groan. He looked at Xiao Hua's back with extreme astonishment. Damn it! Ao Zhan's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He was blocked by Xiao Hua, and the golden winged peng and other demonic beasts chased after him. Ao Zhan cursed in a low voice and his figure flew up. Unfortunately, when he swept with his essence, he complained in his heart. In front of him, there were already other demonic beasts beginning to block his path. Only the direction Xiao Hua flew in was free of demonic beasts. Ao Zhan had no choice but to chase after Xiao Hua again. Damn it! You really want to die? Xiao Hua didn't understand and unconsciously became furious. Xia Hua, who was already anxious from being chased by demonic beasts, couldn't help but rush out. With a shake of his hand, the soaring dragon shears appeared in his hand. His fleeing figure began to slow down, and his soul sense slowly swept out, preparing to catch Ao Zhan off guard without attracting his attention. Fellow immortal. At this time, Ao Zhan couldn't care about anything else. Since the golden winged peng was here, preserving his life was more important. He hurriedly transmitted, "This one is a dragon guard of the Dragon Palace." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Hua wave his right hand and a golden light scattered out. A kind of feeling that made Ao Zhan involuntarily tremble was born. Damn it! Ao Zhan was also angry. He was about to raise the silver spear in his hand, but suddenly he was slightly stunned. He suddenly understood and hurriedly transmitted in the language of the hidden immortal continent, "Fellow immortal, I'm not a demonic beast. I'm from the dragon clan of the East Sea Dragon Palace." When Xiao Hua heard Ao Zhan's words, he was even more astonished than Ao Zhan. He didn't expect that there was actually a non-demonic beast in the legacy world. Moreover, this demonic beast was actually from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ouch! Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the soaring dragon shears. Seeing that unbelievably sharp golden light flash back in front of his eyes, Ao Zhan's heart slightly jumped. Normally he wouldn't care about Xiao Hua's attack. But now his body was injured and there was a demonic beast chasing behind him. He didn't want to fight with Xiao Hua head-on. You're a dragon of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua withdrew the soaring dragon shears, and his figure was still flying. He asked while being on guard. Ao Zhan withdrew his dragon form and turned into his human form. He replied, "Yes, this one is a dragon guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zhan. I wonder if fellow immortal." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted, Quickly hide with me there's." Then Xiao Hua didn't finish speaking and his figure landed beside a huge rock. His figure rapidly shrank and stood there like a stick. At first glance, it was absolutely impossible to find him. How could Ao Zhan have Xiao Hua's rich experience in escaping? He quickly scanned with his elemental will, but he still couldn't find the place. "Quickly go, there's a tree hole above the huge tree. It'll be good if you can slightly hide your aura." Xiao Hua saw Ao Zhan still standing there foolishly, and couldn't help but shout while pointing at a huge tree. "Okay." Ao Zhan followed Xiao Hua's finger and flew over, not even using his elemental will to look. Swoosh. Ao Zhan was indeed a great master with 5th grade elemental energy. Although he didn't cultivate the disguise secret technique like Xiao Hua, he still shrank his figure and hid in the tree hole. However, Ao Zhan was still nervous. He didn't have the confidence to conceal his aura and not be discovered by the golden-winged Great Peng. Chapter 3771. Ao Zhan felt a little sad when he saw the auras surging towards him from all directions. He started to blame himself for trusting Xiaohua so easily. Ao Zhan couldn't help but want to transform and escape again. However, at this moment, roar. There was an angry roar. Another giant beast flew over from the distance. This giant beast was also a few hundred feet in size. There were a few broom-like wings on its back. Its body emitted a dark gray light. Once the giant beast appeared, it immediately pounced towards the golden-winged Great Peng. Jia. How could the golden-winged Great Peng be afraid? With a scream, it gave up on Ao Zhan and pounced towards the mutated beast. The other 10 demonic beasts also stopped at the same time. They either hid at the side or quickly escaped. Run? Ao Zhan was still dumbfounded as he watched the two mutated beasts fight. While he was dumbfounded, Xiaohua's voice transmission rang in his ears. Xiaohua's figure swayed like the wind and quickly escaped in a direction. Ao Zhan really admired Xiaohua's godlike escaping ability. He didn't hesitate to follow behind Xiaohua. It was unknown whether Ao Zhan's luck was too bad or Xiaohua's luck was exhausted. The two of them only escaped for a moment. Rumble? A thunderous sound came from the side. The thunder flood dragon that was shaken off by Ao Zhan was chasing after him at lightning speed. Its ferocious eyes contained a kind of anger, as if it was being teased by Ao Zhan. Immortal friend, run. Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This thunder flood dragon can smell my aura. It's not easy for me to hide. I can't implicate you. As he spoke, Ao Zhan took out an extremely small pearl from the heaven and earth bracelet on his arm. Inside it flashed lightning. What is this? Seeing Ao Zhan take out the pearl, Xiaohua's yuan will swept across the thunder flood dragon and then looked at the thunder pearl in Ao Zhan's hand. His heart moved and he asked curiously, Immortal friend, what are you doing with this item? The thunder flood dragon likes to eat lightning. This is condensed from the lightning of the 9 heavens. I'm using this item to lure the thunder flood dragon away. Ao Zhan looked at the thunder flood dragon nervously and said absent-mindedly. Xiaohua smiled and shouted. Immortal friend, I see that you have injuries on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be injured by the thunder flood dragon. If you use the thunder pearl, I'm afraid it won't work. How about this? I'll help you lure the thunder flood dragon away and you only need to pay a small price. Ao Zhan couldn't believe it. Although Xiaohua's ability to escape was high, his strength couldn't compare to his. The thunder flood dragon will be here soon. Is fellow immortal still hesitating? Xiaohua hastily urged. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and asked, Speak. Xiaohua smiled like a little fox and said, Immortal friend, you only need to give me a copy of the Jade Eyes book regarding the dragon language. What do you want these Jade Eyes for? Ao Zhan was truly puzzled. Xiaohua's request was far beyond his expectations. He even kindly reminded him, the dragon language can only be used with a dragon body and dragon chi. Not only is it useless for immortal friend, it's also useless for the demon race. You don't have to worry about what I do. If your dragon palace doesn't have this taboo, fellow immortal can consider giving it to me. Xiaohua hastily pointed and said, the thunder flood dragon will arrive in an instant. There isn't much time left for fellow immortal. Ao Zhan pondered for a moment, then took out a jade eye from his universe bracelet. He handed it over to Xiaohua as if he was holding a chicken rib and said, Thank you, fellow immortal. After he finished speaking, Ao Zhan didn't dare to reveal his dragon body and quickly flew towards a place. Fellow immortal, return to the place where the golden-winged Peng and the demon beast were fighting in less than an hour. That place is definitely safe. Seeing Ao Zhan flying away in a hurry, Xiaohua satisfactorily threw the jade eye to the dragon vein Xiaohua and kindly reminded him. Ao Zhan, who was flying far away, was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood in his heart. Without turning his head, he raised his right hand and gave Xiaohua a thumbs up. However, why does the thumb of the dragon claw look like a bent branch? Rumble? Xiaohua faintly smiled. Lightning surged around his body and he actually flew towards the thunder flood dragon. Roar. The thunder flood dragon opened its big mouth and spat out lightning. However, not only was Xiaohua's escape technique fast, his figure was even more nimble. He practically dodged the lightning in the nick of time. Then his divine sense struck the thunder flood dragon like a hammer. Without caring whether it succeeded or not, he flew towards the golden-winged Peng without turning his head. Roar? The Thunder Flood Dragon was once again teased. It couldn't help but become furious. It roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. However, who would have thought that when Xiaohua took the risk to fly closer, he suddenly fell to the ground like a small stone. After that, there was no after that. Because a crazy pillar of fire sprayed towards the Thunder Flood Dragon from the place where Xiaohua disappeared. The Thunder Flood Dragon was caught off guard and was actually sprayed all over. The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't have the time to look at Xiaohua, who had already used the wood escape technique to quickly escape from the huge tree. Lightning surged around its body and it joined the battle. In no more than a moment, the surrounding several hundred li was a mess. There were countless deep pits on the ground, gravel was everywhere, and chunks of huge trees were lying in disarray. In particular, a chaotic and tyrannical aura was flowing incessantly. There weren't any demonic beasts that would linger in the vicinity. This kind of large-scale battle was not uncommon in the legacy world. It didn't matter who won or lost. The victor would be complacent and take this place as their own territory. However, the victor wouldn't stay here for the time being. They could only return to their lair to recuperate. The wind was calm and the waves were calm just now. Therefore, the instigator Xiaohua stealthily used the wind escape technique. His figure stuck close to the ground and flew over. The messy huge rocks and huge trees were the best cover. Xiaohua's soul consciousness also wasn't easily detected by demonic beasts. All of this ensured that he wasn't in any danger for the time being. Damn it. Xiaohua flew while looking for a suitable place to hide. His mouth was still cursing. After flying around randomly, I seem to only know the whereabouts of the holy bloodline. Even if I want to find the other bloodlines, it's impossible. Also, the ground of this legacy world is too shameless. There's actually no way to use the earth escape technique. Thinking about how he wanted to use the earth escape technique after using the wood escape technique, he unexpectedly encountered many small demonic beasts that could attack magic power defense within the huge rocks of the mountain peak. Xiaohua was secretly unhappy. Fellow immortal, fellow immortal. Xiaohua saw that there was a gap between several huge rocks. Just as he was about to fly over, he heard Ao Zhan's voice. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Ao Zhan's body had shrunk to a very small size, curling up in the gap. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Hee fellow immortal, you've arrived first. Xiaohua smiled and also flew to the other side of the huge tree. Seeing that it was safe, he hid there. Ao Zhan transmitted his voice, "Thank you for your help, fellow immortal." Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhan, thought about the jade eyes in his meridians and said with a smile, "I'm Xiaohua of the Dao sect. I didn't know that fellow immortal Ao was a dragon general of the Dragon Palace. I've offended you." It doesn't matter. Ao Zhan didn't care and said with a smile, "The ignorant are not guilty. I'm indeed somewhat similar to the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley. You can't blame fellow immortal Xiao." Cold Spirit Valley? Xiaohua frowned but immediately felt relieved. It was indeed normal for the human race in the Dragon Palace to have two names for the same place. After thinking for a while, he felt that although his goal was the same as Ao Zhan's, his bloodline was definitely different. There might not be any conflict. Moreover, Ao Zhan gave Xiaohua a good impression, so Xiaohua probed, "When did fellow immortal Ao come in? Can you find the path to that place?" That place? Path? Now it was Ao Zhan's turn to be surprised. Ao Zhan wasn't stupid and felt that it was a little strange. He said with a smile, "I came with a few fellow immortals. I'm afraid we've been here for several hours. However, I came here to accompany my family's little prince to gain experience. I haven't reached the place that fellow immortal mentioned, to gain experience." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought to himself. He had some connections with the Dragon Palace. Previously, there was Xian Qing from the West Sea Dragon Palace and then there was Ao Shui from the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, both of them were cunning and weak. They might not know the secrets of the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Island. In particular, Xiaohua and Ao Shui had some grudges. Xiaohua wanted to shape Little White's body, so he had to deal with the Dragon Palace and find out the secret of shaping the body from the Dragon Palace. Ao Zhan, the Dragon Guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, didn't look much different from Ao Shui, but he acted in an open and upright manner. Xiaohua didn't know much about Ao Zhan, but just now, Ao Zhan took out the Thunder Pearl and was willing to lead the Thunder Flood Dragon away. Also, whether the dragon language Jade Eyes was important or not was also important. If it was Xian Qing or Ao Shui, they might not have dared to give it to Xiaohua casually. However, this Ao Zhan didn't say anything and gave it to Xiaohua decisively. His position in the Dragon Palace was also very high. Therefore Xiaohua thought for a moment and made a decision. He asked with a smile, "Although this is the first time I met fellow Immortal Ao, this Xiao can be sure that when fellow Immortal Ao and your young prince entered the Cold Spirit Valley to gain experience, they were brought in by someone else. Or a demon." Ao Zhan's round eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. His ability to escape might not be as good as Xiaohua's, but he was definitely more scheming than Xiaohua. He asked with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, do you mean that the demon who brought me in has some secrets about me?" This Xiao doesn't dare to say whether there are secrets or not. I wonder if fellow Immortal Ao can answer a few questions of this Xiao first? Xiaohua asked with confidence. Of course. Ao Zhan nodded. Fellow Immortal Ao, you don't have to tell this Xiao where you came in, but can you tell me how you came in? Xiaohua threw out the first question. Ao Zhan thought for a moment and briefly explained. It seems that the demon who brought fellow Immortal Ao in also had a token of this place. Xiaohua said with a smile, I just don't know if he could get the token again after coming in. Was there anything strange on his face? Of course. Ao Zhan said again. Okay, then this Xiao will ask fellow Immortal Ao again. Does fellow Immortal Ao know a way to let the dragon soul reconstruct the dragon body? Xiaohua asked with a very calm face. Of course. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Chapter 3772. However, after answering these two words, Ao Zhan didn't say anything else. Xiaohua, who was at the side, almost stretched out a hand from his ear. The specific method. Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He knew what Ao Zhan meant and asked, Can fellow Immortal Ao tell me? No. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly. This is a secret of my dragon palace. I can't reveal it. Moreover, I don't know what this has to do with that demon. Hee, of course not. Xiaohua didn't dare to ask more and said with a smile, However, from fellow Immortal Ao's analysis, I can conclude that that demon must be hiding something from fellow Immortal Ao. As for what purpose, I don't know. Impossible, right? How could he be so daring? Thinking about King Mulu, Ao Zhan didn't dare to believe it and asked in a low voice, If possible, can fellow Immortal Xiao tell me what he's hiding? That place, what is it? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't hide anything. Moreover, with the original intention of casting a long line to catch a big fish, Xiaohua didn't interrogate Ao Zhan about the secret of the dragon body remodeling and told him about the legacy world in detail. Legacy world? How is this possible? Ao Shuai's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasp. The legacy world is just a legend. A legend? Xiaohua asked back with a smile. There's no need for me to say more. Look at the desolate land. There are so many demonic beasts and such large bodies. Can it be a simple place for the demonic race to train? Fellow Immortal Xiao should be a human, right? Ao Shuai didn't answer and asked instead. Of course. Xiaohua nodded. Anyone with eyes can see that. Ao Shuai smiled helplessly. Then how did fellow Immortal Xiao come in? What does this legacy world have to do with fellow Immortal Xiao? Of course I came in with a token. Xiaohua explained. I have a true bloodline and the token was passed down by my ancestors. My ancestors have been looking for the legacy world to purify the bloodline of my clansmen, but they couldn't find it. I was just lucky. I advise fellow Immortal to give up on this idea. Ao Zhan smiled and said, This legacy world does have the bloodline of a primordial great demon, but that bloodline is incomparably pure and powerful. Only demons with extremely close bloodlines like us can withstand the violence within. Fellow Immortal, you are a human. Although you have the bloodline of the true bloodline, your fleshly body is incomparable to that of us demons. Once you come into contact with the true bloodline, your fleshly body will explode. Fellow Immortal, you don't have to worry about that. Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm just asking fellow Immortal Ao. I don't have any conflicts of interest with fellow Immortal Ao, right? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, even if fellow Immortal Xiao obtains the true dragon's blood, don't worry. This Xiao does not covet the true dragon's blood at all. If I obtain it, I can even give it to fellow Immortal Ao. Xiaohua's words were ambiguous, making Ao Zhan feel that he knew where the true dragon's blood was. Fellow Immortal Xiao, you mean? Ao Zhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we separate, we will both suffer. Why don't you and I work together? Xiaohua said, hitting the nail on the head. Yes, fellow immortal Xiao is a benevolent and righteous person. Although he likes to take advantage of others, he is trustworthy. Ao Zhan nodded. I feel that this matter can be done. Alright, since fellow immortal thinks it can be done, we will discuss it further. When Xiao Hua heard Ao Zhan say that he likes to take advantage of others, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, Fellow immortal, you can tell me who the demon that brought you here is. We can discuss how to deal with it. When Ao Zhan just said the name of the Stag King, Xiao Hua looked as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately thought of Ao Shuai and almost lost his voice. Fellow immortal Ao. You didn't come with Ao Shuai, right? Oh? Fellow immortal Xiao knows the inspector of my East Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan was slightly stunned. Is there a rat beside you? Xiao Hua was completely convinced. Ao Zhan nodded. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. Really, enemies are bound to meet. Since Xiao Hua wanted to cooperate with Ao Zhan, he naturally couldn't hide it. He briefly explained the previous matter. Ao Zhan didn't have any strange expression. He nodded and said, So fellow immortal and Ao Shuai have such a relationship. I only know about the star-picking tower's dragon bone and the longevity guarding Paradise River. I didn't know that fellow immortal Xiao was also involved. Fellow immortal Zhao's words also confirmed what Ao Shuai said. This matter is very important to my Dragon Palace. Compared to these matters, fellow immortal Zhao's conflict with Ao Shuai is nothing. As for old demon Jifeng, he is just a little rat. It's fine to ignore him. Good. Xiao Hua was very happy. He smiled and said, Then let us discuss how to get the true blood. Of course we have to discuss. Ao Zhan said with a double meaning. We might even need fellow immortal Zhao's help. He understood. Once Xiao Hua heard Ao Zhan's words, he knew that the so-called East Sea Dragon Palace's young prince was involved. He had never seen any bullshit young prince. That young prince might be able to help him, but who told Xiao Hua to have no fate with the young prince? The two communicated with each other for almost an hour. Sure enough, no demon beasts came to disturb them in this messy land. After the two finished their discussion, they rested for a meal. Gradually, slightly smaller demon beasts appeared in the surroundings. Fellow immortal Ao, I'm leaving. In a while, we will act according to our previous agreement. Xiao Hua released his soul awareness. After a moment, he said in a low voice, Fellow immortal, there seems to be a vermilion bird coming over from your left. It must be the Zhu Mei that fellow immortal mentioned. This demon beast was invited by the Stag King. I don't know if she already knows about the Stag King's scheme. You better not tell him. Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his soul awareness. He was a bit curious as to how Xiao Hua knew about Zhu Mei's arrival. This was because he didn't sense Xiao Hua releasing his soul awareness. However, this wasn't what he was most curious about. He transmitted his voice again. Fellow immortal Xiao, you and I don't need to make a demon alliance or a blood oath? Xiao Hua knew that the demon alliance was the same as the scholarly oath and the Dao sect's blood oath. They were all guarantees when forming an alliance. He smiled and said, If I didn't believe fellow immortal Ao, I wouldn't have met fellow immortal Ao. However, since you believe me, I'm not afraid that fellow immortal will go back on his word. After all, this matter is led by me. Fellow immortal Ao, do you think you will go back on your word? Ao Zhan hesitated and nodded slightly. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't go back on his word, I probably won't. However, the human race has always been cunning. Without an alliance, I'm a bit worried. Haha, I don't dare to talk about other people, but this is the first and only time that fellow immortal Ao will cooperate with the Demon League. After saying that, Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he went in the opposite direction of Zhu Mei. Ao Zhan slightly raised his head and looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared. A smile appeared in his eyes. This guy seems stingy and calculative, but he's actually so straightforward when it comes to important matters. This really makes me curious. However, not cooperating with the Demon Alliance, it doesn't seem to affect me much, right? Roar? Ao Zhan roared in a low voice and released his origin sense. In the distance, although Zhu Mei wasn't as miserable as Ao Zhan, she still seemed to be a bit cautious. When she heard Ao Zhan's voice and sensed his origin sense, she hurriedly sped up and rushed to Ao Zhan's side. When she saw the emotions in the surroundings, Zhu Mei's expression changed slightly. She asked in surprise, General Ao, you're seriously injured? What kind of demonic beast did you fight with? Ao Zhan came out from his hiding place and waved his hand. I'm not that strong. This is the result of a fight between a golden-winged roc and a thunder flood dragon, as well as a few other demonic beasts. Golden-winged roc. When someone as strong as Zhu Mei heard this, she shrunk her neck that couldn't be seen. As a member of the Vermilion Bird clan, how could she not know how strong a roc was? She then looked at Ao Zhan and smiled bitterly. General Ao, you're really lucky to be able to escape from the claws of the golden-winged roc. Fortunately, this golden-winged roc isn't a pure roc. It might have some of the golden-winged roc's bloodline. Ao Zhan also had a lingering fear. He looked into the distance and said, "We haven't even started training yet, but we've already encountered so many demonic beasts. What do you think we should do next?" Although Ao Zhan didn't look at Zhu Mei, he glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and waited for her reaction. Zhu Mei didn't notice. She didn't have eyelids or eyebrows, so there was no obvious expression on her face. She replied, "I don't know either. Let's go find the Stag King first and see what arrangements he has. However, it seems that this Cold Spirit Valley is a bit strange. It's not particularly suitable for training. Or maybe. The Stag King said that this is where the Sun Devourer demons train. It's normal for these demonic beasts to be so strong." Then what about the so-called reward? Ao Zhan probed again. Zhu Mei also withdrew her origin sense and said curiously, "Of course it's the demonic cores of these demonic beasts? Could there be something else?" "Damn it." Ao Zhan cursed, "Do you think we can kill the Thunder Flood Dragon? Even without the Thunder Flood Dragon, we can still kill demonic beasts with the strength of hair removal, intelligence opening and light gathering." Zhu Mei seemed a little excited. "These demonic beasts don't cultivate. They purely rely on the power of the stars and moon. Their naturally formed demonic cores, skin, flesh and blood are all good things. If they don't cultivate, they don't have the qualifications to be included in the ranks of hair removal, intelligence opening and light gathering." Ao Zhan sneered, knowing Zhu Mei's plan. "Jijia." Zhu Mei's beak moved up and down as if she was smacking her lips. She was very disdainful of the Dragon Clan's arrogance. Of course, the Dragon Clan was included in the ancient Demon Clan. However, no one in the Demon Clan today knew why the Dragon Clan separated from the Demon Clan. However, it was obvious that the Dragon Clan looked down on the ordinary Demon Clan and was unwilling to be associated with them. Everyone could see their arrogance. "Where's the Mu Lu King?" Ao Zhan asked again. "Where did you agree to wait with him?" "Like you, we were separated. We were in a hurry and didn't agree to a place." Zhu Mei looked at some low-level demonic beasts in the distance and said, "It's just a general direction." Chapter 3773. Let's go. We'll kill our way over. Ao Zhan's figure gradually flashes with auspicious clouds. The more powerful strange beasts in the valley have just fought. We can take advantage of this opportunity to enter. Kill. Zhu Mei coldly shouts. Flames shoot out from her body in all directions as she flies towards the battlefield. However, under Zhu Mei's intentional control, the flames that can soar to the sky are not particularly conspicuous. As expected, I can hear it. Although it's a bit vague, when I cultivate it in the future, I'll definitely be able to hear it clearly. Xiao Hua has already flown far away, leaving only a trace of soul consciousness to scout the surroundings. Seeing Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan fly out to kill strange beasts, he also smiles evilly. Damn it, why didn't this old man think of it? Even if I can't get any holy bloodline, it's also good to get some demon beast flesh and demon core. Who knows, these flesh and bones might have some uses. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua naturally thinks of the Mo Zhao corpse he obtained in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. The brain matter is really useful. The Buddha's heavenly eye was successfully cultivated in this way. Moreover, he obtained the essence of the void-penetrating beast in the void. At this time, the essence was gradually absorbed by the delirium transcendence eye. Although the heavenly eye was cultivated by the Buddha's relic Bodhi, Xiao Hua's delirium transcendence eye can also borrow it. What makes Xiao Hua especially happy is that in addition to seeing further, the delirium transcendence eye has a new function, which is to hear some secret sound transmissions. Just now, Xiao Hua left his soul consciousness to try out this newly obtained ability. Although he is far away from Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei and might not be able to hear anything clearly, this is enough to make Xiao Hua jump for joy. The delirium transcendence eye itself doesn't have this ability. It should be the Buddha's heavenly eye. The so-called heavenly eye can see everything in the world. Everything is not just an illusion, it can also be sound and so on. In the past, didn't Master Qing Chen of the Snowy Mountain use heavenly ear to see everything? It's normal for this Xiao to hear everything with heavenly eye. Some Mo Zhao have such an effect. Then what about the strange beasts in the legacy world? Thinking of this, the greedy Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. Nowadays, primal stones could no longer move him. What he loved the most was the flesh and Yao cores of these strange beasts. The legacy world was naturally a barrier. Unlike the outside world, the sun star and the moon star in the sky didn't rise and fall alternately. Xiao Hua's soul consciousness was also very useful. After killing for half a day, he had a lot of harvest. Although he also encountered a few extremely powerful strange beasts, Xiao Hua relied on his soul consciousness and escape technique to escape. He simply couldn't bear the brunt of their attacks. Facing such an opponent, those strange beasts could only respond with a roar and chase to the edge of their own forces before stopping. Haha, what a great harvest! After escaping from a strange beast that looked like an earthworm but was even larger than the thunder flood dragon, Xiao Hua watched from afar as the strange beast spat out strange bubbles. When the bubbles landed on the ground, they corroded the huge rocks on the ground. Xiao Hua stretched his body and laughed loudly. Then Xiao Hua looked to the left and said with a bitter smile, "This direction seems to be where Ao Zhan and I agreed to meet. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to let Fuji win out. Otherwise, I would have been able to confirm it. Oh, it should be right." Right at this moment, several roars and wails could be heard in the distance. Several streaks of demonic aura and multicolored light soared into the sky. It was rather chaotic. Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that it was Ao Zhan and the others who had arrived. He urged his body and flew into the distance. Not long after, a strange beast that looked like a mantis flew out of the giant forest. Its long forearms had sharp pincers that were more than 10 feet long. Every time it waved, thin and long black lines appeared on the edge of the pincers, as if it was tearing the void. The strength of this strange beast was evident. This thing is somewhat similar to the strange beast I encountered in the void. Xiao Hua urged his transcendence golden body and took out the wishful steel rod. Looking at this strange beast, he secretly thought, "It's a pity that the spirit-killing light hasn't been refined yet. Otherwise I could try using it." Fight. Seeing that the strange beast's wings were emitting a breathtaking noise as it flew over aggressively, the aura used to perceive the enemy had already swept over. Xiao Hua raised the wishful steel rod and rushed over with a loud shout. Strange beasts that could occupy their territory were, of course, powerful. Although this strange mantis-like beast could not be compared to the strange beast in the void, its body was also tough. The sharpness of its pincers and the strength of its arms were beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Hua could only fight this strange beast to a draw with the wishful steel rod and the heavenly staff technique. Of course, while Xiao Hua was surprised, he still followed his plan and retreated in the direction of Ao Zhan and the other demons. Ao Zhan and the other demons were naturally in the distance. With the experience of killing mutated beasts and the tactic of roaming, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan did not spend much effort to find old demon Ji Feng, Ao Shui, and the other demons. As for King Mu Lu, there was no trace of him at first. Ao Zhan did not know whether the Stag King was intentional or not, but he already believed Xiao Hua's words. However, Ao Zhan's purpose was to accompany Ao Qian to gain experience. It would be best if he could obtain the so-called true dragon bloodline. Even if he could not, he would not have too many regrets. After all, the foundation of the Dragon Palace was not what Xiao Hua thought. Ao Zhan had many means to cultivate. With Zhu Mei, a similarly proud demon, beside him, Ao Qian was also domineering. He took out his full spirit to attack and kill monsters. In this half a day, although Ao Qian and Zhu Mei did not compete, the two demons' harvest was far more than Ao Zhan, Ao Shui, and old demon Ji Feng. As for the old demon Ji Feng, although he had some fortuitous encounters after the Bronze Pillar Country auction, and his strength was no longer the same as before, he was still a far cry from the likes of Ao Qian and Zhu Mei. He did not dare to snatch any demonic beasts from the two demons, and only dealt with some small demonic beasts nearby. When there were any abnormalities, he would immediately meet up with the three dragons and the vermilion bird, and his harvest was not small. Things were quite strange. Just when Ao Zhan thought that he would not meet the Stag King after meeting Xiao Hua, the Stag King appeared. Moreover, it appeared with a fierce beast that looked like a fierce wolf. The huge fierce beast was surrounded by light brown demon clouds. Its eyes were filled with blood-red filaments. Its flying speed was much faster than the Stag King. However, this fierce wolf did not have much spiritual intelligence. It was not as cunning as the Stag King. Every time it was about to catch up to the Stag King, he would escape. The Stag King did not dare to release too much of his Yuan Shen. When he saw Zhu Mei and the other demons, he did not care about anything else. Without hesitation, he shouted and rushed over. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian naturally would not save him. However, this fierce wolf was indeed powerful. When it saw that the Stag King had helpers, it howled and attracted a pack of wolves. Facing the powerful wolf pack, Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had no choice but to escape again. Of course, the 6 demons were lucky this time and did not scatter. It was when they escaped the fierce wolf's pursuit that, under Ao Zhan's intentional guidance, they encountered 4 strange beasts similar to spirit apes. These 4 spirit apes were slightly weaker than fierce wolf. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian, under shame and anger, had already used all of their strength. With the help of Ao Zhan, they killed one of the spirit apes. Just as they were about to attack again, they heard a clear "ji" sound. The golden winged rock appeared again. Although it was still far away from Ao Zhan and the others, its fierce aura had already scared the 3 dragons. Without any hesitation, the 3 dragons broke away from the battle of the 3 spirit apes and flew towards the direction of Xiaohua. Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the others naturally did not continue to fight. The 3 spirit apes got the upper hand and roared behind the 6 demons, beginning to chase after them. Ao Qian turned into a light blue dragon form. He did not dare to be too arrogant and was only a few hundred feet long. Just as he was heading forward, he suddenly heard a roar and a strange "see" sound. He almost shouted without hesitation, "Ao Zhan, there are strange beasts in front." Before he could finish, Ao Zhan had already released his Yuan Shen and shouted, "Don't panic, little prince. There seems to be a demon that came in to train in front. He's fighting with a demon that looks like a Zhou beast." While speaking, Ao Zhan had already looked at the Stag King and Zhu Mei, who were not far behind him, carefully observing the expressions of the 2 demons. How is that possible? The Stag King, who had suffered a lot, naturally did not dare to release his Yuan Shen. At this time, when he heard Ao Zhan's words, he could not help but have a trace of surprise on his face. This surprise also had a flash of panic. Although this panic was very subtle, it was clearly seen by Ao Zhan. It can't be? Zhu Mei also found it strange and hurriedly released her Yuan Shen. When she saw it clearly, she said in surprise, "No, that's not right. This does not seem to be a demon. It's a human." Human? As they spoke, all the demons released their Yuan Shen. When they saw the appearance of the Dharma body clearly, whether it was the Stag King Ao Shuai or the old demon Ji Feng, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. "So, Xiaohua? This is Xiaohua. No, it can't be Xiaohua." The old demon Ji Feng really did not dare to see the awe-inspiring Xiaohua actually gamble with a Zhou beast. This human strength is not bad. Zhu Mei spread her wings and said hurriedly, "Although he is not a match for this Zhou beast and may be able to escape from the claws of the Zhou beast, he will be of help. Let's go meet him and train together." No. The Stag King did not hesitate to stop her. "Zhu Mei, this Cold Spirit Valley is the sacred training ground of our demon race. It was left behind from the ancient times. No matter how strong this human is, he should not covet the ancient grace of our demon race. Moreover, in my opinion, it is precisely because of this human's appearance here that it caused the demon beasts to mutate and caused our training to become so unpredictable. If we want to train here and let the demon beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley settle down, we must first kill this human." Ao Zhan laughed. The old demon Ji Feng gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. If it was someone else, this old man may be able to tolerate it a little. However, this Xiaohua has repeatedly ruined this old man's plans. Now that I have seen this demon here, it is his death." Chapter 3774. Ao Zhan saw that old monster Ji Feng was so angry that he actually called himself Old Man. Obviously he hated Xiaohua to the bone. He couldn't help but look at Ao Shuai. "What do you think?" "Me?" Ao Shuai was startled and hurriedly smiled. "Little Prince and General Ao are here. I don't have the right to speak. Little Prince, please make the decision." "Kill? You must kill." Ao Qian shouted proudly. "This is the training ground for us demons. How can we allow humans to covet it?" "All right." Ao Zhan nodded. "Since Little Prince wants to kill, then let's kill." As he spoke, Ao Zhan raised his dragon head to the sky and was about to roar. But at this moment, Zhu Mei, who had always been at odds with Ao Qian, sneered. "What a bunch of idiots. Strange beasts are everywhere in the Cold Spirit Valley. We were chased away by the strange beasts before we even started our training. Now that a helper has finally appeared, regardless of whether he is a human or a demon, We should try to rope him in. How could we kill him without even asking? Don't you want to leave this cold spirit valley? Don't you think so, Stag King? This? Stag King obviously knew that Zhu Mei was being serious with Ao Qian. He definitely had to stand on Zhu Mei's side. But if he let Xiaohua go, who knew if Xiaohua knew about this legacy realm? Stag King was very hesitant. He didn't dare to gamble. Alright, Stag King. Ao Zhan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. I haven't asked you yet. Why is this Cold Spirit Valley training only the beginning? How can we get out of this Cold Spirit Valley? I don't care about training. I want to ensure the safety of my little prince. That's right. Ao Shui suddenly realized and hurriedly asked. Mulu King, where is the exit of this Cold Spirit Valley? The entrance from before is already gone. Do we still need to rely on? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ao Qian said angrily. Ao Shui, go and kill that human. Let's see who dares. Zhu Mei snorted coldly as the flames around her body surged out. Ao Qian was furious. He hesitated as he looked at Ao Shui. Ji Feng shrank his head back and was about to fly out when Ao Zhan chuckled from the side. Young prince. This general feels that Zhu Mei is right. Although we can't possibly be in the same boat as this human brat, wouldn't it be better to let him be a shield and charge at the front? Ao Qian was naturally afraid of Ao Zhan. Hearing Ao Zhan's words, he said coldly, your despicable methods really make this king feel uncomfortable. Forget it, do as you please. Seeing that Ao Qian had agreed, Stag King felt even more uneasy. He really regretted hiding it from him earlier. Unfortunately, at this point he couldn't explain himself. He thought of an old saying of the human race. It's easy to tell a lie, but it's difficult to make up 100 lies to cover it up. Let's go, the golden winged rock is chasing us. Ao Zhan sneered in his heart. He raised his head and roared a few times. He urged Zhu Mei, we'll go help this human cultivator first and then ask him if he has a way to avoid the golden winged rock. He's just a human cultivator, how would he know? Stag King bit his lips and said hesitantly, besides, will he cooperate with us? Zhu Mei glanced at Stag King and said, why not? Since he can enter Cold Spirit Valley, he naturally has other tokens. Maybe he knows other entrances and exits. You discuss with him and choose the safest exit. Okay. Stag King secretly complained and could only nod in agreement. He followed the demons and flew towards Xiaohua. You human cultivator, I'll help you. Zhu Mei used hidden immortal continent's human language to send a message. She spread her wings and rushed towards Xiang and Beast. The red flames in her mouth flew out like a fireball. Ah? Xiaohua naturally looked at the flying Zhu Mei with surprise. He almost smashed the wishful staff in his hand. Don't be afraid, I'm not a demon beast of Cold Spirit Valley. I'm Zhu Mei of Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm. Zhu Mei blocked the sharp claws of Xiang and Beast for Xiaohua and shouted, I'm training in this Cold Spirit Valley. At this time, Stag King also flew over and shouted, Xiaohua, why did you come to my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley to train? Xiaohua saw Stag King and his face turned pale with fright. He then scanned the distance with his divine sense and was even more surprised. He urged his spiritual power as if he was about to activate an escape technique. However, Xiaohua still said curiously, This is clearly the 100 Demons Mountain used by my human race for training. How did it become the demon race's Cold Spirit Valley? Stag King heard and his hanging heart immediately calmed down. Seeing Xiaohua's cautious look, he hurriedly smiled and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, don't be afraid. Whether it's your human race's 100 Demons Mountain or my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley, both are places for training. Moreover, it's not the first time we've met. Although there were some grudges before, since we've met again, what do those grudges count for? Why don't you and I work together in the same boat and complete this training to the end? How could Xiaohua believe Stag King? While his figure flew into the distance, he shouted, Fellow immortal Zhu, thank you for your help. However, there's a difference between you and me, humans and demons. I just happened to get an opportunity and inexplicably barged into this place. It's better if I don't disturb your training. I'll find the exit myself. Roar? Ao Zhan was already impatient. He scanned the approaching golden-winged great peng behind him with his divine sense. He flew and landed not far from Xiaohua and shouted, You human race! I'll give you a chance to choose. Do you want to die in my hands, or do you want to train with me first? Roar? While speaking, Ao Zhan also flew to the left of Xiaohua and blocked his escape path. Xiao Hua's face revealed bitterness. He pondered for a moment and said, "Fellow immortals, you're all powerful. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small human cultivator? If fellow immortals let me go, I can give you all the gains I've obtained from the trial." Hee hee. Ao Zhan said with a smile, "The gains from your training are yours. We don't need them. You just need to tell me how to get out of here." When Stag King heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. At first he felt that Ao Zhan was suspicious of him. However, when he saw the look of realization on Xiao Hua's face, he also understood that this was Ao Zhan's stalling tactic. He couldn't help but laugh at his own suspicious thoughts. Fellow immortal, you must be from the dragon race of the Dragon Palace, right? I wonder which Dragon Palace of the Four Seas you belong to?" Xiao Hua seemed to have seen through Ao Zhan's thoughts and said with a smile, "I naturally know where the exit is. However, do you think I'll tell you?" "Oh, fellow immortal, you don't have to think about soul-searching. I'm a Dao sect cultivator. I'm much more proficient in this aspect than you. As long as I'm willing, I can erase the memories of this place in a few breaths." "Damn it. Let's go." Zhu Mei forced the Xiangyi beast away with a mouthful of scarlet flames and even shattered its claws. He might not be afraid of the Xiangyi beast, but he was afraid of the golden-winged rock that was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but curse and urge, "I don't want your exit. I know where the exit of this cold spirit valley is." When Xiao Hua heard this, his expression changed again. He seemed to understand that his value had decreased by a bit. He looked at the aggressive golden-winged rock in the distant sky and gritted his teeth. "Fellow immortals, follow me. I've already gotten rid of this golden-winged rock." After speaking, Xiao Hua took the lead and flew towards a place. "All right." Ao Zhan also flew up and said, "If you can take us away from this golden-winged rock, I'll spare your life." The direction Xiao Hua was flying in was naturally where the golden-winged Great Peng was previously injured. As he expected, the golden-winged Great Peng had already begun to slow down when there was still quite a distance between them in that place. When the demons and Xiao Hua had completely flown into that place, the golden-winged Great Peng let out a few cries in midair in a very unwilling manner before turning around and flying away. "Shoo." Xiao Hua's expression didn't relax at all. He said in a low voice, "Fellow immortals, don't release your origin sense. Follow me and fly in that direction." After speaking, Xiao Hua flew to the ground in a serious manner. Sometimes he flew to the left and sometimes he flew to the right. When he flew to a place where huge trees grew, he carefully instructed the demons to hide. In a short moment, a strange centipede-like beast that was 1,000 zhang long flew across the sky. Its fierce aura swept across the sky and the ground, as if a king was inspecting his territory. After the centipede flew away, Xiao Hua hurriedly led the demons to fly for a little less than an hour before stopping. He pulled away from Ao Zhan and the other demons and said with a smile, "All right, this place should be safe for the next 2 hours." "That's right." Zhu Mei looked at Xiao Hua and nodded, "Human cultivators are indeed astute. My foresight is still extremely accurate. I'm afraid we 1,000 demons sacred realm demons wouldn't be able to grasp the timing so accurately." "I wouldn't dare." Xiao Hua replied, "I've also almost lost my life several times before I learned a lesson. Perhaps I can use this to escape." Seeing that Xiao Hua was valued by Zhu Mei, old demon Zhifeng knew he couldn't make a move here. He had no choice but to restrain the overflowing hatred in his heart and lowered his rat eyes to look at the ground. Stag King was still worried and asked in a low voice, "Fellow immortal Xiao, how did you enter the 100-demon mountain? Where is the exit that you know of?" "I'm sorry, Stag King." Xiao Hua refused without hesitation. "This is my privacy, it's not convenient to tell everyone. However, since everyone can enter this place, you should also have your demon race's ink cloud pupil, right? Where is the exit? It should be clearly recorded inside." When Stag King heard this, he was already 90% relieved. He looked at Zhu Mei and the other demons with certainty and nodded with a smile. "Fellow immortal Xiao is right, we naturally know how to get out. Now, what this king wants to discuss with you is how we should live together, train together, and safely leave this place together." Chapter 3775. Ao Zhan looked at Stag King and thought to himself. According to Xiao Hua's words and Zhu Mei's performance, he could basically determine that Stag King was indeed hiding something, and this concealment was something even Zhu Mei didn't know about. Of course, he couldn't be sure if Zhu Mei really didn't know. At this moment, Ao Zhan was in an extremely difficult position. Although Xiao Hua wouldn't fight with him for the true dragon's blood, Xiaohua wasn't willing to tell him the way out. Obviously this was Xiaohua's secret. If he wanted to leave this legacy world, he had to rely on Stag King's keepsake. However, he wasn't sure if he would know how to use the token he took from the Stag King. Even if he captured the Stag King, it was still unknown if he could get the method to leave the relic world from the Stag King's memories. Perhaps Ao Zhan was looking forward to some unforeseen event after he obtained the true dragon's blood, but he didn't dare to place his hopes on it. He didn't dare to gamble with his life and Ao Qian's life. Moreover, there was Zhu Mei next to him. He didn't have full confidence in capturing Zhu Mei. "Why are you so long-winded?" Ao Qian said coldly. "Xiaohua, Ao Shui just told me about the enmity between you two. To be honest, this isn't a special enmity. Isn't it just a broken Pegasus? Is there a need to go so far?" Yes, what little prince said is right. Old demon Ji Feng, who was at the side, hurriedly expressed his position. "Actually, it's all this lowly one's fault for being too shallow and scheming against fellow immortal Xiao. Today this lowly one will speak openly to fellow immortal Xiao in front of the young prince. The grudges between fellow immortal Xiao and this lowly one will be written off. That's right, this is a true monster of my thousand monster sacred realm." Zhu Mei had the same opinion as Ao Qian and said with a smile, "There's no need to worry about such a small matter." "Damn it, how can that be a small matter?" Old monster Ji Feng's heart was bleeding. "That's the blood essence of a radiant beast. You guys can't see it, but I care about it very much." "Alright, since fellow Taoist Ji Feng has spoken like this, then I have no choice but to express that I'm willing to advance and retreat together with all fellow Taoists and pass through this period of tempering in the 100-demon mountain." Xiaohua spoke out hurriedly, seeming to be deeply afraid that old demon Ji Feng would change his mind. The Stag King pondered on the side. Seeing that the situation was unstoppable, he smiled and said, "Immortal friend Xiao, you're training here alone. If you stay with us, you'll have a great advantage. Don't you think you should show some sincerity?" "This." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "How about this? It's not convenient for this Xiao to tell everyone where the specific exit of the 100-monster mountain is, but this Xiao can point out a general direction." "What's the use of pointing in a direction? Besides, this king will not use your human race's exit." Aog said coldly. "Don't worry, little prince." Stag King laughed. "Xiaohua pointing out a direction can at least be considered as sincerity. And if it's because of me, the exit I know of is not suitable, we can find another exit." "Xiaohua, speak quickly." Ao Zhan said impatiently. "If you're unwilling, then you can leave by yourself." Yes. Xiaohua nodded with a smile, then hurriedly pointed at the 3 places that didn't have the bloodline of the absolute saint. "It's there." The Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He smiled and said, "Seems like immortal friend Zhao's exit is completely different from my monster race's." "So there's another exit?" Xiaohua was also stunned, a strange expression appearing on his face. "Nonsense, the entrance is different, so the exit is naturally different." Ao Zhan sneered, but suddenly he was startled again. He looked at Xiaohua fiercely and shouted, "Speak! Did you follow behind us into the Cold Spirit Valley?" "That's right." At this moment, old monster Ji Feng also woke up and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "He hid behind us and entered the Cold Spirit Valley. Otherwise, you waited behind us." Xiaohua's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile. He clapped his hand and took out an ink cloud pupil. He said, "This Xiao naturally has my human race's ink cloud pupil. There's no need for me to follow behind you. Besides, with this Xiao's cultivation, can I hide behind you without being discovered?" "This king wants to see this ink cloud pupil." The Stag King stretched out his hand and said. Xiaohua retracted his hand and kept the ink cloud pupil. He replied indifferently, "Impossible. If you don't believe this Xiao, then just pretend you never saw this Xiao. Do you think you can still escape from our hands?" Old monster Ji Feng sneered. Demonic clouds appeared under his feet, ready to pounce at any time. "Haha." Xiaohua laughed loudly. "This Xiao can't escape, but in a moment the strange beasts in this territory will come. This Xiao's spiritual sense can attract the attention of these strange beasts. Immortal friends, your spiritual sense shouldn't be able to escape their attention, right? Without this Xiao's secret technique, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to reach the exit, right?" Ao Qian was furious. Just as he was about to jump out, Ao Zhan hurriedly said, "Forget it. Since you're useful, why can't we train together?" Ao Qian was a bit angry. He glanced at Ao Zhan with dissatisfaction. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. He couldn't tell Ao Qian about his agreement with Xiao Hua. With Ao Qian's temper, wouldn't he immediately fall out with the Stag King? Even Zhu Mei was involved? Good. Xiao Hua clapped. We'll do as you say. How should I address you, immortal friend? Ao Zhan immediately reported his name to Xiao Hua, but didn't reveal Ao Qian's identity. Xiao Hua didn't care. He looked around and his expression changed. He hurriedly urged, "Not good, that strange beast has already come out. Let's go." Zhu Mei's expression changed even more. He didn't know how Xiao Hua sensed the strange beast's movements, but he didn't dare to release his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, a world-shaking roar sounded. A terrifying aura rushed towards them from afar. Who released their spiritual sense? Zhu Mei angrily scolded. Ao Qian shouted without any trace of politeness, "Of course it's this king. If I don't look, who knows if Xiao Hua is telling the truth?" Damn it. Zhu Mei knew Ao Qian wasn't wrong. However, he was still very angry that strange beasts were attracted. At this moment, old Master Ji Feng looked at Xiao Hua's figure in shock. He said in a low voice, Your wind escape technique has actually reached such a level. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance to." Xiao Hua didn't answer. He didn't even turn his head. "Little prince, let's go." Ao Zhan saw Xiao Hua's serious tone and knew he wasn't deliberately mystifying things. He hurriedly urged. A group of human monsters were fleeing in panic. Because of this strange beast's roar, many other strange beasts were attracted. If not for Xiao Hua's spiritual sense and Zhu Mei, Ao Zhan and Ao Qian's bitter battle, they wouldn't have been able to escape safely. Of course, it was also because of this that Zhu Mei and Ao Qian's killing intent towards Xiao Hua gradually disappeared. At least, before they found a way out, they wouldn't have any killing intent. The one leading the way was naturally still the Stag King. Although the path he took wasn't straight and they had to train and kill monsters along the way, the path the monsters took was quite a turn. However, as the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger, the monsters also understood that this path should be correct. The exit of the training should be in the distance. As for Xiao Hua, although he didn't show it on his face, he muttered in his heart. Because the path the Stag King led was where the bloodline of the Absolute Saint was, it was already different from the direction Xiying Ding pointed out. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Hua understood. He knew that there was probably more than one place in the legacy world where the bloodline of the ancient big monsters was stored. The bloodline of the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family might not be of a high level, so it might not be in the same place as the Stag King's bloodline. Therefore, when Ao Zhan occasionally asked about it via voice transmission, Xiao Hua also told him his speculations without hiding anything. However, in his heart he was secretly thinking about how he could obtain the bloodline of the Absolute Saint without letting Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the other monsters know. After advancing for a few days, there were a few more fierce battles. Not only were Zhu Mei, Ao Qian and Ao Zhan wounded, but even Xiao Hua's Transcendence golden body was torn in several places. A tall altar appeared in the distant sky. The Stag King pointed with his finger and said, "Everyone, the exit of the Cold Spirit Valley is in front of us. As long as we kill our way to the altar, our training in the Cold Spirit Valley will be over." Motherfucker, this experience is too dangerous. No matter how proud Ao Qian was, he couldn't help but sigh at this time. I have also trained on the Dragon Island several times. Even the test on the Dragon Island seems to be not as fierce as the Cold Spirit Valley. Dragon Island? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Ao Zhan. In these few days, Ao Zhan was still very tight-lipped and didn't reveal the location of the Dragon Island at all. Ao Shui smiled and said, "Young Lord is right. If it weren't for the Stag King's guidance and Xiao Hua's secret technique, our training would be 40% more difficult." It's more than 40%. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. "We are simply opportunistic. How can this be considered training? How many strange beasts did you kill and how many monster cores did you get?" This? Ao Shui was a little embarrassed. At this time Xiao Hua suddenly shouted, "Oh no! I understand. This last part should be the final test of the 100 Monsters Mountain. There seems to be some incomplete records in my ink cloud pupil. I didn't know before, but now I understand. As long as we pass this place, there will be another way out of the altar inside." Yes, that's right. The Stag King hurriedly echoed. "As long as we pass the final test, our training will be over." As he spoke, the Stag King looked at his universe bracelet and smiled. "Although this place is quite dangerous and is extremely unfavorable for our training, I have gained a lot. When I return to the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm, after a period of cultivation. I will definitely be able to enter, hee. What kind of training is this? Ao Qian said unhappily. I almost became the food of the golden-winged rock. Young lord. Xiaohua heard and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted, You must be quiet. The monsters of the 100 Monsters Mountain are not to be talked about. Ao Qian was somewhat familiar with Xiaohua. He sneered and said, If you have the ability, let the golden-winged rock come again. Chapter 3776. Caw. At this moment, a clear cry came from afar. Wasn't that the golden-winged rock that Ao Qian, Ao Zhan, and Ao Shui were very afraid of? Damn it, it's really like a ghost that won't go away. Ao Qian's mouth was very hard, and his expression was also very arrogant. But in the face of a Xiantian great enemy, how could he dare to be careless? As he spoke, his figure flew towards the direction of the altar, completely ignoring Xiaohua. Ao Zhan and Ao Shui also looked at the golden-winged rock in the distance, and hurriedly flew in. Zhu Mei sneered, could this be the legendary escape? Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had been fighting all the way until now, when they rushed to the last level of the altar. This half a step late in his eyes, was not a small victory. Seeing Zhu Mei also fly away, Xiaohua looked at King Mu Lu and old monster Ji Feng and said with a smile, It seems that dragon meat is more fragrant, spreading thousands of miles with the wind. Even at the entrance of the 100 Monster Mountain, it can still attract the golden-winged great pung. The golden-winged rock's reputation was not just for show. Even Zhu Mei had fled, how could Mu Lu King and Ji Feng not be scared? But the two demons had some small thoughts, so they managed to stay until the end. Ji Feng glanced at Xiaohua and sneered, This old man feels that human meat is much more fragrant than dragon meat. Demons are demons. This Xiao disdains to be associated with them. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Feng with contempt. He raised his head and laughed and flew after Zhu Mei. You. Ji Feng was so angry that his tail was trembling, and his rat claws pointed at Xiaohua's back as he shouted. Mu Lu King watched Xiaohua fly away and his heart relaxed. He waved his hand and said, Let's go, if you have the ability, go kill him. Aye. Ji Feng stuttered a few times, then gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, this old man will definitely not let him leave Cold Spirit Valley. Whether he leaves or not, it has nothing to do with this king. The Stag King said indifferently. He also looked at the distant horizon with lingering fear. He stepped on the demon cloud and chased after them. The 6 demons flew for less than an hour. They saw that the ground was very calm, and they didn't see any powerful demon beasts. The 6 demons didn't dare to release their primordial thoughts, but Xiaohua used his soul consciousness to explore for a long time. He even looked at the altar several times, but he still didn't see anything unusual. How strange. Not only was Xiaohua astonished, but even the Stag King and the other monsters were also bewildered. If something was out of the ordinary, then it was a monster. These monsters naturally understood this principle, so in this calm, no one dared to lower their guard. They were even more cautious as they flew towards the altar, not daring to be too fast or too slow. Swish swish. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of strange sound transmitted into Xiaohua's slightly opened illusion breaker Dharma eye. Xiaohua stared blankly. When he opened his Dharma eye to take a look, he found nothing. Judging from the Stag King's performance, there must be a true bloodline on the altar. As for whether there is true dragon blood, I don't know yet. Xiaohua looked at the altar and thought to himself. However, according to this Xiao's perception, there must be a holy bloodline on the altar. In other words, although the outer layer of the altar wasn't the last layer of the trial, it was where the strongest demonic beasts resided to protect the altar. But ouch! Xiaohua thought as he slowed down his flight. His eyes inadvertently looked at the ground, and he suddenly cried out involuntarily. What's wrong? Ao Zhan paid the most attention to Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's cry, he hurriedly stopped and called out, Fellow immortal Xiao, did you find something? General Ao, look at the ground. Is it different from what we passed before? Xiaohua frowned and stopped in midair. Different? Ao Zhan also stopped. He looked at the ground and said curiously, I don't see anything different. No, it's different. This ground is too clean, isn't it? That's right. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, What we saw before was a desolate land. Whether it was the trees, rocks, or hills, they were all incomparably huge. Even the moss on the ground was frighteningly large. But here not only are there no giant trees or rocks, even the ground is flat. There's no trace of moss or grass. There's more. Ao Shuai said from the side. In other places there are always bones no matter how big or small they are. But here there's not a single bone. Could it be that the demon beasts here want to devour even bones? There might not be any in the sky, but there might be some underground. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the ground. He thought of the small demon beasts he encountered in the giant rocks. Oh. Zhu Mei suddenly opened her mouth. Her scarlet red bird head looked behind the demons. Swish 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 swish. Like a cool breeze, the light raindrops' dance became clearer in the demon's ears. Ants? Flying ants. Xiao Hua's soul awareness swept across the area. He saw that within the range of 100 li to 1,000 li around the altar, hundreds of millions of ants were gushing out from the ground. Some crawled over, some raised their backs, and some fluttered their tiny wings and actually flew up. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not be surprised? Weren't these the flying ants that Song Longzi left behind in his cave? Song Longzi, the tribulation-transcending senior from Taoism, must have been here. As for how Song Longzi came in, whether he managed to break through the encirclement of these flying ants and reach the altar, and what he obtained, of course, Xiao Hua didn't know. But he didn't have the chance to think too much, because when his soul awareness swept over the flying ants, it was devoured by them. Xiao Hua was scared out of his wits. This was soul sense, a divine ability mastered by millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Not to mention the cultivators of Tao League, even the cultivators of Confucianism and Buddhism League were unable to detect it. Even though Tsang Longzi's divine will, Buddha's consciousness, and eye-clearing technique were all sealed in his immortal's cave, his soul sense was not sealed. In this legacy world, Yuan sense and divine sense could be detected by strange beasts, but soul awareness couldn't. This was one of the things that Xiao Hua relied on when facing the 6 demons. Who would have thought that these tiny ants, the most lowly thing in the world, could devour Xiao Hua's soul awareness? How could Xiao Hua not panic? What was special was that when he looked up, he saw hundreds of millions of ants flying over, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there were no other strange beasts in this legacy world, only these ants. Xiao Hua immediately realized that even a tribulation-transcending cultivator as strong as Tsang Longzi couldn't avoid the attack of these flying ants, so he retreated in defeat. Then he saw fear in these lowly ants and realized that the heavenly Tao was everywhere. After realizing this, Xiao Hua only had one thought in his mind: run. Needless to say, although he was still far from the altar, he was very close to the border where he came in. The strange phenomenon in this area was definitely caused by the ants, and the places where the giant trees and rocks were piled up were naturally places that the ants couldn't go. Although there was a golden-winged great peng at the border, compared to these densely packed ants, Xiao Hua felt that the golden-winged great peng was more intimate. Xiao Hua unfolded his body, and the air around him surged. He activated the wind escape technique, turned around, and rushed in this direction without saying anything to the 6 demons. Zhu Mei and the other demonic beasts were naturally not as quick as Xiao Hua. Seeing such a pair of ants, although their hearts were startled, they did not care. After all, their bloodlines were many times stronger than ants. A high-level demonic beast could not be compared to a low-level ant. They still had the pride of a low-level ant. It wasn't until Xiao Hua flew out dozens of feet in an instant that Ao Zhan suddenly noticed. He slightly turned his head and saw Xiao Hua's departing figure. Surprised, he swept out his Yuan sense at the same time. Not good. Sure enough, his Yuan sense was like a meat bun hitting a dog. Once it landed on an ant, it was immediately nibbled away. Ao Zhan could even feel a kind of numbness coming from his Yuan sense. Ao Zhan's expression changed slightly, and he understood why Xiao Hua made the prompt decision to escape. Just as Ao Zhan was about to warn Ao Qian and take Ao Shuai to turn around and escape, boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The power of several stars and moons fell from the sky in the direction of Xiao Hua's escape. Then Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth and said, "How dare you? Old demon Jifeng, when this Xiao escapes, the first thing I'll do is take your life." Ha ha ha. Old demon Jifeng's proud voice sounded, "Little thing, you still want to take this old man's life? Think about how to escape from the mouths of these flying ants first." Ao Zhan looked over and saw a starlight that looked like a golden bell shining in the distance. Xiao Hua, who was flying in the air, was imprisoned in this golden bell. Looking at the top of the golden bell, there was a palm-sized bone. A strange talisman appeared on the bone. It was this talisman that released the restriction that captured Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua's figure fell into the strange cage of the golden bell. He was extremely regretful in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't guard against Stag King and Old Demon Jifeng, but Old Demon Jifeng's strength was now inferior to his. Therefore Xiaohua placed his attention on Stag King. Moreover, when Xiaohua escaped, Old Demon Jifeng also had a panicked appearance. His acting was even better than Xiaohua's. But who would have thought that when Xiaohua had just flown several zhang and was still paying attention to the Stag King's sneak attack, Old Monster Jifeng actually opened his mouth and that piece of broken bone flew into the air like a magic weapon. Before it even emitted a rumbling sound, the space around Xiaohua for several zhang around him immediately lost all traces of wind. Xiaohua's figure had just stopped, when a huge rumbling sound imprisoned him. The power of the stars and the moon was like a large hand that firmly held Xiaohua in the air. He couldn't move at all. Moreover, the white bone talisman on the top of the golden bell flashed, and the power of the stars and moon in the sky continuously descended. Not only did the thickness of the golden bell increase, but the ants that were flying over were also abnormally active. Once they touched the power of the stars and the moon, the bodies of the ants suddenly became several times bigger. Moreover, their flying speed also increased several times. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance of the golden bell was already blocked by the ants. There were even more ants rushing towards the golden bell. Chapter 3777. Damned little rat. Ao Zhan looked and immediately made a decision. Not only did Old Demon Jifeng block Xiaohua's path of survival, he also blocked the path of survival of the other demons. The ants at the back had already surpassed the path at the front. Furthermore, there was still the golden-winged Great Peng that ate the heavenly dragon. How could Ao Zhan and the other two dragons retreat? Now, their path of survival could only be in front of them. Go! Ao Zhan's figure swayed. Streaks of silver-white brilliance mixed with golden light surged out from his scales. Auspicious clouds appeared between his four claws. Waves of dragon chi also spurted out from his scales, protecting Ao Zhan's dragon body tightly. Ao Zhan let out a dragon roar, and the ants around 100 feet in front of him fell like dust. Ao Zhan roared and flew towards the empty space. Ao Qian and Ao Shui were overjoyed when Ao Zhan's dragon chi succeeded. They both activated the divine ability of the dragon race and chased after Ao Zhan's back. The three dragons supported each other and spat out dragon chi occasionally. In a short period of time, the ants that covered the sky and earth were unable to reach them. Compared to Ao Zhan and the other two dragons, Zhu Mei was even more arrogant. He only looked coldly at Xiaohua being trapped. Then, with a long cry, the scarlet feathers on his body spread out. The flames on the feathers danced wildly, and all the ants that came into contact with the flames were all turned into ashes. However, Zhu Mei did not choose a specific direction and escaped behind the three dragons. The Stag King was obviously shocked. However, a green demonic light and demonic cloud appeared around him. This light and cloud blocked the ants that pounced over. After escaping for a while, his heart gradually calmed down, and he seemed to have some confidence. Swoosh! Just as the Stag King activated the demonic cloud to escape, a gentle breeze blew. The inconspicuous old demon Jifeng actually turned into a breeze and passed by him. Not many ants landed on his faint figure. Not only is this rat cunning, his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. It has only been a few years since we last met. He is actually so powerful. The Stag King sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but look at old demon Jifeng in a new light. If not for the appearance of these ants, who knows how long this guy would hide. The human race's Xiaohua did not die in vain. The Stag King had just sighed for Xiaohua when he heard a loud boom, in the midst of the hundreds of millions of tiny sounds of ants. The Stag King couldn't help but look back in shock. He saw a six-colored beam of light emerge from the pile of ants in the distance behind him. The ants in the beam of light turned into strands of dust, and a whole several zhang in size appeared in the pile of ants. However, although the beam of light was strong, the ants seemed to be endless. After the beam of light dimmed for a moment, the hole was about to be filled by ants again. However, after the light beam, a sword hum was heard, and a giant sword flew out from the hole. Although many ants were crushed by the sword light when it rushed out from the pile of ants, even more ants landed on the giant sword. As soon as the giant sword charged out of the ants, it immediately charged towards Mu Lu King. Transform into a sword? Xiaohua. A Confucian cultivator? The Stag King's expression changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Then, without thinking, he raised his four hooves and flew away. He would rather face more ants than follow behind old monster Jifeng. Xiaohua's revenge was there, and he didn't want to be affected. How could old monster Ji Feng not know that the Stag King sensed something was wrong? He also didn't expect that the demon formation he recently obtained would be so easily broken by Xiaohua. When he saw Xiaohua transform into a sword and chase after him, his small rat eyes flashed with a cold light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and two sharp fangs extended from the side of his mouth. Compared to snake venom, rat venom might not be strong, but it was definitely fatal to humans. This was old monster Ji Feng's greatest secret. Not only that, old monster Ji Feng's sharp rat claw took out a white bone that was as thin as an elephant's tusk from the universe bracelet on his arm. The two ends of the white bone were sharp and there were 3 talismans on the white bone. Although old monster Ji Feng had not activated the white bone, the power of the stars and the moon was already faintly descending. Of course, as the power of the stars and moon descended, even more ants rushed towards old monster Ji Feng. Just as old monster Ji Feng was waiting for him, Xiaohua, who had transformed into a sword, quickly rushed over, as if he wanted to take revenge on old monster Ji Feng. Actually, it wasn't just the Stag King who was wrong, old monster Ji Feng was also wrong. No matter how eager Xiaohua was for revenge, he wouldn't lose his reason and take revenge at this time. Xiaohua originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush out and return to the original path. However, how could he distinguish the direction within the dense swarm of ants? However, since he was already wrong, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he made the best of his mistake by looking at old monster Ji Feng. That sharp gaze was like a sword, directly piercing old monster Ji Feng's heart to shock. "You're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, old monster Ji Feng raised his hand and waved the white bone. Boom boom. The power of the stars and moon that was rarely seen even in the Thousand Demons sacred realm came crashing down. It was the same as the righteous chi used by Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, at the same time that white bones expanded, old demon Ji Feng was slightly stunned because Xiaohua's sharp gaze swept past him, and Xiaohua simply disregarded him. Old monster Ji Feng's heart was somewhat strange, and his hand unconsciously became sluggish. It was also at this time that Xiaohua's cold laughter unexpectedly came from old monster Ji Feng's ears. Not good. Old monster Ji Feng was stunned and thought to himself, this old man was tricked. However, old monster Ji Feng still didn't understand how he was tricked, and what Xiaohua tricked him into doing. At this time, a sharp pain came from the depths of his mind, as if an invisible giant axe was chopping into his skull. Facing Xiaohua's soul stab and soul cultivation secret technique attack, old monster Ji Feng was caught unprepared, and his wind-like figure staggered a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Just as old monster Ji Feng lost his balance, a golden light flew out from Xiaohua's sword light, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it chopped off old monster Ji Feng's suddenly raised tail. The reason why old monster Ji Feng's tail was raised was to balance his body. Now that the soaring dragon shears suddenly cut off his tail, how could old monster Ji Feng still maintain his balance? His staggered figure tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Woo-woo. Just as old monster Ji Feng's thin and short legs touched the ground, thousands of ants took the opportunity to pounce on him. Old monster Ji Feng's 2 small claws covered his head, and just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to fly up, his small tail swayed a few times, and his body didn't fly up. Instead, his entire body rolled on the ground. This time old monster Ji Feng was miserable. Not only the ants flying in the sky, even the ants on the ground were stained with old monster Ji Feng's body. Boom. Old monster Ji Feng's body was surrounded by a demonic wind, and hundreds of ants were blown up by this demonic wind. However, when the demonic wind rose, even more ants rushed over. Damn it. Old monster Ji Feng cursed angrily in his heart. Enduring the pain in his head, he waved his hand, and a few feet long grayish-white brilliance with the thickness of a thumb appeared. It flew out 1,000 feet, and wherever the 1,000 feet brilliance passed by, countless ants turned into dust. Unfortunately, what made old monster Ji Feng's heart jump was that after the brilliance passed, even more ants pounced on the white bones. Sha-sha. Amidst the rustling sound, whether it was the white bones, talismans, or starlight, they were all cleanly devoured by the ants. Old monster Ji Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, and an indescribable panic emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, this panic only lasted for a few breaths, and a numb feeling that directly penetrated into his bone marrow and soul came from the surface of his body. Old monster Ji Feng hurriedly looked over, and saw that the layers of ants had already covered his body like clothes. The demonic chi protecting his body had already disappeared, and in this short period of time, thousands of ants had already bitten his body. The demonic body that had been refined for thousands of years was now like grass in the mouths of ants, and he was completely unable to resist. Not good. Old Monster Ji Feng exclaimed, and his body twisted extremely, as if he wanted to escape from being devoured by the ants. However, after twisting a few times, Old Monster Ji Feng stopped. Oh, how can I stop? I can't stop. Old Monster Ji Feng hurriedly shouted in his heart, but his body did not listen to his thoughts. It was as if the feeling of being devoured by ants was the most profound enjoyment, and being devoured by ants was his life's greatest pursuit. Ah! Old Monster Ji Feng roared as if he had gone mad, and his two thin and short legs quickly ran forward, as if he wanted to escape this strange feeling. Unfortunately, he was only able to take 2 steps before his entire body stopped. At this moment, the white bones of his thin and short legs could be seen. Crack crack. 2 weak and crisp sounds rang out. The bones of old demon Ji Feng's legs were broken. His entire body curled up and fell to the ground. Following the momentum of his previous charge, he slowly rolled. Not to mention flying, he couldn't even run. Just as old Monster Ji Feng was lying down, an inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes, and he looked straight at the sky. He actually spoke the demonic language of the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. What? What is this? Ancient magnificent scene? Ancient bloodline? This is the inheritance of our demonic sacred realm? Just like how Xiaohua saw Zhang Langzi's comprehension of the heavenly Tao on the path understanding ants, Old Monster Ji Feng also saw the mystery that he yearned for even in his dreams on these ants. The light in his eyes was abnormally bright. However, this light only flashed in Old Monster Ji Feng's eyes for a moment, and then it dimmed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like the north wind blowing through the snow, the layers of snow rolled up, revealing the scorched earth. This scorched earth was like Old Monster Ji Feng's white bones, and it was quickly devoured by the ants. The strangest thing was that the heaven and earth bracelet on Old Monster Ji Feng's arm was also devoured by the ants. The items inside were not exposed because of the heaven and earth bracelet's damage, and they simply fell into the ants' stomachs, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 3778. This is too strange. Xiaohua's sneak attack on Old Monster Ji Feng had succeeded, so he naturally paid attention to Old Monster Ji Feng's life and death. He released a powerful divine sense, and while resisting the ants devouring, he also deliberately probed. Seeing Old Monster Ji Feng being strangely killed by the ants that blotted out the sky without leaving a single trace behind, Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink his neck. He could already imagine how many cultivators and demons had fallen here since ancient times. Damn it, I didn't expect these ants to be the most powerful beasts in the relic realm. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense in a panic. His eyes turned rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. At this moment, Xiaohua was far away from Ao Zhan and the others, but he was on par with the Stag King. However, when he saw the ants on the Stag King and then looked at himself, he couldn't help but frown. Although there were many ants on the Stag King, the speed at which they devoured the demonic clouds and demonic aura on the Stag King was relatively slow. He looked at the ants outside his sword light. Not only were there many of them, but they were also crazy, biting the sword light at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua knew that the sword light was formed from the true chi of his Confucian cultivation. When the sword light was completely devoured, the true chi in his middle dantian would also be finished. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, he would probably end up in the ant's stomach. Of course, Xiaohua didn't only have the Confucian true chi, but also his lower dantian and Buddha's sarira. However, if Xiaohua couldn't find a way to escape before these divine powers were exhausted, he would follow in Old Monster Ji Feng's footsteps. Could it be that these ants are especially sensitive to the righteous chi of Confucian cultivators, the heaven-earth essence chi of Taoism, and the Buddha's light of Buddhism? Xiaohua thought to himself, is it because there's the bloodline of the absolute saint and all kinds of true blood on the altar that the ancient big demon is afraid of humans taking it away or destroying it? But the problem is that although I know some demonic cultivation methods and my body is comparable to a demon's, I don't have any demonic clouds or demonic aura. What if I use demonic aura? Xiaohua was just thinking about it, but he immediately gave up on the idea because his gaze fell on the Stag King. Although there were many ants around King Mulu, he was not as panicked as Old Monster Ji Feng. He was even looking at Xiaohua strangely, and his flying figure slowed down a little. What's the Stag King trying to do? Was he not afraid of these ants? Or perhaps he knows how to escape? Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. However, when his gaze swept across the universe bracelet on King Stag's arm, Xiaohua came to a realization. At the same time, the huge rock in his heart also fell. Haha, I understand now. What the Stag King relied on was nothing more than his token. Taking the token of the Legacy World represented the inheritance of the Legacy World's great demon's true blood. The Legacy World's forbidden technique would not disregard the life and death of these demons. Although the ants at the edge of the altar were powerful, they were merely testing the strength of the demon that had taken the token. With the Stag King's strength, he was qualified to obtain the true blood. Therefore, at the most critical moment, the token would help him escape. Fuck, since the token was useful, didn't this Xiao also have a token? My strength surpasses that of the Stag King, so wouldn't I be more confident than him? As for why the Stag King didn't fly far away and insisted on paying attention to this Xiao here, it seems like he was still worried about this Xiao. He wanted to see if this Xiao had a token or jade eyes. His previous actions were indeed to scheme against Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals, but how did he scheme? Previously you schemed against Ao Zhan, and now you want to scheme against this Xiao? You're still far from it. The reason why humans are human is because they have humanity and brains. They are the leader of all creatures. Xiaohua understood the Stag King's plan and sneered in his heart. How could this Xiao reveal the token in front of you? This Xiao has plenty of methods to escape. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't reveal the token in front of all the demons. The demons might not fight for the Stag King's token because it was the token of the Deer clan, but Xiaohua's token didn't belong to the Yao clan. Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Ao Qian and Zhu Mei wouldn't covet it. As for Ao Zhan, although he could trust him, Xiaohua still felt that it was better not to use such a huge temptation to test him. Rumble? The power of Xiaohua's sword seemed to be earth-shattering. The huge sword cry covered the sounds of the ants. Correspondingly, even more ants seemed to be attracted by Xiaohua's sword light, forming a huge ant tide and pouncing towards Xiaohua. The sword cry was unstoppable, but the sword light had long been covered by the ants, just like the stars and moon above the demons' heads. Darkness without light, this was Xiaohua's current situation. The more arrogant Xiaohua was, the more ants piled up. He didn't see Xiaohua take out any token to escape, so the Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and urged the demon cloud to charge towards the altar. Damn it, this definitely won't work. Xiaohua flew for the time it took to eat a meal. He felt that his body was extremely heavy, and the true qi in his middle dantian was especially heavy. Moreover, a kind of indescribable comfort came from the surface of his body, just like the feeling he had when he was comprehending the Tao on the sea bed. Not good. That comfort easily led Xiaohua into a state of comprehension. The moment Xiaohua's mind was at ease, he suddenly woke up. This Xiao just came out of Cang Longzi's state of comprehension. How could I have comprehended the Tao so quickly? This is definitely a trap. It's the ant's poison. When old monster Zhifeng was swallowed, the strange smile that came from the ant's crack. Was it this? And Senior Cang Longzi At this moment, Xiaohua also understood why Cang Longzi wanted to condense his comprehension into the ants. It was because his comprehension really did come from the ants, and it really was the feeling between life and death. It was no longer important whether Cang Longzi had obtained a true spirit bloodline or a supreme saint bloodline. For a Taoist cultivator who could escape from the encirclement of flying ants, there was nothing more important than comprehending the Tao. Clang. The sword aura around Xiaohua's body once again flourished. It was as if he was raising his hands to lift an ant that weighed tens of thousands of caddies. When the ant at the bottom was annihilated by the sword aura, Xiaohua pressed down on his teeth. The Kunlun mirror shook and another beam of light shot out. Xiaohua's figure rapidly shrank. With a rumbling sound of thunder, he escaped through the gap of the beam of light. Zzz. Xiaohua's body had just escaped when the ants, which were denser than raindrops, pounced on Xiaohua again. Sigh. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to release his divine sense. He could only look with his eyes and unconsciously sighed. This was because the sky had already become a world of ants. The altar in the distance was already long gone. Other than ants, there were more ants. The torrent of ants completely protected the altar. Looking at his body, although the protective golden light flickered, the ants didn't fear the golden light at all. They were still crazily swallowing it without any scruples. They're not afraid of eating too much and getting diarrhea. Xiaohua looked at these ants with great appetites. He really didn't know what to do. 1, 2, 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 ants were easy to deal with. Xiaohua had enough means to kill them all. But now, it wasn't just hundreds of millions of ants. Every inch of space in the sky and on the ground was filled with ants. Xiaohua couldn't kill them all. Whoa! Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and a big hand rushed out and scooped up the space in front of him. The space in front of him was immediately swept clean. Xiaohua urged the lightning escape technique and hurriedly flew over, but right after he flew over, the space was once again filled with ants. It was even faster than Traceless Spring Dream. Just like this, while activating the nascent soul's hand and using the lightning escape technique, Xiaohua tried his best to ensure that the number of ants outside his body was maintained within a range he could bear. After flying for another hour, Xiaohua felt that his magic power was exhausted too much. He didn't dare to use the nascent soul's hand again. Moreover, the lightning released by the lightning escape technique was devoured by the ants. The speed of the lightning escape technique couldn't be increased later. Xiaohua could even see a familiar brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Wasn't it the Stag King's token? The token protected his body. Although there were ants outside the brilliance of the token, it was obvious that the ants weren't particularly crazy about devouring. Therefore, when the Stag King increased his flying speed later, there weren't too many ants pouncing over. He wasn't left behind by Xiaohua too much. This is what it means to be hasty. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He released his divine sense to protect his body. Then he controlled his divine sense to rotate and overflow on the surface of his body like water. Sure enough, this method was extremely effective. Xiaohua's control of his divine sense was relatively rough before. The divine sense hammer was like falling rocks and stars. Now that he was controlling it to the finest detail, he was a little unfamiliar at first. From time to time, ants would invade the depths of his divine sense, causing Xiaohua to be a little flustered. However, after half a meal, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. His divine sense flowed like flowing water, and Xiaohua seemed to be wearing a layer of divine sense armor that blocked the attacks of the ants. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. Although he didn't fly too fast during this period of time, correspondingly he encountered fewer ants. In particular, the consumption of his spiritual sense during this period of time was far less than before. Xiaohua was confident that he could persevere until he reached the altar. Moreover, Xiaohua also found something strange. The speed at which these ants devoured true qi and magic power was far faster than divine sense, and the speed at which they devoured soul consciousness was faster than true qi. Xiaohua stole a glance at the familiar brilliance in the distance. Of course, the speed at which they devour demonic qi is probably the slowest. I just don't know what happened to the 3 dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace and that vermilion bird. The Stag King, who was hiding in the brilliance of the token, naturally also saw Xiaohua's abnormality. He was equally surprised. He only saw that Xiaohua didn't have the token of the Legacy Realm, but he didn't know what methods he used. His original plan changed again. Chapter 3779. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. After flying for another 2 hours, the altar in the distance still hadn't appeared. The light on the token in the Stag King's hand was almost completely devoured by the ants. The Stag King began to panic again. But when he looked at Xiaohua again, his speed was still about the same as his. The black mass of ants was still pouring in from time to time, but it didn't increase. It was as if all the ants that poured in were killed by Xiaohua. Damn it, I'll go all out. The Stag King clenched his teeth and his body began to expand. The monster cloud under his feet didn't dare to hold back and accelerated forward. Seeing that the Stag King was staking everything on a single throw, Xiaohua wasn't as relaxed as the Stag King thought. His divine sense was also extremely exhausted. If he didn't need to rely on the Stag King to find the altar, Xiaohua would have already used the lightning escape technique and rushed forward. Since he couldn't increase his speed, Xiaohua naturally had to think about what to do when he reached the altar. Xiaohua even looked at the densely packed ants outside, wondering if he should take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal now or wait until he returned from the altar to save Tao Wu. These flying ants were definitely the best way to kill the Ming Lu chain. Stag King, don't run. Seeing the Stag King suddenly accelerate, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, I still need you to lead me to the altar. Fortunately, Xiaohua's voice didn't spread too far and the Stag King was focused on escaping. Otherwise, the Stag King might not be able to recognize the direction after vomiting blood. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body. He didn't dare to consume too much of his magic power and only used the wind escape technique. However, after flying for half a meal's worth of time, boom! In the distance there was an earth-shaking explosion. Then, a biting cold aura of desolation washed over like a tide. Wherever this aura passed, no matter if it was Xiaohua's body or the surrounding air, all the ants turned into flying ash and disappeared. The black and gray color that covered the sky and the earth was instantly dispelled, revealing a clear starry sky. The nearby ants were destroyed by this aura, and Xiaohua's figure was also unable to stabilize. He was sent tumbling back several li by this aura. However, as soon as the ants disappeared, Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw the altar not far away. At this time, it was emitting a roaring sound. Just like the altar he had seen behind Songlongzi's cave, it was slowly uprooting from the ground. Like a fountain, talismans spurted out from the top of the altar and then turned into a waterfall. When these talismans fell below the altar, they drilled into the ground and disappeared. The terrifying aura of the untainted land flowed out from these talismans like a waterfall. Moreover, as the altar rose higher, the aura became more and more violent. Looking at the bottom of the altar, two huge dragons with broken scales and bloodstains on their bodies were powerlessly struggling in the aura. One of the dragons was holding a small dragon that was struggling at death's door in its claws. Half of that small dragon's tail was broken, and one of its claws and half of its dragon horn were also missing. Next to the three dragons, a vermilion bird with a bald tail was standing in the air like a rooster that had lost a fight. It was very unwilling to admit defeat. Not to mention that its scarlet feathers were in disarray, and not to mention that half of its tail was missing, just the dim scarlet flames around its body was enough to show that Zhu Mei was in a sorry state. However, although the four demons were in an extremely sorry state, they were the same as Xiaohua. They were staring blankly at the altar in front of them, and had long forgotten about their own injuries and embarrassment. At this time the altar changed again. Endless nebula-like pillars surged and fell, as if this altar was the only thing in the entire legacy realm. Boom boom. As the power of the stars and the moon, which was difficult to see with the naked eye, fell, the talismans that had previously flooded out swelled uncontrollably. Those talismans then turned into totems. These totems washed over the altar over and over again, and gradually began to fill up again. In the end, it actually formed a picture of 1,000 demons. One by one, the great demons revealed their ferocious faces and revealed their supreme domineering aura, completely protecting the entire altar. This. Zhu Mei's eyes revealed shock. From what he had seen, even with his inheritance, there had never been such an inconceivable altar, let alone Xiaohua. Zhu Mei turned his head to look at Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan was just as stunned as him. Obviously, even in the Dragon Palace there had never been such an altar. Is this the test of passing the last trial? Ao Zhan was surprised, but his face also revealed an excited expression. He was very curious about the things on the altar. As he spoke, he couldn't help but urge his wounded dragon body to rush toward the picture of 1,000 demons. Young prince. Ao Zhan was scared out of his wits. He didn't care about Ao Shuai and his dragon claws and shouted to block Ao Zhan. He said, "Don't move." Ao Zhan was a little unhappy. He glanced at Zhu Mei and muttered, "Since we've already reached the exit, why are you still being modest?" Ao Zhan thought for a moment and resisted the urge to tell him about the legacy realm. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Young prince, although we passed the test of ants, who knows if that was the last trial? It's not too late to wait and ask King Mulu before making a decision." Ao Shuai almost died. How could King Mulu still be alive? Ao Zhan didn't quite believe it, but when he released his primordial thought, he was surprised again. Not only was King Mulu flying over with an extremely dim token in his hand, but Xiaohua also seemed to be flying over easily. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Ao Zhan looked at the demon and human, then at the scars on his dragon body and cursed inwardly, "I can't even compare to a Taoist cultivator? Oh, how is Inspector Ao?" King Mulu flew over and hurriedly asked when he saw Ao Shuai in such a state. Ao Zhan glanced at King Mulu and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, King Mulu. Fortunately, Ao Shuai won't die for the time being. Let's get out of Cold Spirit Valley first." Only by returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace can Ao Shuai's life truly be saved. King Mu Lu raised his eyes to look at the seemingly alive great demons. His eyes were filled with indescribable joy. He nodded and said, "I'll prepare to break the restriction. The exit should be behind this demon formation." With that, King Mu Lu took out another beast's skin and pretended to look at it. Of course, Ao Zhan didn't believe King Mu Lu. He put Ao Shuai on the ground first, then took out a strange scale armor. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon qi. The scale armor instantly became huge. When Ao Zhan grabbed Ao Shuai's dragon body and put him inside, Xiaohua realized that the scale armor was actually somewhat similar to the heaven and earth bracelet. After putting away the scale armor, Ao Zhan glanced at Zhu Mei, who was using a secret technique to absorb the power of the stars and moon to heal her injuries. He transmitted his voice to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiaohua, this altar, is it where the demon bloodline is placed? Can this demon formation be broken with a token?" "General Ao." Xiaohua lowered his head and didn't approach the 4 demons. He transmitted his voice, "I've already told you clearly that this direction is where the demon bloodline is located. Before the ants came out, I could still sense it. Now that the ants are gone and the demon formation has appeared again, I can't sense it. However, I've seen this altar before when I came in. It should be here. As for how to break the demon formation, I really don't know. There's no record of it in the token. Perhaps King Mu Lu's token will have it. After all, I came in through a different way than you all." And Ao Zhan also had no other choice. He had already endured until here. He could only endure until there was a chance to rush into the altar. Moreover, he didn't believe that King Mu Lu could sense that he had found a flaw. Even if King Mu Lu had some tricks up his sleeve, Ao Zhan wasn't afraid. However, Xiaohua still reminded Ao Zhan, "General Ao, if King Mu Lu has any tricks up his sleeve, it's in this token. When you break the restriction here, you should be more careful." "Alright, I naturally know this." Ao Zhan transmitted his voice, "I hope fellow immortal Xiao will also be on the lookout." "That's not a problem." Xiaohua smiled. After a full hour, King Mu Lu raised his head and looked at the 3 demons. He then turned to Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, is there a way to break the restriction and enter the exit in your ink cloud pupil?" Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I've already said that the ink cloud pupil I obtained is somewhat incomplete. The location of the exit is recorded, but the ants, the altar, are all missing. I still want to borrow fellow immortals' power to get out." "Hehe, without a way to break the restriction you dare to come in?" King Mu Lu said with some mockery. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, "It doesn't matter. Our Dao sect cultivators have a hard time cultivating in hidden immortal continent. With this kind of training opportunity, even if I know it's dangerous, I'll still come in." "Why so much nonsense?" Zhu Mei said unhappily. "King Mu Lu, quickly tell us, how do we break the restriction and find the exit?" King Mu Lu ignored Xiaohua and said to Zhu Mei with a smile, "It's very simple. Just like before, there we'll attack together. At the end I'll activate the token. And this time we don't need to activate Essence Blood." "But..." Zhu Mei looked at Xiaohua and asked again, "Old demon Jifeng is dead, Ao Shuai is seriously injured, and this Xiaohua is also human. With only us 4 demons, can we do it?" "Of course we can." King Mu Lu said confidently, "You 3 demons form a triangle, I'll be in the middle. With our power we can definitely break the restriction." "Alright." Zhu Mei looked and said, "Quickly assign a position. I have a bad feeling. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible." "General Ao, please?" King Mu Lu said from high up in the sky. Ao Zhanjia pondered and flew into the sky. "Little prince, please, Zhu Mei, please." King Mu Lu pointed to 2 places. The 2 demons also flew over. Seeing King Mu Lu's gaze, Xiaohua retreated a few dozen feet and waved his hand, "I'll stay away from you guys. Feel free to do whatever you want." "Xiaohua, don't you have any ideas?" Zhu Mei warned, "If we can break the restriction and find the exit, we'll definitely take you away. If you cause trouble, don't blame us for being ruthless." Chapter 3780. Hehe, rest assured, fellow immortals. The Xiao knows what to do. Xiaohua readily agreed. "Rise." The 3 demons followed the Stag King's command and used their own demonic techniques. Rays of moon and star power fell around them. However, when the demonic energy of the 3 demons fell into the demonic formation, it didn't move at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Without waiting for Ao Zhan to question, The Stag King waved his hand and the antler flew into the air. Pooh, the Stag King actually spat out another mouthful of essence blood. Boom! The antler emitted a bloody light. This time the antler didn't turn into a cauldron. Instead, as the essence blood spread, it turned into a somewhat damaged large deer. This large deer was very sturdy. Its dense aura was very similar to the 10,000 demon diagram. Seeing this, the Stag King smirked and grabbed the antler. The large deer let out a roar and was about to move. Wait! Suddenly Aozhan descended from the sky and stood in front of the large deer as he shouted loudly. Senior brother, you're going to die. The Stag King was shocked and asked, General Ao, what's the matter? This one wants to ask the Stag King, is this the Legacy Realm or the Cold Spirit Valley? If you rush into the altar and don't come back, what should we do if the demonic formation of the 10,000 demon diagram hasn't been broken? Aozhan stared at the Stag King and asked word by word. What? Legacy Realm? This is the Legacy Realm? When Zhu Mei and Ao Qian heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ao Qian even shouted, the Legacy Realm is only a legend. How could this be the Legacy Realm? Oh. Just as the Stag King was at a loss and didn't know how to answer, the distant Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the flat ground below Ao Qian, a small dragon suddenly flew out. This small dragon's color was the same as the ground, but when it flew into the air, it changed again. Although this dragon's body was full of wounds, this small dragon approached Ao Qian faster than lightning. When it opened its mouth, a dark red brilliance rushed out and was about to nail Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian was stunned when he heard about the Legacy Realm and couldn't react in time. Seeing the change, he hurriedly twisted his dragon body and dodged to the side. Aozhan was even more shocked, but when he saw that Ao Qian dodged the dark red brilliance, he relaxed. However, his expression changed again. How could he still care to stop the Stag King? He shouted, Little Prince, be careful. Then he swung his dragon body and flew towards the side where the little prince was dodging. However, Aozhan was too late. Just as Ao Qian dodged, another small dragon flew up from the ground. This small dragon was missing half of its tail. This small dragon had just pounced on Ao Qian, and the dragon aura around it flourished. Rumble. A huge sound was heard, and the huge dragon's body completely exploded. Dozens of red brilliance mixed with hundreds of scales and other things rushed into Ao Qian's dragon body. Ao Qian's dragon body flipped a few times in the air and was lifted high. Then it fell heavily on the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The explosive power of this small dragon was so great that Xiaohua and Aozhan's bodies were also overturned. The human and dragon's bodies tumbled in the air. Even the thousand fei diagram that fell from the altar flashed rapidly, like a curtain blown by the wind. After a few breaths, the air waves subsided. Within a few miles, there was a layer of blood. In the air, other than Xiaohua and Aozhan, there was only the dumbfounded Zhu Mei. Whether it was the Stag King or the small dragon that attacked Ao Qian, they had all disappeared. Damn it. Aozhan's dragon eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He quickly rushed to Ao Qian's side. When he flipped Ao Qian's dragon body over with his dragon claws, he saw that the dragon body was riddled with holes. 60% of the dragon scales were torn, and the dragon blood that flowed out was black. Obviously, the small dragon that had just exploded was poisoned. Ah! Aozhan roared at the sky. His dragon body flew up, creating countless air waves. Aozhan swept with his yuan will as he flew. He looked around the altar, but obviously he didn't find the small dragon that attacked him. When Aozhan was about to fly further away to search, he saw that there were still ants in the distant sky that hadn't completely disappeared. Oh my god, what's with these two small dragons? Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. They actually chased him all the way here. Really amazing. In that case, the cry of the golden-winged rock before we met the ants should have been from chasing these two small dragons? That? Xiaohua whispered. General Ao, let's see if the young prince can be saved first. Since the Stag King is gone, maybe the small dragon followed him into the altar. Impossible. Zhu Mei said coldly. The token of the Legacy Realm can only be used by one monster. That small dragon can't enter. How do you know? Aozhan stared at Zhu Mei, his eyes full of hatred. He knew that it was inappropriate. Zhu Mei really didn't know about the Stag King's scheme. Do you need me to explain about the inheritance? Zhu Mei retorted. If you believed me, you would have told me that this was the Legacy Realm. Would so many things have happened? How do I know if you're in cahoots with the Stag King? Ao Zhan sneered. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua hurriedly said. General Ao, it's useless to say anything now. Let's hurry and see the young prince. After all, it's useless. Ao Zhan sighed. These two small dragons know the weakness of the East Sea Dragon clan. The poison they used isn't something I can cure right now. Send it into your dragon shell and bring it back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Zhu Mei said indifferently. Dragon shell can't stop the poison. If there's no effective spiritual item, the young prince will die in half an hour. Ao Zhan bit his lip and said. What spiritual item do you need? Xiaohua urged. Dragon God Grass. Ao Zhan was somewhat impatient. He seemed to be in a bad mood. That's the treasure of Dragon Island. Zhu Mei sneered. Your East Sea Dragon Palace might have half of it. What else? Xiaohua didn't give up. Only this? Yes, only this thing can cure the poison. Ao Zhan was dejected. He looked sadly at Ao Qian, whose flesh was festering. If we have the dragon saliva of a true dragon, maybe we can buy some time. Zhu Mei said. Then we can put Ao Qian into the dragon shell. When we return to the East Sea Dragon Palace, how about this? Xiaohua took out the green dragon saliva without hesitation. See, green dragon saliva? Ao Zhan sniffled slightly and immediately came to his senses. He practically snatched the azure abyss dragon saliva away. Without even asking Xiaohua, he hurriedly flew in front of Ao Qian and placed the azure abyss dragon saliva into Ao Qian's mouth. Sure enough, the green light mixed with ice froze Ao Qian's dragon body. The black dragon blood no longer flowed out. Phew. Ao Zhan let out a long sigh and hurriedly took out the long bay to put Ao Qian away. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a half-inch broken waist token fell into his hand. Isn't this the West? Zhu Mei saw the origin of the waist token at a glance. However, he only said one word and then closed his mouth again. This kind of sensitive thing was not something he could talk about. Ao Zhan's expression remained unchanged. He put away the broken waist token and turned to look at Xiaohua. After pondering for a moment, he took out a long dragon pendant from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow immortal Xiao, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. This is my token. Please accept it. I remember that fellow immortal seemed to have said something before. When fellow immortal is free, you can take this thing to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Good. Xiaohua nodded and carefully put away the dragon pendant. He cupped his hands and said, I will need General Ao's help in the future. Ao Zhan nodded. He looked at the myriad demon picture on the altar and said, Now, I will listen to fellow immortal Xiao. At this point Ao Zhan looked at Zhu Mei, who was flapping her wings slightly, and warned, Zhu Mei, don't think too much. You are definitely not a match for me and Xiaohua. Even if I can't get the true spirit bloodline and enter the altar, I will not let you hurt fellow immortal Xiao. Of course, if you sincerely cooperate with us, we may have a way to go in. Zhu Mei naturally had other plans. He might not have the intention to hurt Xiaohua, but he definitely had the intention to steal Xiaohua's keepsake. Of course, he also knew that Xiaohua was now bound to Ao Zhan. Otherwise, how could he have waited for so long? Even if you have the keepsake, only one can go in. Zhu Mei sneered. I want to see how you will get out after he goes in. Ao Zhan was not flustered. He said indifferently, There will always be a way. Maybe the Stag King inside will get the true blood and the altar will change. Even if there is no way, I will let fellow immortal Xiao go in first. Xiaohua looked at the demon formation on the altar and said confidently, There is no need for that. What method does fellow immortal Xiao have? Zhu Mei changed the way she addressed him and asked curiously. Xiaohua was glad. Fortunately, when the ants appeared, he did not throw out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Now he could use it to break the seal. I have this. Xiaohua smiled and took out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. This? Zhu Mei did not understand. Ao Zhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Fellow immortal Xiao actually has the Immortal Palace's Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? We can give it a try. Fellow immortal Zhu, General Ao. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan. I have the same keepsake as the Stag King, so there is no problem for me to go in. My Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal is locked by the law of the Immortal Palace's Jade Seal. The law of the Immortal Palace's inscriptions need to be unlocked. If it is forcibly broken, the law of the Immortal Palace's power of law will counterattack. I cannot guarantee that the power of law will be able to break the demon formation, but I can give it a try. The two of you should be prepared. Possible, please try to go in. Okay. Zhu Mei nodded. If I go in, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 3781. Well said. Xiaohua looked around and reminded the two demons, when this Xiao uses this Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, the two of you should help me look around. This Xiao has always felt that something is wrong. And fellow immortal Xiao, you can rest assured. Ao Zhan said coldly, this one is afraid that he won't come out. Xiaohua didn't say anything else after hearing that. He walked to the front of the demon array and looked at the big demon totems that were whistling down. With a wave of his hand, the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal fell into it. On the 10,000 demon picture, a big demon with 3 heads and 2 arms coincidentally flew down and crashed into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. The big demon totem opened its mouth as if it was alive. A thick demon aura mixed with thousands of starlight crashed into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Shwa. Just like the collapse of the inscription law chain that night, hundreds of inscription laws began to flicker. Under the impact of the demon aura, these inscription laws gave rise to an indescribable fluctuation. Then with a kacha. A total of 9 different colored thunderbolts came out from the inscription laws. Then 9 dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. The 9 dragons danced and condensed into an oval phantom. A suffocating supreme aura suddenly rushed out from the oval phantom and directly crashed into the big demon totem. Oh! The big demon totem suddenly roared, and the entire 10,000 demon diagram instantly stopped. Within the diagram, every totem opened their mouths and spat out a strand of crystal silk. Tens of thousands of crystal silk threads were like thunderbolts as they attacked the oval-shaped shadow of the 9 dragons. Roar! The 9 dragons roared out. Every scale exploded. Flickering fine inscription law chains appeared again and rushed towards the thousands upon thousands of crystal silk. Boom boom boom. An inconceivable vision appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. In the midst of the rumbling, everything froze. Distortions appeared in the crystal threads and chains. The distortions were like millions of strange little hands that tore apart tiny spatial cracks. There was no awe-inspiring chi within those cracks, nor was there the power of the stars and the moon. There was only an indescribable strangeness leaking out from those cracks. Ding ding dong dong. In the distortions, Xiaohua felt that time had stopped. But suddenly, a strange heavenly music came out of the distortions. Then a fist-sized palace flew out of the inscription law chain. This palace was completely formed by lightning. Purple, black, and yellow lightning formed the entire palace. When the palace appeared, the 10,000 demon picture suddenly moved. Thousands of light pillars of stars and moon fell from the sky. The crystal silk that was several times thicker than before covered the palace like a fishing net. Boom. The Thunder Palace instantly disintegrated and turned into a powerful attack. Thousands of lightning bolts rushed towards the crystal silk. The rich power of the rules forced Xiaohua, Ao Zhan, and Zhu Mei to retreat more than 30 meters. Roar! Among the thousands upon thousands of crystal silk, there seemed to be the sole essence of a great demon. They were abnormally fierce, and the vast aura was not inferior to the power of the rules of the thunder. It's time. Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly shouted, "My 2 immortal friends, quickly get ready." Boom. With a huge roar, an extremely powerful aura was born from the 10,000 Fei diagram. The entire world was shaking, and even the 10,000 Fei diagram that had been stagnant was lifted up high, revealing a faint crack. Roar! Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan saw a rare opportunity. How could they hold back? They really used all their strength. Their entire demon bodies shrank to the extreme and rushed towards the center of the roar. At the place where the demon formation collided with the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, a whirlpool dozens of meters wide appeared. The whirlpool was surrounded by dense spatial cracks. Only the center of the whirlpool began to reveal a rich demonic aura. After the lightning palace flew out, it turned into a grayish-white Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. After the lightning did not return, it actually cracked open with a kacha sound. Tao Wu's figure suddenly flew out from inside. The moment she appeared, the strong suction force in the surroundings seemed to want to tear her into pieces. Tao Wu's face, which was originally pleasantly surprised, instantly turned pale. In particular, in the huge roar, the 2 demon bodies had already broken through. Tao Wu had no choice but to raise her hand and prepare to face the enemy. No one move. We're all on the same side. Xiao Hua was already prepared. He shouted loudly. The Kunlun mirror's light pillar arrived first, covering Tao Wu's body. Taoist Xiao, the fragments of the heaven's punishment prison crystal. When Tao Wu heard Xiao Hua's voice, her face showed joy. She did not resist the Kunlun mirror's light pillar. Instead, she loudly reminded. As for Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan, both of them wholeheartedly rushed into the altar. As long as Tao Wu did not provoke them, how could they casually make a move? Boom! The Kunlun mirror's light pillar withdrew. Tao Wu and the fragments of the heaven's punishment prison crystal disappeared. At the same time, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan's demon bodies did their best to resist the suction force of the void and also disappeared at the end of the whirlpool. As the roar disappeared, the entire 10,000 demon picture started to move again. The whirlpool was also pushed into the demon formation that was densely filled with the aura of desolation and disappeared in a flash. In this legacy world, there was no heaven's earth origin chi and no noble chi. The heaven's punishment prison crystal was really not a match for the 10,000 demon picture. Haha. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. He looked left and right and hurriedly took out the token. He did not dare to be too negligent and rushed into the demon formation. Fortunately, when he saw the totem fall, the token emitted a silver-white brilliance and wrapped him up. The entire brilliance turned into a strange totem and brought him into the 10,000 demon picture. Xiao Hua's heart finally relaxed. The dragon that sneak-attacked Ao Qian had probably already escaped far away. Inside the 10,000 demon picture, Xiao Hua's body flashed with a gentle brilliance. Endless information was transmitted from the token, making Xiao Hua feel that the vicious great demons in front of him had come to life. Not only that, scenes of desolation passed through the brilliance of the 10,000 demon picture and penetrated into Xiao Hua's mind. In this desolation scene, there were giant apes overturning mountains, giant dragons overturning seas, giants lifting the sky, and even many demons fighting. Xiao Hua had never seen anything like this before. The time it took to pass through the 10,000 demon picture seemed very short, but for Xiao Hua it was extremely long. It was so long that his mind was in great pain and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. In particular, Xiao Hua's body had an indescribable impulse. It was as if it wanted to spread its wings and fly, as if it wanted to be reborn. In the end, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. A huge bone-white altar appeared in front of him. Everything Xiao Hua had just seen was actually slowly disappearing. However, Xiao Hua didn't have to think about it. His blood boiled and flowed rapidly again. He completely broke away from the demonic technique of the blood drop paradise. The scene that was about to disappear suddenly became clear. It was as if it had been engraved and would never disappear again. The power of the bloodline. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. If it wasn't for this Zhao's unique bloodline, even if this Xiao had seen the desolation of desolation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to remember it. This should be the truth of the desolation of desolation and ancient times being annihilated in time. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua had just flown out of the 10,000 demon picture when he heard an extremely arrogant laughter from the ninth heaven. Wasn't that the Stag King who had come in earlier? When Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense, his expression changed slightly. Because divine sense couldn't leave his body, Buddhist sense and soul sense couldn't be used either. Needless to say, near the altar only demonic abilities could be used. And these abilities, Xiao Hua wasn't proficient in them. Xiao Hua put away the keepsake and looked up. He saw that this was a tall altar that directly pierced into the moon and stars. The altar was completely gray and was completely made of white bones. On the white bones, there were many lifelike great demon totems engraved. Every layer had a totem and these totems emitted different auras. Xiao Hua took a small breath and squinted his eyes to look at the sky. He saw that in the sky, Ao Zhan had transformed into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. Not far from Ao Zhan, there was a vermilion bird that was also thousands of feet long with red flames flashing around its body. It was Zhu Mei who had recovered her demonic body. Mulu King. Zhu Mei's voice seemed to resound through heaven and earth. I helped you enter the relic realm, but you actually schemed against me. Not to mention that I won't stop you from obtaining the true spirit blood of the ancient deer clan. Even if you obtain it, I will still kill you. Do you know, Zhu Mei? Stag King's voice wasn't inferior to Zhu Mei's. It was equally deafening. This king would rather bring old monster Ji Feng to this altar than bring you and the 3 evil dragons. What? Ao Zhan's voice was very calm, like a bolt from the blue. Stag King replied, because this king can't bear to see your arrogant faces. This king is also the king of my dear clan, but in front of you, I'm just like old monster Ji Feng. When there's something to do, I'll casually point my fingers, and when there's nothing to do, I'll scold you. What do you think you're waiting for? Isn't it just that your bloodline is nobler than this king's? Compared to the difficulty of cultivation, can you compare to this king and old monster Ji Feng? This king really wants to stomp your faces under my feet and stomp them into meat patties. If that's the case, why did you invite me? Why do you have to be so servile in front of me? Zhu Mei didn't care and sneered. Aha, of course it's because you're strong. Stag King laughed. Previously, this king only thought this place was the Cold Spirit Valley, a place to gain experience. I invited you here just to protect you. Without your essence blood, the door to the legacy realm really isn't easy to open. Ao Zhan pressed, what kind of demon attacked my dragon palace's young prince earlier? I'll be honest with you, Ao Zhan. The Stag King replied, this king's token was originally damaged. You all already knew this. This king doesn't even know who that dragon is. It must be because the entrance wasn't completely closed. It must be your East Sea Dragon Palace's mortal enemy who tracked it here. Of course, that human Xiaohua actually didn't need demon blood to enter, so his token must be intact. Maybe that dragon was brought in by Xiaohua. It's also possible. Chapter 3782. Bullshit. Xiaohua could no longer hold it in. He cursed angrily while activating the Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. His entire body suddenly expanded, and the immortal body enhancement technique madly absorbed the extremely rich power of the stars and moon. His body grew to a size of several hundred feet before stopping. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't need to use any flying technique at all. He lifted his foot and walked up to the sky as if there were steps under his feet. The Stag King didn't care about Xiaohua's appearance and said indifferently, only you and I have the token. Since it wasn't me who brought it here, it must be you. Moreover, since you have the ability to send Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan to the altar, you naturally have the ability to bring that dragon to the relic realm. Xiaohua walked up to the sky and followed the direction of the voice. He saw that the Deer King was already at a part of the altar. On the bone-white altar, a totem that was slightly different from the Deer King's was engraved there. The strange totem jumped like flames, and a blood-red aura gushed out of the Stag King's body like a blood mist, connecting with the totem. Tiny wisps of blood jumped from the totem and flashed into the Deer King's body. General Ao. Xiaohua, who had calmed down, ignored the Stag King's provocation and said, it seems like the Stag King doesn't know the truth. Maybe he's faking it. Zhu Mei hated the Stag King to the core and said, you didn't see his face after entering the relic realm. He acted as if it was real. If you and Ao Zhan hadn't exposed his face in the end, I would still be in the dark and still want to work for him. Haha. The Stag King laughed. Let's go. I've already begun to merge with the blood essence of my ancient deer demon. Although this bloodline is not as good as yours, I'm one step ahead. After merging, I'll definitely kill you all. Damn it, why are you biting words like a Confucian cultivator? Ao Zhan roared and pounced on the Deer King with his huge dragon body. Boom. A huge white bone flashed across the white bone altar in front of the Deer King. A blood-red thunderbolt appeared on the white bone, and Ao Zhan's dragon body was sent rolling. White bones. Xiaohua's eyes widened and a pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Although this white bone didn't look any different from the other white bones, Xiaohua recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the incomplete white bone from his space? Jia. Zhu Mei moved as well. A ball of fire flew towards Mulu King. Crack, crack, crack. Without any suspense, another bone flew out from the altar and blocked the flame. A huge lightning bolt rushed out from the bone and extinguished the flame in an instant. How can white bones be so powerful? Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan are demonic beast generals. Even though I didn't fight with them directly, their strength should be at the upper stages of the 6th grade of essence power, or even the 7th grade of essence power. This mere masterless skeleton was actually able to block one of their attacks. Gah! Zhu Mei seemed to have become angry out of humiliation. She let out another shrill cry and a demonic aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth shot out from her mouth. The demonic aura condensed into a huge talisman that instantly crossed the space of 10,000 feet and grabbed the altar. The power of the stars and the moon was swept away and everything was frozen. The power of laws? In the distance, Xiaohua squinted his eyes and saw the faint runes that flashed through the space of 10,000 feet. Although the runes only existed for a short period of time, this space of 10,000 feet was already under Zhu Mei's control. No, it's not just the power of laws. Xiaohua looked at the dark red flame beside the talisman and suddenly came to a realization. This is the law of fire that Zhu Mei obtained from comprehending the power of fire as a prodigy of the vermilion bird race. I understand now, everything in the world has its own laws. Boom. The moment Xiaohua comprehended, the stars in the space above exploded one by one. Morning stars were born one after another, and heavenly Dao Xiaohua transmitted a lot of enlightenment. Haha, are you jealous? Zhu Mei, I really didn't expect that this king would see a day when you're jealous of this king. The Stag King laughed loudly as if he was looking at a clown. Zhu Mei's shocking attack landed on the white bone altar without causing any waves at all. He laughed arrogantly and said, "Unfortunately, it's too late for you to be jealous. You don't have to be jealous in the future. This king is going to fuse with the essence blood of the ancient deer demon and devour your essence blood in a while." Whoa. The blood mist around the Stag King made a strange sound. It was still somewhat under control before, but now it completely pounced on the blood flames of the totem. Crack, crack, crack. Like a dead tree burning in flames, the sound of explosions came from the totem. Then, the blood color of the totem gradually faded, and a Stag King that was completely the same as the totem and completely different from the Stag King was born from the blood flames. As the Stag King poked its head out, an extremely fierce aura was emitted. It was the aura of the true ancient beast that Xiaohua saw in the desolate landscape. The blood flames seemed to be boiling as they emitted gurgling sounds. Damn it. Zhu Mei's body flipped in the air. Ao Zhan also roared, preparing to use dragon power and other Dragon Clan techniques. But at this moment, the boiling blood flames suddenly surged violently, and the Stag King's head that had already been born showed extreme panic. What's going on? Oh. Seeing that the Stag King had been reborn, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan hurriedly stopped in the air and looked at everything in front of them with schadenfreude. It seemed that they didn't mind adding insult to injury at any time. The blood flames swelled uncontrollably like a huge blood bubble. The head that had already grown out seemed to have been blown. Then blood thorns pierced out of the head one by one. Beams of starlight and moonlight fell on these blood thorns, and the moaning of the Stag King could be heard endlessly. Ah, I understand. Suddenly, Zhu Mei laughed loudly and pointed at the Stag King with her wings. Stag King, oh Stag King, you don't seem to have the pure bloodline of the Deer Clan, do you? You're just a bastard. Stag King, you've really been caught in a trap of your own making. Ao Zhan also laughed. How could you possibly bear the pure bloodline of the ancient Deer Clan? The inheritance in that bloodline isn't something that your impure blood essence can bear. You reap what you sow. Zhu Mei added. This king is the king of the Deer Clan. The Stag King's voice was still panting. How is this possible? Boom. Before King Stag could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the blood bubble burst open. Thousands of tiny pieces of flesh flew out from the blood bubble. The blood bubble then shrank and fell into the totem. The blood flame on the totem disappeared at the same time, and the totem returned to its original state. Great! Zhu Mei laughed loudly, and the crimson flames rushed into the sky, looking extremely excited. Ao Zhan was naturally happy, but then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiaoyu." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and his mouth was bitter. Needless to say, even the Stag King's bloodline was impure and couldn't bear the ancient blood essence, so how could he bear it? Even the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family wouldn't be able to. They already had the bloodline of the human clan, and only a very small amount of true blood remained in their bloodline. Don't worry about me. Xiaohua waved his hand. I didn't expect this either. Fortunately, the Stag King was one step ahead, otherwise, I would also have fallen here. Then Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and smiled. Since fellow immortal Zhu and General Ao's bloodline is different, and the totems you use are also different, there shouldn't be any conflicts. Since we met here, it's also fate. This Xiao doesn't know what you'll do to the human clan in the future, but this Xiao hopes that the two of you won't fight amongst yourselves. Xiaohua, if this one finds out about the dragon vow, I'm afraid this one won't be able to. Ao Zhan smiled. But this one can tell fellow immortal for sure, this one will retreat wherever fellow immortal goes. There's no need for that. Xiaohua waved his hand. The human clan and the demon clan are both in the 3 continents and we share weal and woe. It's enough that we both remember the good of the other. Alright, I can also answer fellow immortal Xiao in the same way. Zhu Mei withdrew her flame and looked at the altar. I already owed you a favor when I came in earlier, and now you've received the true blood of my ancient vermilion bird clan. This favor is really beyond redemption. I'll remember it in my heart. Then Zhu Mei said to Ao Zhan, do you want to go first or should I? Naturally you'll go first. Ao Zhan smiled. Your vermilion bird clan is at the bottom so it's a bit closer than this one. Umph. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. Indeed, at the highest point of the altar, there was a huge dragon. This totem was several times bigger than the phoenix below. Of course, the aura of the dragon and phoenix seemed to be on par, but it was unknown how much stronger it was than the vermilion bird below. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out. That's right, fellow immortals, this Xiao forgot to say that this Xiao has already used his token. In the future, this Xiao won't be able to find the legacy realm, and similarly won't be able to enter the legacy realm. This Xiao hopes that even if fellow immortals want to find the legacy realm again, this Xiao won't involve this Xiao. Of course, Ao Zhan said without even thinking. There's only one ancient true dragon bloodline. If this one obtains it, how can other dragons obtain it? This one still wants fellow immortals to help me keep this a secret. Hee hee. Zhu Mei looked at Xiaohua. This is also what I wanted to say. Haha, since that's the case, we'll have a tacit understanding. Xiaohua was overjoyed. So, no one wanted to let others know. Of course, fellow immortal Xiao, did you see those places? Ao Zhan smiled and waved his dragon claw, pointing at the lower part of the altar. It seems like, in the early years of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, there were a few great sages, whose true forms were like this. Xiaohua looked over. Indeed, those totems were completely dim, without any vitality or aura at all. Obviously, they had already been taken by other demons. It would have been better if Ao Zhan hadn't mentioned the great sages. Once he mentioned the great sages, not to mention Ao Zhan's eyes, even Zhu Mei was abnormally excited. Chapter 3783. I'll go first. Zhu Mei looked at the blood of the vermilion bird that was like a crimson sun. The closer he got, the brighter it became. How could he bear it? With a shout, he flew towards the altar. As his huge body approached the altar, his body gradually shrank. When he landed on the altar, he was about the same size as Mu Lu King. As soon as Zhu Mei landed, there was a loud buzzing sound. The totem that she had been waiting for who knew how many years suddenly lit up. A blood-red flame rushed straight towards Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei didn't dare to be careless. Her face became dignified. She retracted her wings and flames rose from her wings. A crimson blood mist came out of her body and fell towards the flame. Ah! Zhu Mei couldn't help but scream as soon as he touched the flame. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly asked, General Ao Zhu Mei? He's fine. Ao Zhan waved his hand indifferently. This is the ancient mark in his bloodline. It's attacking his mind. His bloodline isn't very pure right now, so he can't bear it. When he came out of the Thousand Fei picture, he also screamed. Yes. Xiaohua answered casually. However, his mind turned quickly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Is it the primordial scene in the Thousand Fei picture? Yes. Ao Zhan smiled. You may have a token to protect you, but Zhu Mei and I don't. The inheritance in a flash is enough to drive us crazy. However, after so long, we've forgotten a lot of those primordial scenes. Xiaohua smiled. However, a storm was raging in his heart. If Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei couldn't bear the primordial scene, then what about him? Their bloodline couldn't bear it, but he saw it from the beginning to the end. But in an instant, Xiaohua smiled again. Ao Zhan's flash of thought was obviously not a flash of thought. Ao Zhan was hiding this. But no matter what, if Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei's bloodline could withstand it, then he could also withstand it. Of course, he could use his true bloodline. But the problem is... Xiaohua was stunned again. Am I a human or a monster? How can my bloodline compare to the dragon and vermilion bird clan? General Ao, could it be that we humans can't touch the true bloodline at all? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Ao Zhan thought that Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart, so he said with a straight face, Indeed. The bloodline of the human race is extremely weak. Even if it is mixed with the bloodline of the demon race, it will not be of much use. Of course, I also know that on the hidden immortal continent, There are some people with true bloodlines who also have inherited memories and secret techniques. However, fellow immortal Xiao should know that this legacy world was left behind by an ancient big demon. It is completely different from those so-called true bloodlines. Fellow immortal Xiao, you should think of another way. Alright. In fact, when Xiao Hua thought of the vermilion bird, he immediately thought of Fairy Hong Xia and Huang Mingxiang. He indeed wanted to get some true bloodline out. Seeing that Xiao Hua was a little disappointed, Ao Zhan thought for a moment and took out a jade eye. He stuck it on his forehead for a moment and handed it to Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal Xiao, you don't have to regret it. This is the secret technique of my dragon race to collect true blood. You can try it first. If he could do it, he might as well start from the bottom of the altar and find a low-level great demon. When he had the chance in the future, he would give it a try. So that you won't have wasted your trip to the legacy realm. Oh, remember, you must try it when you are confident. Otherwise you will end up like the Stag King. Hee, this Xiao naturally understands. Many thanks, General Ao. Xiao Hua hurriedly took it with a smile and stuck it on his forehead. He said, how should I collect this true bloodline? It is all in the jade eye. Ao Zhan smiled and reminded again, this one understands the disappointment in fellow immortal Zhao's heart. However, this one still hopes that fellow immortal Xiao won't rashly try it. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded gratefully. Looking at the altar at this time, Zhu Mei was no longer wailing. The totem turned into a blood-red flame and wrapped him up, similar to the Stag King before. After a while, a bald vermilion bird head poked out of the blood mass. Ha ha ha. Ao Zhan clapped and laughed. Zhu Mei has lost a lot of face this time. Damn, a bald vermilion bird, just looking at it makes me envious. Sure enough, Zhu Mei came out of the blood mass little by little. Not a single feather could be seen. Following his appearance, the blood mass became smaller and smaller, and the totem also gradually faded. Boom. When Zhu Mei's body was more than half out, the light beam of the moon and stars arrived as expected. At the same time, the blood mass rapidly swelled, and feathers grew out from Zhu Mei's body. Bzzz. Suddenly the ball of blood surged again. Zhu Mei's body also stopped. A phantom image that resembled a flying phoenix appeared around his body. However, it only lasted for a moment. A strand of crimson flame flew out from the ball of blood and landed on the phantom image. The phantom image instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. That blood mass shrank faster, and a painful expression appeared on Zhu Mei's face. Fortunately, Ao Zhan smiled faintly. This Zhu Mei's bloodline is actually not pure. However, that impure bloodline actually came from a phoenix, so it didn't affect his integration with the vermilion bird true blood. So simple, he integrated with the true blood? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. Of course not. Ao Zhan smiled. A true rebirth and absorption of the true blood would take thousands of years. Once Zhu Mei completely absorbs it, he can reach the devouring void realm and directly break through the void. Of course, my dragon clan doesn't have any records of this, so I don't know the specific situation. However, this record is from me. Hee, congratulations, General Ao. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. Unfortunately, although he noticed the pride in Ao Zhan's words, he didn't notice the other layer of meaning in Ao Zhan's words. Jie. More than 2 hours later, Zhu Mei let out a brisk cry and flew out of the blood mass in perfect condition. This body was much smaller than before, and the flames had also disappeared. Looking at the half-drop of true blood in the air, it didn't completely disappear. It seemed to be left behind because of Zhu Mei's impure bloodline. Boom. Before Zhu Mei could say anything, a small hole appeared on the altar, and a huge light beam covered Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei's body was involuntarily pulled towards the small hole by the light beam. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Zhu Mei suddenly stuck his head out and caught the half-drop of essence blood. He shook his head and threw the essence blood out of the light beam and shouted. Whoa. As soon as the essence blood left the light beam, it immediately turned into a blood-red vermilion bird, ready to rush towards the altar. Phew. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the blood-red vermilion bird. Jia. The blood-red vermilion bird struggled for a moment before disappearing in the air. Ao Zhan's face showed a trace of strangeness. He looked at Zhu Mei's figure disappearing in the light beam in disbelief, then looked at Xiao Hua and thoughtfully said, "This Zhu Mei is quite calculating. It seems like he's not like Ao Qian, who only knows how to be domineering." At this time he actually began to repay fellow immortal Zhao's kindness. This is good. Xiao Hua smiled and put the vermilion bird true blood into the space. He let the green-robed Xiao Hua suppress it with a jade bottle and runes. He looked at Ao Zhan and said, if General Ao has such thoughts, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Good. Ao Zhan laughed and rushed to the top of the altar. If this old man's bloodline is not pure, I will also give the remaining essence blood to fellow immortal Xiao. Xiao Hua quietly stood in the air and looked at Ao Zhan fusing with the true dragon bloodline. Sure enough, the conceited Ao Zhan had the ability to be conceited. The time he took to absorb the true dragon bloodline was 3 times longer than Zhu Mei. However, behind Ao Zhan, there was also an extremely small drop of blood left. It seemed like his bloodline was also not pure. Of course, when the blood fused with the bloodline, Xiao Hua pretended not to see that inexplicable shadow of a flood dragon. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Ao Zhan did not go back on his words. When his figure flew into the light beam, he gave the trace of bloodline to Xiao Hua. We will meet again someday. We will meet again someday, General Ao. Xiao Hua put away the bloodline and cupped his hands with a smile. When Ao Zhan disappeared, the entire altar was calm again. The dragon-shaped totem at the top was grayish-white, similar to the vermilion bird below. Hee. Xiao Hua looked at the phoenix under the dragon-shaped totem. In the end he still remembered Fairy Hongxia, who he could not forget. Although Fairy Hongxia said clearly when she broke up with Xiao Hua in the Dawn Rain continent, she said that she had to carefully consider her relationship with Xiao Hua. If she could not think it through, she would not look for Xiao Hua again. However, when Xiao Hua disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent, he did not see Fairy Hongxia again. Of course, the two of them had not been separated for long. Perhaps Fairy Hongxia had not thought it through, but it could not be said that Fairy Hongxia had given up on Xiao Hua. In comparison, Xue's feelings for Xiao Hua were so meaningful. It made Xiao Hua feel incomparable regret and emotions. Therefore, when Fairy Hongxia was compared to Xue, Xiao Hua felt a little disappointed. However, Fairy Hongxia had a physical relationship with Xiao Hua. After all, she was Xiao Hua's true dual cultivation partner. How could Xiao Hua forget her from his heart? Unless Xiao Hua heard Fairy Hongxia say that she was unwilling to do so. Now that there was an excellent opportunity to let Fairy Hongxia advance, how could Xiao Hua not think of her? Think of that beautiful woman on the other side, Lian Yuanzi? Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the secret technique of the dragon race that Ao Zhan sent to him. After an hour he opened his eyes. He did not circulate his magic power. Instead, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. His soul thread stretched out like a large hand. Xiao Hua actually used the secret technique of the dragon race to display a soul cultivation technique to plunder the phoenix bloodline. Kacha. Just as the soul strand neared the altar, a huge white bone emerged from the altar. A bolt of lightning shot out from the white bone towards the soul strand. Hee. Xiao Hua chuckled. The soul strand also produced a bolt of lightning and fused with the bolt of lightning. As a result, the white bone floated in the air for a moment before falling back to the altar. Xiao Hua could clearly see that the white bone didn't fuse with the altar. Instead, it hung on it. Chapter 3784. Ka. As the hand of soul touched the totem, a phoenix cry that Xiao Hua was both familiar and unfamiliar with rang out from the totem. A huge sky-blue phoenix phantom flew out of the totem. Inside the phoenix phantom, there was a bloodline that looked like scarlet jade embedded in it. Under the power of the stars and the moon, it gave off a terrifying aura that wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the true dragon bloodline that Ao Zhan had stimulated just now. That sharp, proud, and unparalleled primeval aura instantly filled the entire altar. Withdraw. Xiao Hua reprimanded in a low voice. The hand of soul gently sank into the phoenix phantom and landed on one of the sparkling and translucent strands of blood. With just one touch, the phoenix phantom exploded with a bang, and a ball of sky-blue light soared into the sky and pounced on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't panic, and even felt extremely warm from the aura that pounced on him. However, when the light was only 1,000 feet away, Xiao Hua's body trembled slightly. It was as if he was resisting it, as if he was looking down on it. His entire body strangely retreated, and the moment he retreated, the soul thread smoothly extracted that bit of blood from his body. Just like before, as soon as the blood was separated, it immediately turned into another small phoenix phantom and was about to enter the bigger one. Xiaohua waved his large sleeve and unceremoniously put it away in his space. As for the phoenix phantom, it paused slightly when Xiaohua retreated, and then shrank back into the totem. It looks like my body has something to do with this phoenix bloodline. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the phoenix totem and pondered to himself. Otherwise, there's no way I'm familiar with this bloodline, and there's no way my phoenix dharma body would look like a phoenix. Also, although I've never reached the top of the altar, I already know that the supreme holy bloodline is up there. Restraining his impulsive body, Xiaohua's gaze followed the altar from top to bottom. Unfortunately, he only looked for a moment before he became impatient. His mind entered his space, and after a brief discussion with the green-robed Xiaohua, he clapped his hand, and Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede flew out. When the two demons saw the altar, their bodies immediately trembled like sifting chaff, as if an innate fear had sprung up in their hearts. Look at your little faces. Xiaohua slapped Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede and shouted, "No matter what, you are still demons who have been separated into yin and yang in this old man's space. Even that lifeless transcendent treasure could become a capital spiritual treasure. How could you all be inferior to them? Go. Let's see what kind of opportunity you've been waiting for." Xiaohua had originally intended to give this opportunity to Fujiwen. However, looking at this altar and the entire relic world, there was simply no place where Fujiwen could take advantage of. Even if the bloodline on this altar could be used by Fujiwen. Xiaohua recalled that Tao Wu was a member of the Immortal Palace, and instantly dispelled this thought. It might not be a big deal for Fujiwen to know some Taoist magic, but if he had the blood of the demon tribe, how could the Immortal Palace rest assured about his marriage with Momo? Thus, Xiaohua let out Little Silver and the others who hadn't planned to come out. It was just that he had been a little worried earlier. After all, the bloodlines of Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede might not be as good as that of the Stag King. However, Green-Robe Xiaohua vowed that he had already seen the blood of the true dragon and the vermilion bird which Xiaohua had put into his space, and felt that Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, who had been separated into yin and yang, wouldn't have any problems. Even if they had to suffer a little, they would definitely be able to absorb the ancient bloodlines of these two demons. Only then did Xiaohua feel at ease letting the two demons out. Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede trembled at first, but then they slowly gathered their courage. Encouraged by Xiaohua, they flew down a little gingerly, each searching for a familiar aura. "There's still you." After sending off Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, Xiaohua took out Little Thunder, who was still in a daze, and flicked his head to wake him up. Sure enough, when Little Thunder opened his eyes, he was full of energy. He didn't need Xiaohua's reminder at all as he flew towards a totem not far away that wasn't particularly similar to the Thunder Beast. Looking at the lightning flashing on the totem, Little Thunder cried out as he fell into a blood-red thunderbolt. Xiaohua smiled and said, "In the end, you have to find your own opportunities and look for your own bloodline. You can naturally look for what you can, but how would I know what you can't? It looks like I can only look for them one by one." That's right, in Xiaohua's space, in addition to Xiaolei, there was also the Dream Dragonfly Butterfly, the Iceworm King Egg, and even the Water Pattern Butterfly. These were monsters, but Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that their ancestors would be the same as them. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew that there was more than one altar in the legacy world, so their bloodline might not necessarily be here. See, Nine-Tailed Fox? Just as Xiaohua was looking down the altar, a nine-tailed fox totem suddenly appeared in front of him. Although he had never seen this demonic beast before, his heart suddenly jumped as soon as he saw the totem, as if this totem was extremely important to him. What's going on? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before he had a slight idea. Damn it, it feels like the karma spell I used near Broken Heart Mountain earlier. At that time, although I couldn't predict Fujiwen's fate and the spell wasn't perfect, it still left a trace. It looks like I need to collect this nine-tailed fox bloodline. But a mere drop doesn't seem to have any meaning. Xiaohua was in a difficult position again. Do I have the ability to collect it completely? Could it be that I'm mistaken? Maybe, that's the only way. Xiaohua looked at the white bones next to the nine-tailed fox totem and made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer dared to be negligent. He searched layer by layer and finally found the totem of the Dream Sea Butterfly, the Iceworm King's Egg, and other totem on the lower level of the altar. Moreover, to Xiaohua's surprise, except for the water-patterned butterfly, which had a little accident and almost exploded to death, everything else went smoothly. Each and every one of them was slowly being reborn in the blood mist. Of course, in addition to these little things, there was also in Xiaohua's space. Facing a little white goose that could reveal the secret of his space at any time, Xiaohua didn't dare to take her out. Although Xiaohua saw a totem that was very similar to her on the altar, he only dared to collect a little bit of blood essence. If there was a chance in the future, he could give it to Since these little things were absorbing the ancient bloodline on the altar, Xiaohua had no choice but to wait. The greedy Xiaohua simply flew to the top of the altar and urged the soul thread and the secret technique of the dragon clan to collect them one by one from top to bottom. It seemed that if it was possible, the greedy Xiaohua even wanted to move the entire altar from the legacy world to his space. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't just thinking about collecting the blood essence of these big ancient demons. He was also looking at the distribution of the white bones. After all, this altar was so high and so big that it was impossible for every level to be protected by white bones. Sure enough, when Xiaohua painstakingly flew to the middle of the altar, those huge white bones had already disappeared and were replaced by other white bones and other strange demon artifacts. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua was enjoying himself and didn't know how hard it was. It wasn't until Little Silver cheerfully jumped onto him that he broke away from the joy of his harvest. When he saw Little Silver's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Little Silver didn't look any different from before, but the feeling he gave Xiaohua was very different. Little Silver had been clever and lovable before and even cute. Now Little Silver gave off a vast and enormous feeling. Although his body was still so small, there was an inexplicable sharpness in Xiaohua's gaze, which stung his eyes a little. Damn it! Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. As expected of the primeval bloodline. It's only been a moment, but it's already been reborn. If this little spirit mouse is already like this, then what about the vermilion bird and the dragon? This way this Xiao is even more looking forward to the supreme holy bloodline. Little Silver landed on Xiaohua, his little eyes already beginning to narrow. Xiaohua knew that the power of the bloodline had already taken effect, and Little Silver was likely going to advance again. Thus, he hurriedly put Little Silver away and stopped his diligent harvesting. He turned around and put the water-patterned butterfly at the iceworm king egg, and so on that he had absorbed the primeval bloodline into his space one by one. As for Little Lei, Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy had long become muddle-headed after absorbing the bloodline, and even in his muddle-headed state, he still hugged the white bone on the altar tightly and refused to let go, as if he knew it was something good. After that, Xiaohua continued to harvest with extreme patience and perseverance. When he finished harvesting all the primeval bloodlines on the altar, even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. After all, this was delicate work and couldn't be carried out in large quantities at the same time using divine abilities. Using embroidery over and over again was really a cruel test for martial artists who brandished spears and staffs. With hard work comes a harvest. Xiaohua stretched lazily and raised his eyes to look at the altar that stretched all the way to the sky. He himself couldn't believe that he had actually walked through it from top to bottom. Sometimes, a person's greed is also the driving force behind their progress. Other people's business is done. Now, it's time to look at this Xiao's own fortune. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but burn. He raised his eyes to look at the tall altar and walked up step by step. The top of the altar was somewhat similar to the peak of an ordinary mountain, but it was quite big. Xiaohua looked at it with his naked eyes and saw that it was at least several hundred li in size. Xiaohua stood on the white bone altar and saw the 10,000 Fei diagram gushing out from the center of the altar at a glance. At this time, it was still full of demonic qi and totems of great demons were flying all over the sky. However, these totems couldn't cover the stars in the sky. Under the starlight, the images of the great demons were even more distinct, revealing their all-powerful spirit. White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head and I'll be immortal. Xiaohua looked at such a clear starry sky and saw such a heroic great demon totem. He couldn't help but recite, although this Xiao doesn't know where the immortals are with the path to heaven, not to mention immortals, this Xiao can even see gods and Buddhas. This Xiao doesn't need other people to touch my head and be immortal. This Xiao wants to touch other people's heads and teach them immortality. Chapter 3785. Thinking of this, a kind of indescribable pride was born in his heart. The engraved totems under his feet surged with the power of the stars and moon as well as demonic energy. Amidst the rising demonic energy, the light beam of the stars and moon fell with a loud bang. Amidst this brilliance, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. Following the pride in Xiaohua's heart, the 13,200 small dots in his body couldn't help but jump in joy. Roar! Xiaohua looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. A soaring aura rushed out from his head. Jia. The sound of a phoenix's cry resounded in his body. It seemed to be coming from the 13,200 small dots. Moreover, along with this phoenix cry, a kind of thin vortex appeared in the center of each small dot. These vortexes were like small mouths that crazily swallowed the power of the stars and moon that fell on Xiaohua's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stars in the entire legacy world suddenly shook. Every star emitted a brilliant brilliance. Hundreds of millions of rays of brilliance rushed into the vast sky and into the 132 whirlpools. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang tall transcendence golden body emitted brilliant starlight, and it was precisely competing with the stars in the sky. At this moment, it seemed that only Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was the only one in the entire legacy world. Jia. Another earth-shattering sound came from this star. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body began to slowly transform. The 13,200 vortexes seemed to have broken free from their shackles and shook cheerfully. A phoenix that was thousands of feet in size flapped its wings and transformed into a phoenix. Moreover, along with the input of the power of the stars and moon, this phoenix's transcendence golden body grew bigger and bigger. It was no less than 10,000 feet. Haha, refreshing, refreshing. Xiaohua's unusually arrogant voice came from the phoenix. A phoenix rises with the wind in a day, soaring 90,000 miles in the sky. When the wind stops, it can still sweep away the water of Tsangming. When people see me, they laugh coldly when they see me. Father Xian is afraid of the younger generation. Husband Xian is not young. This Xiao is so unhindered. This is why I'm a hero of this generation. This Xiao has such a magical ability that I can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of my hand. Fast, fast. Soon after, the phoenix Xiaohua flapped its wings and flew to the center of the altar. The phoenix Xiaohua was already able to see clearly from the high ground. The altar was covered with totem demon characters. Those totem demon characters were like great demons. They surrounded the center of the altar and worshipped. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many totem demon characters there were. In the center of these totem demon runes, there was a crystal object that was flowing with colorful lights. Strange demonic clouds and light flashed, and the array diagram of 10,000 demons came out from this light screen. Is this the bloodline of the Absolute Saint? Phoenix Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. The thousand Fei diagram that could break the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was nothing more than the flickering light screen of the Absolute Saint bloodline. Then this Absolute Saint bloodline, how powerful was it? There was no need to think too much. As long as Phoenix Xiaohua moved his phoenix claws, he would know. Jia. Unfortunately, there was no time for Xiaohua to hesitate at this moment. The phoenix's body was now burning hot, and it pounced toward the crystal-like object. Phoenix Xiaohua originally thought that it would encounter some kind of obstruction, or even some kind of restriction, but who knew that when the phoenix's body flew close enough, that crystal-like object didn't move at all. No, it's a little strange. Xiaohua secretly pondered. Such a absolute saint bloodline is an object of heaven and earth, how could it not be guarded? Moreover, I'm not the first one to come here. Could it be that there are no other demons approaching? How come there isn't even a bone here? Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, the phoenix's body moved again. Those 13200 little dots emitted strange vibrations, and the fluctuations immediately condensed into a beam that rushed toward the crystal-like object that was close at hand. Amidst the 13200 different vibrations, that crystal-like object instantly melted, and it was precisely the shape of a drop of blood. Roar, roar. Once the drop of blood formed, countless strange roars resounded. Countless powerful auras were born from the drop of blood, and the stars that filled the sky were instantly extinguished under the vibration. It was as if they were extremely afraid of this absolute saint aura. What was even crazier was that a monstrous storm was set off in the entire legacy world. Countless airflows and countless remnant wills flew out from various places and pounced toward this drop of blood, as if they wanted to get a share of this drop of blood. Caw. The phoenix Xiaohua once again let out a clear cry. One after another, extremely unruly and ferocious auras actually rushed out from the 130-200 small dots, forming a huge vortex. Not only did it crush the incoming remnant thoughts, it even gave birth to a huge phantom of a phoenix, firmly protecting the entire altar. Boom! At the same time the phoenix phantom covered the altar, a deafening sound suppressed all movements. All the airwaves, all the remnant wills, all the wills, and even everything in the legacy world disappeared. Only the altar was left between heaven and earth. Outside the altar was the phoenix phantom, and outside the phantom was an incomparably huge copper cauldron. Heavenly Phoenix, why are you here? Suddenly, an extremely grand aura was born in Phoenix Xiaohua's mind. This voice's intonation and pronunciation were extremely strange. Phoenix Xiaohua had never heard it before, but he was able to understand the meaning of these words. I didn't expect you to actually come. Since that's the case, it seems like you've also thought it through. You have decided to do this? Phoenix Xiaohua opened his mouth, but inside the copper cauldron he couldn't move at all. Even his thoughts came to a standstill. He was simply unable to think about the meaning contained in this voice. At this moment, that huge body violently shook. It seemed like it was very dissatisfied with this kind of confinement. However, Xiaohua didn't know whether this kind of vibration was a kind of hint or words, because after the huge phoenix phantom shook, that kind of confinement suddenly weakened, and that strange voice was born again. Before you, many of my demon race's brave warriors had already tried to come here, but none of them succeeded. Since you're willing to take on this mission, then, come. Along with the disappearance of the voice, the confinement also disappeared. However, the nearby space immediately became blazing hot. An indescribable madness was born from the blood droplet in front of him. Even more so, countless tyrannical consciousnesses rushed out from within, instantly drowning Xiaohua's consciousness. Damn it! Suddenly Xiaohua finally understood. The so-called Supreme Saint bloodline was probably the inheritance left behind by countless great demons in ancient times. These great demons' consciousnesses and inheritances fought on this altar, and finally fused together to form the so-called Supreme Saint bloodline, right? And he had racked his brains to collect all the true bloodlines on the altar, but in fact, it wasn't even comparable to a tenth of this Supreme Saint bloodline. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. All the consciousnesses here were many times stronger than him. His mind saw that the situation was not good, and immediately escaped into the space. Boom. The entire space was shaking, violently swaying without end. Good boy. Green-robed Xiaohua moved in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua, and asked mysteriously, Fellow Taoist, this body of ours really has a history. Damn it, don't ask me. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, I also don't know what's going on. I already can't remember everything clearly, who knows what the origin is. Oh, wait a moment. Just when Green-robed Xiaohua was about to speak again, Jade Archive Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He only spoke half a sentence and immediately sat cross-legged in the space facing the sky. Strands of fine lines came from outside the space, and howls like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came from those fine lines. Even fragments of the Desolate Era's catalog were faintly born from these fine lines. Good boy. Green-robed Xiaohua's face showed understanding and he cried out, I knew it, how could this phoenix's body be so daring, so, this was his plan. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that in this space, there was nothing that Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't do. If this kind of consciousness fusion was outside the space, Xiaohua would definitely not be able to complete it. But in Jade Archive Xiaohua, it was not a particularly dangerous thing, so he looked for a moment, hummed a song and walked away. If Jade Archive Xiaohua had the time now, he would definitely hear the song that Green-robed Xiaohua was humming. Little sister, you sit at the bow. However, how could Jade Archive Xiaohua have the time to be distracted at this time? Every fine line that came from outside the space was a Desolate Era's catalog that contained countless information. Each Desolate Era's catalog was the growth history of an Desolate Era's great demon, and each Desolate Era's catalog was the inheritance of an Desolate Era's demon clan. What Xiaohua saw in the myriad demon diagram was only the prelude of these catalogs, and it couldn't be less. Such a huge amount of information rushed into Jade Archive Xiaohua's head at a terrifying speed. If this was not inside the space, how could Xiaohua bear it? Inside Phoenix Xiaohua's body, there were exactly 130-200 small dots that produced the same amount of suction force. Each of the suction force also frantically pounced on each of the inherited bloodlines. At that mysterious moment, all of the bloodlines came into contact with all of the small dots. A kind of indescribable brilliance abruptly emerged from Phoenix Xiaohua's body. It was even more dazzling than the previous stars, even more resplendent than the previous starry sky. Phoenix Xiaohua shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, and the legacy realm also became insignificant. Phoenix Xiaohua was so huge that one couldn't look up at it, and the legacy realm was also incomparably huge. All kinds of strange, all kinds of mysteries, one after another, appeared on Phoenix Xiaohua's body. It was unknown how many years had passed in this world. Chapter 3786. Inside the space, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure also changed from time to time, and also emitted strange fluctuations. These fluctuations spread throughout the space, not only falling on the starry sky, but also on many resting demonic beasts. But suddenly Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure suddenly stopped, and the fine lines that swept through the space suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua opened his eyes and starlight flashed in his eyes. He looked at the sky and said in surprise, "How, in the end it actually concluded into a totem? This is the task that the voice mentioned?" In that instant, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt as if he had been tricked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't depict the totem, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't write it down. However, the appearance of the totem was in his mind. In the mind of Jade Archive Xiaohua, who could control the entire space, this was absolutely unimaginable. If there was nothing strange about it, then it would be the real strangeness. Phoenix Xiaohua, you really got I into trouble. Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely helpless. At this time, how could he not know the strangeness of his phoenix body? Also, the origin of the 132 million small dots in his body? His primordial spirit had already controlled the body, but the body was really strong, and it inevitably affected his primordial spirit. Forget it, forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua helplessly shook his head. I have encountered many strange things, haven't I? When the Jade Archive Xiaohua exited the space, the entire altar appeared high up in the sky again. His 10,000 feet tall body had returned to its original state. Inside his body, the Phoenix Xiaohua was extremely weak, as if a person had been trampled on by thousands of horses. Looking at his body again, it was no different from before, but Xiaohua was very clear that he was no longer the same as before. Just with this body alone, not to mention the hidden immortal continent, even in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm, no demonic beast would dare to compare with him. Of course, as Ao Zhan said, obtaining the bloodline only allowed him to step on the road to becoming a saint, but to really become a saint, he still needed to cultivate in the future. A true dragon bloodline could make a demonic beast a saint, then what about the 132 million bloodlines condensed into a saint bloodline? What would it make Xiaohua become? This seemed to be the goal of Xiaohua's body in the future. This may be explained in the chaos scroll outside the soul cultivation hall. Xiaohua glanced at his body, then looked at the Phoenix Xiaohua who was in a weak slumber. Xiaohua then raised his head to look at the starry sky. All kinds of starlight were strangely dim, as if they had been ravaged. Looking further into the distance, although Xiaohua couldn't see much clearly, he could clearly sense that all living things in the legacy world were still full of vitality. They had their own lives. Everything that happened at the altar didn't particularly affect them. Sometimes the ignorant are fearless. Ignorance is also a blessing. Xiaohua sighed lightly and raised his hand. His large hand transformed into several hundred and grabbed towards the several hundred white bones on the altar. The white bones that were trying their best to resist were now very obedient. Even the altar didn't have any reaction. All the white bones were taken into Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully. He raised his hand again and grabbed the 9-tailed fox totem with his 5 fingers. GG. On the totem, a blood-colored little fox cried out a few times in fear, then obediently turned into a small ball of blood and fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua also took it into the space. When Xiaohua finished doing all this and wanted to think again, boom! The same huge light pillar fell from the sky and covered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's heart moved and he hurriedly took out the token. Buzz buzz. The token flashed in the light pillar and the light pillar also moved in the sky. In a moment, a huge force lifted Xiaohua up. Obviously, it wanted to send Xiaohua back to the altar in Songlongzi's cave mansion. But at this moment, roar! A huge dragon roar came from below Xiaohua. A huge dragon suddenly appeared not far from the altar and rushed into the light pillar. Damn it, so it's this guy. Why isn't he dead yet? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. When he saw the dragon rushing to his feet, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the dragon that attacked Ao Qian before? Xiaohua thought that it had already escaped far away. Even if it was hiding in the surroundings, the change in the altar should have already crushed it to death. Who knew that it was still safe and sound? Xiaohua was surprised, but he didn't feel nervous. He reached out and grabbed at the huge force. However, before he could grab the dragon's body, the dragon's aura blocked his hand, and a numb feeling came from his hand. This Xiao's body has just merged with the holy bloodline, so it's very weak. Xiaohua understood and secretly cursed, I'm afraid I can't subdue this dragon here. While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. As he urged his magic power, a light pillar shot towards the huge dragon's head. Roar! The huge dragon saw that the light pillar was like a horse, and a flickering halo appeared at the dragon's horn. It actually condensed into a several zhang large shield that blocked the light pillar. Clang! The light pillar was blocked by the shield, and it was reflected back and hit the light pillar in the sky. Boom! The light pillar suddenly widened and the strength suddenly increased. Xiaohua and the huge dragon were immediately sucked in, and the light pillar instantly turned into a star-shaped whirlpool and disappeared. Only at this time did the heaven-reaching altar let out a huge roar and gradually sank into the ground, waiting for another descendant of the demon race to come with the token. Where is this? Xiaohua was sucked in by the light pillar and his eyes slightly shook. He was actually in the void. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, but he couldn't see the boundary of the space. And the huge dragon that was fighting with him also disappeared. After waiting for a while with his divine sense and soul awareness, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Damn it, this evil dragon. Why are you causing trouble? If you want to come out, just tell me. There's no need to sneak attack. You have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace, not with me. I'm too lazy to care about your business. Now this Xiao doesn't even know where I am. What about you? I'm afraid you're not having a good time, right? However, Xiaohua was never afraid of the void. He almost didn't hesitate to fly towards a place. But after flying for a while he smiled again. With a wave of his hand, the turtle shell that he got from Canglang Zi's cave flew out. The turtle shell flew into the void, and immediately emitted a light ochre brilliance, transforming into a scroll, and a heart shape quickly flew out from the scroll. Good? Xiaohua smiled and patted his head again. Pooh! Huang Hongqing's 3 heavens hearts of different colors flew out. The light ochre heaven's heart immediately flew over cheerfully, and formed a circle with the 3 heavens hearts, forming a 4-colored circle. The 4-colored heavens hearts flickered and rotated in the void, causing the heavenly book to slowly flip. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, and the heavenly book fell into his hand. He looked at it with the clear eyes technique, and found that it recorded the cultivation method of wood essence unification. Woo-woo. Just as Xiaohua was looking at it with rapt attention, the 4-colored heavens hearts suddenly became strange again, and slightly rotated, wanting to rush down. It seemed that there was something there that was attracting them. I'm afraid that's Senior Canglang Zi's cave below. Xiaohua understood. He opened his mouth and the 4-colored heavens hearts fell into his chest. Then he sent the heavenly book into his middle dantian, and urged his body to fly down. Fellow Taoist. After flying for half an hour he still didn't see anything. Suddenly Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, I suddenly have a very familiar feeling. What's wrong? Xiaohua asked curiously, why do you have such a strange feeling? I think I'm home. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's indifferent words almost made Xiaohua jump up in fright. Your home is here? Then isn't I's home also here? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, I only said, I think I'm home. Oh. Xiaohua blinked his eyes as if he didn't understand. I'll quickly go down and take a look. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua seemed to be very happy, and also said, I also have a familiar feeling. It can't be. Xiaohua was really dumbfounded. Could it be that below is not Canglang Zi's cave? Roar. Faintly, a familiar dragon's roar actually came from the void. Enemies are bound to meet. So that evil dragon is here. Xiaohua pinched his nose and laughed loudly, and hurriedly increased his flying speed. After waiting for half a meal's time, when Xiaohua flew closer and saw clearly, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He saw that at the bottom of the void, there was a huge dragon shape, and this dragon shape stretched for thousands of miles. The dragon-shaped figure was carrying a mountain-like object on its back. The tail of the dragon-shaped figure was currently hanging on a strange cauldron-shaped object. The cauldron-shaped object was like a huge nail that was firmly nailed into the ground. In the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, there was a small dragon that was struggling at death's door. This dragon was the giant dragon that had fought with Xiaohua to fly out of the light pillar. Now, in the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, it was pitifully transformed into a small dragon. Roar! Just when Xiaohua was stunned, dragon vein Xiaohua roared loudly, rushed out of Xiaohua's body and rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it actually became a dragon shape that was very similar to the dragon shape, but thousands of miles long. Dragon vein. How could Xiaohua not understand when he saw this? His gaze looked at the mountain above the dragon vein, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in admiration. Damn this mountain. I'm afraid it's Zonglangzi's cave. Zonglangzi actually built his cave on top of the dragon vein. And this dragon vein is a moving dragon vein, no wonder this cave can move. As for why it stopped in Jianghu, I'm afraid it's because when the dragon vein brought the cave here, it was hung here by this cauldron-shaped thing. But what is this cauldron? It can actually nail the dragon chi? Chapter 3787. Fellow Immortal, save me. Just as Xiaohua is stunned, the little dragon in the mouth of the dragon vein actually speaks. Xiaohua retracts his gaze from the cauldron, looks at the little dragon up and down and says with a smile, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason first." This. The little dragon hesitates a bit and says, "I can tell fellow immortal what is this thing that is nailing the dragon vein, and I can also tell fellow immortal how to collect this thing. Hehe, it's not important what this thing is, it's also not important whether to collect this thing or not." Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. The question is, why should I collect this thing? You sneak attacked I, why should I save you? Fellow immortal, you wronged me, I actually didn't plan to sneak attack you. The little dragon bitterly smiles. You and I have no enmity, I just wanted to follow you out of the cold spirit valley. But I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to greet you. Cold spirit valley? Xiaohua's eyes turn, looks at the little dragon and says, I know that you have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although I am not familiar with the East Sea Dragon Palace now, I still need their help in the future, so I don't plan to get involved in the enmity between you two, let alone save you. Fellow immortal, why are you looking for the East Sea Dragon Palace? I am also from the dragon race, maybe I can help you. The little dragon hastily asks. I want to go to the Dragon Island. Xiaohua says with a smile, can you help I? This. The little dragon hesitates for a moment. If it was before, I can certainly guarantee it, but now? I don't have 60% certainty. Oh? Seeing that the little dragon actually admits that he can't and didn't lie to him, Xiaohua is a bit surprised. He looks at the cauldron under his feet and says, then tell me what this thing is first. This is the Jing Province Cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons of the hidden immortal continent. The little dragon says without hesitation. Cauldron? Xiaohua suddenly quivers as if he thought of another inconceivable thing. Could this be the 9 province cauldron that the Confucian cultivator spoke of? The 9 province cauldron that can suppress fate and nail the mountains? This legendary 9 province cauldron actually really exists? Of course it exists. Xiaolong replied, although the 9 cauldrons suppress the 9 prefectures, no one can see it. If it wasn't for the dragon qi surrounding the Jingzhou cauldron, we wouldn't be able to see it either. Since you know that the 9 continents cauldrons cannot be seen, how do you know how to obtain them? Xiaohua asked again. This is the inheritance of my dragon bloodline. There's no reason for it. The little dragon replied proudly. All right. Hearing that it was another inheritance, Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, do you think I can accept this Jing province cauldron? Of course not. However, your excellency has the dragon vein fate, you are a person with great fortune in the human race. If you have the heavenly book Heart of Heaven, you will definitely be able to obtain it. The little dragon replied. Xiaohua smiled. If I didn't have the heavenly book's heavenly heart, wouldn't I be unable to collect it? Of course. But what if I search his soul? Wouldn't you also be able to obtain the method to collect it? Xiaohua threatened. Hehe, fellow immortal, you can give it a try. The little dragon laughed. My cave. At this point Xiaolong suddenly stopped talking. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, "If fellow immortal doesn't want to make a deal with me, then that's fine. Actually, Upper Dragon Island. You're a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River," Xiaohua suddenly said with a smile. Xiaolong was not very familiar with the human language of the hidden immortal continent. Just now, he accidentally let the cat out of the bag and was thinking about how to remedy it. Xiaohua suddenly attacked him and he casually responded. If it was an ordinary dragon language, Xiaolong would definitely not have made such a mistake. However, since he had already spoken, Xiaolong's expression immediately changed. He knew that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much, so he ignored Xiaohua. Thinking of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon tribe, Xiaohua first thought of Xiao Yun and that incomparably strong dwarf in the Longevity Town. Then he thought of the water escape technique he obtained the earliest. Looking at the somewhat depressed Xiaolong with a smile, Xiaohua knew that there was definitely a problem with the dragon pendant fragment that Ao Zhan obtained. However, he did not point it out. He only asked, "I don't care who you are, nor do I care about the grudges between you and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I only want to ask you one thing. You have to answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I can save you." Xiaolong looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He did not dare to say more and only nodded. "A few years ago, was it your Heavenly Abode River Water tribe that flooded the Longevity Town?" Hearing Xiaohua ask about the Longevity Town, Xiaolong's expression clearly relaxed. He nodded without hesitation. "Why did the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River flood the Longevity Town?" "Immortal friend, didn't you only ask one question? This seems like it's already two questions." Xiaolong stuttered. "Yes, I haven't asked that question yet." Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he replied. Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, "Then you can ask now." "All right." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Tell me the ins and outs of how the Heavenly Abode River flooded the Longevity Town." Xiaolong did not know whether to laugh or cry. The sentence is a bit too long. However, the matter of the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River flooding the Longevity Town did not seem to be a big deal in Xiaolong's eyes. He thought for a moment and then told Xiaohua. The matter could not be considered simple or troublesome. Due to a certain reason that Xiaolong was unwilling to say, the Heavenly Abode River's dragon girl, Jianghu, was lost in the Yu province area. The water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River searched for her for several years without any news. Later on, a water demon found traces of the dragon girl in the Longevity Town. Therefore, the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River sent Dragon General Jianghu and a group of water tribe to investigate. Who knew that the news was true and the Dragon General brought the dragon girl back. "How is Jianghu now?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked for Lui in the end. "My family's princess is very good." Xiaolong replied in astonishment. "Immortal friend, why do you ask this?" It's nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "When you go back, tell Jianghu that my disciple Lui misses her very much." "Okay," Xiaolong casually said. Then he realized the meaning of the human language of the hidden immortal continent and said in surprise, You can save me? Quickly tell I the secret of how to collect the 9-province cauldron." "I can't wait," Xiaohua said with a smile. "But if I tell you, what if immortal friend doesn't save me?" This Xiaolong was definitely not a fool. "I am Lui's master. How can I deceive the water tribe of the Heavenly Abode River? Who is Lui?" Forget it. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Daoist dragon vein, you can devour this dragon vein." Roar. Dragon vein. Xiaohua roared and opened his mouth to charge at the dragon vein. The dragon vein seemed to have intelligence and hurriedly struggled. However, its tail was completely suppressed by the Jing province cauldron. How could it escape? In just half an hour, dragon vein Xiaohua had already devoured most of the dragon vein. Seeing dragon vein Xiaohua being so fierce, Xiaolong was really scared. He might not be afraid of Xiaohua, but the dragon vein could devour him at this moment. "Immortal friend, listen carefully." Xiaolong did not wait for Xiaohua to urge him and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiaohua lazily picked his ear and said, "I told you to say it earlier. In the future we might be a family." Yes. Xiaolong was very helpless and hurriedly smiled. "Oh, by the way, how did you avoid Ao Zhan's detection? Why don't you tell I?" Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked again. Xiaolong, who boasted of his wisdom, looked at the greedy Xiaohua and then looked at the dragon vein Xiaohua behind him. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, He softly transmitted his voice and told him everything. Good. Hearing this, Xiaohua beamed with joy. This kind of concealment method was the best way to sneak attack. He liked it the most. After Xiaohua finished listening, Xiaohua waved his hand. Xiaohua swallowed the remaining portion of the dragon vein and released the little dragon. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow immortal, please leave. This poor Taoist will not send you off. Ai, no matter what, thank you, immortal friend. Xiaolong sighed and said, I hope immortal friend will not reveal my actions to the East Sea Dragon Palace. You think Ao Zhan is a fool? Xiaohua said with a smile. Even I think that your dragon pendant is fake. How can he not see it? Immortal friend is wrong. Sometimes, everyone is very smart but they are willing to be fools. The authenticity of the dragon pendant doesn't matter, as long as you have the dragon pendant. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. This is my dragon pendant. Xiaolong stretched out his hand and took out a dragon pendant, handing it to Xiaohua. I am called Jianghu. If you want to go to Dragon Island, I really don't dare to agree. If you really want to go, I will help you think of a way. Take it as a reward for not revealing my actions. Immortal friend Jiang has a good plan. I am Xiaohua. Xiaohua accepted it with a smile. He didn't even look at it and kept it in his space. We will talk about this later. As for your whereabouts, I think Ao Zhan and the East Sea Dragon Palace may not care. I hope so. Jiang Che cupped his hands. Taoist Xiao, we will meet again. Please. Xiaohua nodded and raised his hand. After Jiang Che flew away, Xiaohua hurriedly called Dragon Vein. Xiaohua, Taoist Dragon Vein, you should leave some of the Dragon Vein. Otherwise, who will carry Senior Longlangzi's cave? I understand. Isn't there a tail here? Dragon Vein. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the Jingzhou cauldron. When you keep this cauldron, I will release the rest of the Dragon Vein. Good. Xiaohua nodded. He released the four-colored heaven's core and surrounded the Jingzhou cauldron. Then he had Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua use the 9 flying swords to pin the Jingzhou cauldron. Finally, according to the secret technique Jiang Che taught him, he used the dragon vein to pull the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Rumble? The earth seemed to be shaking. Xiaohua pulled the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Once the seemingly huge Jingzhou cauldron was pulled out, it immediately shrunk and turned into a strange object the size of a palm. Hiss. Seeing the strange object in his hand, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, Isn't this one of the 5 strange objects in Kong Hongwu's Jianghu pouch? Chapter 3788. Of course, if one looked closely, this thing looked similar to a small hedgehog. Wasn't it similar to those weird things that Xiaohua got from Kong Hongwu? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the other 5 things. When the 6 of them were put together, a layer of dark luster appeared. It looked very thick and mysterious. Needless to say, these 6 things must be the 6 cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons. Looking at the 6 cauldrons, Xiaohua's hand slightly trembled and he almost threw them out of his hand. This was the fate of the 6 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, and it was actually in his hands. No one, not to mention anyone, even the immortal emperor probably wouldn't have thought of this. Almost instantly, Xiaohua immediately sent the 6 cauldrons into the space. He had already decided that he wouldn't take them out unless it was a critical moment, and he wouldn't let anyone know. Damn it, if the Confucian cultivators knew about this, they would probably go crazy and pull out my tendons and skin me alive. That's not right, they should be looking for Kong Hongwu. This was all done by that guy. That's not right either. Kong Hongwu was the Hall Master of Star Lord Hall, a righteous Confucian cultivator. Why did he collect the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons in the hidden immortal continent? Isn't this destroying the fate of the Confucian cultivators for no reason? Xiaohua was really baffled. Many distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that I killed him by mistake? Is he a Taoist cultivator? While Xiaohua was thinking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew back. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the remaining 10% of the dragon vein was abnormally weak. At this moment, the dragon vein Songlangzi's cave was still able to move, but it was moving very slowly. Fellow Taoist, you have a good appetite. Xiaohua gave Dragon Vein Xiaohua a thumbs up and praised. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, Thank you, fellow Taoist. If you have this opportunity in the future, you might as well call I out more often. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Jianghu just said that the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons are invisible underground. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even immortals and Buddhas can't detect them. Can fellow Taoists see them? Of course I can't see them. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. It can't be. Even fellow Taoists can't see it? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. I can't see but I can sense it within 100 miles. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied with a smile. Bailey. It's a bit far. Xiaohua sighed. The other 3 cauldrons must be in the other 3 prefectures. Each prefecture is more than 1,000,000 miles in size. 100 miles away is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. Fellow Taoist is too impatient. Being able to sense it within 100 li is already very good. Oh, that's right. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist is right. I was a bit too eager for quick success. Fellow Taoist, please go back and rest. We'll talk about this later. After sending Dragon Vein Xiaohua back, Xiaohua looked around again. Seeing that there were no other abnormalities, he prepared to return to Songlongzi's cave. However, looking at the cave that was like a mountain, Xiaohua really scratched his ears and cheeks. He didn't want to walk through the maze again. After thinking for a while, he took out the token from the legacy world. Unfortunately, the Seeing Cauldron didn't have any spiritual light now. It was no different from an ordinary small cauldron. Presumably, it couldn't be used again, let alone send Xiaohua back to the altar in Songlongzi's cave. Forget it. Xiaohua thought for a while and sighed. Senior Songlongzi must have entered the legacy world by chance and even comprehended Tao from the flying ants. As for whether he obtained the true blood of the demon clan, this is unknown. Since he left the altar undestroyed and even left a passage under the cloud bed, why should this Xiao go and destroy these things? Now that I have obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint, no matter how you look at it, I still receive the favor of the demon clan. I can't repay kindness with enmity. After thinking, Xiaohua escaped from the ground and arrived above the Jade Mountains maze. Xiaohua had left the legacy realm, so he naturally wouldn't know that at a location at the extreme edge of the legacy realm, an enormous pillar of starlight seemed to penetrate the entire legacy realm as it fell straight down. A triangular hole was emitting a dense demonic aura. Rumble? Amidst the enormous rumbling, an object the size of a foot flew out from the demonic aura. That object was 9-colored, and the demonic aura lingered around it. It was precisely the appearance of a fox. At the same time, roar? A roar resounded through the sky from the cave entrance. A great demon that was several hundred feet tall flew out from the cave entrance. As soon as that great demon fell into the legacy world, it raised its claws and grabbed the fox-like object. After being stunned for a moment, it looked up to the sky and laughed. A series of strange words came out from the great demon's mouth. This is indeed the legacy world. Haha, this old man racked his brains and killed who knows how many demon clans. Finally, I found the entrance to the legacy world in the abandoned land of the 10,000 demon realm. Wait until this old man obtains the ancient bloodline. This old man will certainly become the sage emperor of this generation. After saying that, that great demon put away the token and flew up. A huge shadow came out from its body. It was a fox with 9 tails behind it. Xiaohua flew to the Cloudy Mountain Maze. At this time, the Cloudy Mountain Maze was a little different from when Xiaohua entered it a few years ago. The broken ruins were gradually recovering under the power of the formation. Even the water of the Yellow Springs formation was flowing out from the Immortal's cave. The entire formation was still in operation. Of course, without the several hundred evil spirits inside the profound purity forbidden spirit formation, this formation had lost a lot of its power. However, how many cultivators like Xiaohua in the hidden immortal continent could cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Devil Tao? In the future, even if other cultivators came to break the formation, it wouldn't be easy. Especially after the dragon vein came out from the Jing province cauldron, this Cloudy Mountain Maze began to move again. Although it was moving very slowly now, who knew where it would move to in the future? At that time, the number of cultivators who could find it would be even fewer, right? Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at this formation. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. This kind of mood and all kinds of harvest was something he didn't expect when he entered the formation that year. No wonder all the cultivators want to explore the ancient forbidden formation. Now this Xiaohua finally understands. The things inside, are really too precious. Xiaohua thought to himself. Thinking about what this Xiaohua obtained inside, I really didn't expect it even in my dreams. All of this is enough for this Xiaohua to cultivate for several thousand years. Several thousand years sounded very shocking, but Xiaohua still underestimated the bloodline of the sage emperor. How could 10,000 years of cultivation be enough to completely integrate with the bloodline of the sage emperor? As for the specific amount of time, perhaps only Xiaohua who had reached that level could truly understand it. After sighing for a moment, Xiaohua released his divine sense. He found that there were no cultivators around this cloudy mountain maze. He knew that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and the others didn't come out. He landed on the mountain peak of the maze. With a wave of his hand he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, and flew out. Although there was a broken space inside the Kunlun mirror, under Xiaohua's deliberate arrangement, the people who were sucked into it didn't meet each other. Once and flew out of the Kunlun mirror, her beautiful eyes immediately swept around. Seeing that Fujiwen wasn't beside her, she rolled her eyes and hurried forward to greet Xiaohua. This concubine greets spiritual master Xiao. Get up. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Baian. He flicked his sleeve and said, when you came out, this Xiaohua was in seclusion and didn't see you. However, this Xiaohua heard about you from Fujiwen and Gusuchiodi. Not only are you Gusuchiodi's good friend, but you are also Fujiwen's wife. Therefore, this Xiaohua had no choice but to help you out. Although Xiaohua looked like he only had the strength of 4th stage essence power and was 5th stage essence power, and still respectfully listened to Xiaohua's words. After Xiaohua finished speaking, and immediately smiled and said, Spiritual master is my husband's master. Naturally you are this concubine's senior. Because my husband isn't here, this concubine doesn't dare to call him master. Spiritual master has taught my husband and helped this concubine escape. This concubine doesn't know how to properly thank you. Hehe, the two of you haven't bowed to heaven and earth to get married. Isn't it too much to call him your husband? Xiaohua said with a smile. Anne's face turned slightly red. She bit her lips and said resolutely, this concubine knows how Fujiwen treats this concubine. In this lifetime, this concubine will only marry Fujiwen. Gusuchiodi could betray the immortal palace for Luo Kong. Why can't this concubine do the same? There's no need for that. Xiaohua said with a smile. You are different from Gusuchiodi. You are Fujiwen's wife. How can this Xiaohua not care? Many thanks, Taoist. And hurriedly expressed her thanks. However, Xiaohua's expression turned serious. He said again, you are a member of the immortal palace. This Xiaohua is a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, this Xiaohua and the immortal palace have some grudges. This Xiaohua has no choice but to ask about your and Gusuchiodi's status in the immortal palace. This, and was a bit hesitant. Soon after, she said with extreme sincerity, Taoist Xiao, this concubine is a female official of the immortal palace. Naturally, this concubine is under the supervision of the immortal palace's laws. Moreover, this concubine is currently a criminal. This concubine doesn't dare to reveal the secrets of the immortal palace. I hope Taoist can understand. And this Xiaohua can understand. Xiaohua saw that and didn't want to say anything. Naturally, he didn't want to force her to say anything. Because during the time he spent with Gusuchiodi and Zhai Xingzi, he never heard Gusuchiodi mention anything about the immortal palace. He knew that this matter was very important. Moreover, Taoist can't tell this concubine about the grudges between you and the immortal palace right now. And said hurriedly, this concubine can't guarantee that my soul won't be searched when I return to the immortal palace. See? Xiaohua took a breath and said curiously, is it that serious? Yes. And nodded. This concubine's punishment hasn't expired yet. The immortal palace naturally wants to find out the reason why the heaven's punishment prison crystal was broken. This concubine had Taoist hold on to the shards of the heaven's punishment prison crystal because the immortal palace will use the information within the heaven's punishment prison crystal to determine whether this concubine's escape conforms to the immortal laws. If it was someone else, they would definitely be searched. But this concubine is a female official of the Emperor's Star Palace. With that person's protection, my soul won't be searched. However, this is also uncertain. After all, there is still that person who has been following that person. Forget it, this concubine won't say any more. It's fine as long as Taoist knows. Chapter 3789. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask who that person and that person were, but looking at the current situation he shook his head slightly, knowing that it was better not to ask. Actually, I didn't call you out to ask you this. Xiaohua put aside his own matters and said to Wuqing, I just wanted to ask you how you plan to deal with the matter with Fujiwen in the future. You only said that you will never leave him, but it's no different from not saying anything. And I also know that Fujiwen will definitely not let you betray the immortal palace like Gusuchiodi. I won't hide it from you. Wuqing smiled and said, when I first met Fujiwen I also thought about this, but I felt that Fujiwen's lifespan would definitely not be longer than my sentence, so I thought that I would just muddle along with Fujiwen. When I saw you last time I realized that I could possibly grow old with Fujiwen. As long as Fujiwen cultivates with you, even if he can't enter the immortal palace as an official with his Confucian cultivation, he can still enter the Penglai immortal realm with his Taoist cultivation. When that time comes I will plead with that person to demote me to the Penglai immortal realm as punishment. Penglai immortal realm? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, what's that? Is it the same as the Star Lord Palace on Yaotai Mountain? Sigh. Wuqing sighed and said, Taoist I can't say any more. Some things may not be considered secret to me but to others they may not be secret. If that person knows I will be in trouble again. Alright. Xiaohua smiled, I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me what level of Confucian cultivation has Fujiwen reached, and what level of Taoist cultivation has he reached, to meet your requirements? Confucian cultivation is more difficult, it has to be at least the Grandmaster level. Wuqing smiled and said, Taoist cultivation is simple as long as he has 5th grade essence power. That's simple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am only at 5th grade essence power. Hehe, my husband has a Taoist as his master, reaching 5th grade essence power is a piece of cake. Wuqing replied with a smile. Ah good. Since you said so, if this Xiao doesn't properly teach Fujiwen, I'm afraid I'll delay your good days. Xiaohua laughed. The Kunlun mirror shook and Fujiwen flew out from it. Kunlun mirror? Baiyan's eyes lit up and he almost blurted out. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. What? Fujiwen landed on the ground with joy on his face. He stepped forward and held Momo's hand. Are you free? He asked anxiously. It's up to you. And allowed Fujiwen to hold her small hand. She chided him lovingly, Master is right beside you. Why aren't you thanking him? It's okay. Master is one of us. He won't care about these things. Fujiwen said with a smile, but he still bowed and said, Master, thank you very much. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, you two can go and whisper to each other. And probably can't stay here for long. 3 days later, when the two of you return, this Xiao will take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment. I reckon that law enforcement envoy will appear again. In and Fujiwen's faces were slightly red. However, the two of them bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Looking at the two's departing figures, Xiaohua smiled slightly. The first thing he thought of was naturally Fairy Hongxia. An indescribable longing arose in his heart. He sighed and said, Ai, it's good to be young. The Xiao is old now. Then Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and meditated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fujiwen and returned as promised. Their faces were filled with reluctance. Clearly and had already told Fujiwen his plans. Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and asked, Disciple, do you know everything? Yes, Master. This disciple will definitely concentrate on his cultivation and strive to see and as soon as possible. Fujiwen hurriedly replied. Good. Disciple, you wait here. And follow the Xiao. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and turned around to fly into the sky. And turned back to look at Fujiwen. Tears flowed from her eyes as she said reluctantly, Husband, cultivate well. This concubine is leaving today for the sake of meeting you tomorrow. This concubine will definitely not let you down. Go. Fujiwen forced a smile. This husband will definitely do his best to cultivate so that I can bring my wife back as soon as possible. And lowered her head and covered her face with her sleeves as she chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought and flew thousands of li away in one breath. Then he asked will the law enforcement envoy appear once the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment is taken out? Yes. And nodded, and if you can't hide in time, that law enforcement envoy might take you away as well. That depends on how strong he is. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Are you ready? This Xiao is going to take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment." See. And took a deep breath and said, "This concubine is ready. Take it out, adept." Good. Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment immediately flew into the sky. Countless broken rune chains appeared on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Within the rune chains, 9 different colored thunderbolts shot out in disarray. Soon after, 9 broken dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. Their hoarse roars resounded in the void. Just as the dragon form appeared, Xiaohua's figure that was standing in midair strangely disappeared. In, who was originally worried, swept her beautiful eyes over Xiaohua several times, but she couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she feel relieved and admire Xiaohua in her heart. However, after a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within 1,000 li was covered by red clouds. A kind of black clouds pressed down and suffocated. It was like an invisible wave that drowned everything in the world in an instant. A huge distorted light shadow that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of the red clouds amidst the sound of thunder. Who broke the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close, reverberated between heaven and earth. The guilty official of the School of the Emperor Star, greets the punishment envoy. And didn't panic. He bowed and said, "The punishment envoy knows that it was the power of heaven and earth that triggered the immortal palace law of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. The guilty official has this opportunity to escape. The Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal is here. The punishment envoy, please verify it." The guilty official of the School of the Emperor Star? I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to verify it. Since it was the power of heaven and earth that broke the immortal palace law of the immortal palace, follow me back to the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder to verify it. Yes, the guilty official knows. And lowered his head. A thick light golden chain flew down from the red cloud. The inscriptions on the chain swam, and a restrictive aura that represented the power of heaven and earth filled the space within 1,000 miles. With a swish sound, the chain fell on and tied him up. As the chain contracted, Anne's figure disappeared into the red cloud. At the same time, a shadow of a giant hand that was thousands of feet long descended from the sky. It grabbed the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment and disappeared. Another series of thunderbolts wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Immediately, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red cloud dissipated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared on the mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky after the red cloud disappeared. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he activated the Dragon Clan's invisibility technique and disappeared in the air. Master Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear beside him, Fujiwen didn't seem to be surprised. He hurriedly asked. He was still brought back to the Immortal Palace by the punishment envoy of the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua said with a smile, "I heard it was the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder. It's not a big deal. Don't worry." "Oh, that's good." Fujiwen breathed a sigh of relief. His heart wasn't completely at ease. He said in a low voice, "I hope and can use this to get away with it." Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen and said meaningfully, and is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Behind her is the School of the Emperor Star. Previously, even the punishment envoy was lenient. What is there to be afraid of in the punishment hall? Don't tell me and didn't say anything to you. Alas, Master, and really didn't dare to say anything to me. Fujiwen sighed. It said that the various palaces and halls of the Immortal Palace are very complicated. The person and mentioned in the School of the Emperor Star has some status, but forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua waved his hand, and must have already planned for you. You should focus on cultivating. Whether it's Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you all. Moreover, you've gained a lot in Senior Songlongzi's cave. When you finish cultivating, I'm sure you won't be too far away from Anne's plan. That's right. Fujiwen looked down at the misty mountain maze and sighed. Before I entered Senior Songlongzi's cave, I really didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, in these past few years, what I've gained has greatly exceeded my expectations. In the future, as long as I'm under Master's guidance, I can really achieve what and wants. Good for your wife, you have to cultivate well. Xiaohua smiled. However, you don't have to tell anyone about what you've gained in my cave. This disciple naturally knows. Fu Jiwen also gave a mysterious smile. Alright, we'll wait here. Who knows when they'll come out? Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen looked around and flew to a nearby place to meditate. This wait lasted for more than half a year. During this time, the mountain peak where the cloudy mountain bewildering formation was located did not remain in its original place like before. Instead, it gradually moved eastward and underground. Although it did not move much each day after a long time, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fu Jiwen noticed it. Fu Jiwen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated every day. Just as the 4 entrances of the misty mountain maze were gradually sinking into the ground, a clear whistling sound could be heard from the east. Boom. A low rumbling sound could be heard from the entrance of the misty mountain maze, and a person rushed out from the hole. Chapter 3790. A cultivator dressed in emperor robes flew out from the starlight with a dignified face. Isn't that Zhai Xingzi? Behind Zhai Xingzi, Gusuchioti had a smile on her face. After Gusuchioti, it was naturally Gongshu Isin. At this moment, Gongshu Isin's face was even more arrogant. Her starry eyes were even more resplendent. An indescribable confidence bloomed on her face like a flower. Behind her were Taoist Master Han and several other Taoist cultivators. Each of them was full of energy and looked like their cultivation had skyrocketed. Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew up. Just as he was about to fly over, another wild laughter came from the west. Sun Kong Shangren flew out with Yi Mingzi and the other cultivators. Chang Gung stood in Sun Kong Shangren's hands with his arms raised, as if he was cheering crazily. Fellow Taoist Xiao actually came out first? A faint astonished voice came from the south. That voice was extremely solid, as if there was an invisible figure standing next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look back and smiled. Brother Daoren seems to have half of your body entered the out-of-body realm. If this misty mountain maze formation didn't move again, Brother Daoren probably wouldn't need a few months to enter the out-of-body realm, right? Hee. In the distance, Zhang Daren's figure flew out like mist. When he flew behind Xiaohua, Taoist Master Di Quan and the other cultivators flew out from the entrance. When everyone flew closer, Xiaohua smiled. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had made great progress in their cultivation. The return of this trip to the Misty Mountain Maze was really generous. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow cultivators, for making great progress in your cultivation." Same to you, same to you. Zhang Daoren glanced at Zhai Xingzi. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion because Xiaohua's cultivation did not seem any different from before. However, the two of them still returned the greeting like everyone else. In the midst of the congratulations, Gongshu Isin chuckled. "Elder Xiao, we entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation at the same time and came out at the same time. When we were at Song Langzi's residence, you even took advantage of him. Why does it seem like your cultivation hasn't improved at all?" Isin, Gusuchioti hurriedly scolded, somewhat embarrassed. Sigh, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mention it. After I left the front mansion, I encountered a problem and didn't manage to enter Senior Tsonglangzi's real cave residence." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Di Chuan and the others. When Taoist Master Di Quan and the others came out, they saw that Fairy Xiang Feng was not with Xiaohua. They understood what was going on. Seeing that Xiaohua had spoken, the three of them hurriedly went forward. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a commotion from the south. They quickly looked over and saw Fairy Xiang Feng flying out with Shui Ping and the others. This. Taoist Di Chuan was shocked to see Fairy Xiang Feng return to her female form. He looked at the smiling Xiaohua and didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare say anything. Whoa! Before Fairy Xiangfeng got close to him, another great qi surged behind her while a colorful light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a swaying human figure flashed 60 miles away in the colorful light. At the same time, another arrogant voice sounded, "Xiaohua, this old man got some lucky chances because of you. Therefore this old man will let you go this time. Cultivate well. 3 years later, this old man will still come and take your life." Before Xiaohua could speak, Gusuchiodi let out a cold snort. She raised her delicate hands slightly, and countless pillars of vast qi shot out from the void with a rumbling sound. A huge hand that was hundreds of meters thick appeared, and it was neither real nor illusory. It also moved 100 meters in the blink of an eye and grabbed at the humanoid figure. See? The one closest to Gusuchiodi was Gongshu Isin. She was a Confucian cultivator and was very sensitive to Gusuchiodi's strength. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Big sister Gusu, when did you step into the upper stage of 5th grade essence energy?" "No need, Lady Gusu." Xiaohua stopped her indifferently. "This is a personal grudge between this Xiao and someone else. He didn't get any advantage from this Xiao." Gusuchiodi heard, and the huge hand in the air retracted. Light and shadow were absorbed into her arm. Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng was the most panicked. She quickly smiled and said, "This concubine didn't know that there was a Confucian cultivator behind me?" "Hee, it's fine, it's fine." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "This person has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Fairy Xiangfeng and Xiaohua seemed to have reconciled, Daoist Di Quan Yi Mingzi and Daoist Han all let out a long breath. Now that the four of them were facing Xiaohua's group of 6, if they turned hostile or pursued the purpose of their visit, the four of them definitely wouldn't have a good ending. The benefits they obtained in the Misty Mountain Maze would instantly turn into a flower in the mirror. The three of them had a plan in mind. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to stay here for long. They bowed and said, "We were able to enter the Misty Mountain Maze all because of you fellow Taoists. We will remember this favor in our hearts. What we obtained in Senior Songlangzi's cave abode is very important. A mere few years of seclusion won't be enough to fully comprehend it. Therefore we will return to the cave abode and seclude ourselves. When we complete our cultivation, we will pay a visit to each of you fellow Taoists." Gongshu Exn snorted coldly again. "After obtaining a benefit, you all really know how to conduct yourselves." Haha. Xiaohua, who originally didn't have a good impression of Gongshu Exn, was in a great mood now. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly leave. The more you can comprehend, the more this Xiao will be jealous." "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." Taoist Han and the others revealed a bit of embarrassment. They once again cupped their hands towards Xiaohua Zhang Daoran and the others and urged their figures to leave. "Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Which one is Dao Cheng?" "I'll let you know." Xueping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Dao Cheng encountered a trap in the secret passage. Senior Xiangfeng tried her best to save him but to no avail. He fell in the Misty Mountain Maze. Xiaohua nodded. "People often say that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. It is indeed so. This way this Xiao also has nothing to say." Fairy Xiangfeng, "This Xiao has already said what needs to be said in the secret passage. If you can understand, now you can also leave. Although the path of love is important, the path of righteousness is even more in accordance with the heavenly Tao. I believe you can clearly distinguish which is more important. Of course, if you still can't distinguish by now, you don't need to leave anymore." Yes, this concubine was able to enter Senior Songlangzi's cave with Taoist's help. These few years of comprehension have allowed this concubine to comprehend a lot. This concubine feels that in the past few years, this concubine was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now this concubine has just jumped out of the well. This concubine still has to thank Taoist Xiao once again. After speaking, Fairy Xiangfeng gracefully swayed again. Xiaohua smiled and said, "All right, since this is the case, there is no need to be so formal. It's better to turn back as soon as possible." Fairy Xiangfeng slightly smiled at everyone. Her figure turned into a rainbow and flew away. Seeing that rainbow leap dozens of li, it was clear that her cultivation had also improved greatly. "Good." Gongshu Exan, who had been holding back all this time, finally spoke. "Senior Xiao, what is this senior's relationship with you? What love, what righteousness, when did she appear? Where is Senior Yun Mingzi? Since you know that this is a matter between us old people, why do you, a little girl, ask so many questions?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes at her. Fairy Xiangfeng entered Senior Songlangzi's cave. "Did you and the others not enter?" "Nonsense, the cave that we entered was Senior Songlangzi's real cave." Gongshu Exan pouted. "I even got Senior Songlangzi's formation jade eyes. How could she enter? Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked up at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. Both of them nodded with a smile and didn't say much. Fuck. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood that he had been tricked by Cang Longzi again. The cave residence that he had entered was not fake, but the cave residence that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, and Fairy Xiang Feng had entered was not fake either. Although there was no relic realm in their cave, there might be path understanding ants, medicine fields, and alchemy rooms. As for who was real and who was fake, perhaps only Cang Longzi himself would know. Seeing Xiao Hua regretting, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren raised their hands at the same time, each holding a jade eye. The three of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since fellow Xiao didn't enter the cave, the cultivation methods and secret arts in these jade eyes will be left to you. That's a good fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He stretched out his hand and took the three jade eyes, saying, "This way my heart will be at ease." Humph, this time you took three but you gained the most. Gong Shui Exn was a little indignant. What's wrong? Are you envious? Xiao Hua smiled. If you change to Taoist cultivation methods, I will give them to you. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy? Gong Shui Exn curled her lips and said to Gusu Chiodi, Sister Gusu, this little sister has been away from home for a long time. I don't dare to stay here any longer. If you have time in the future, remember to come and find this little sister. Of course. Gusu Chiodi answered with a smile. Seniors, I'll take my leave. After several years, Gong Shui Exn was not as rude as when she first arrived. She actually bowed to everyone and was about to fly away. However, Gong Shui Exn only flew a few miles before her body suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Gusu Chiodi saw this and hurriedly urged her true chi. A big hand grabbed Gong Shui Exn and pulled her back. At this time, Gong Shui Exn's face was a little green, and the true chi outside her skin was slightly scattered. It seemed like she was out of control. Gusu Chiodi didn't dare to be negligent. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and hurriedly said, Zhai Xingzi Exn is a little unwell. It seems like she can't go back alone. You and I have to send her back. This girl? Xiao Hua smiled. She's really too greedy. Chapter 3791. Since fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is leaving fellow Taoist Xiao, we need to hurry back too. Zhang Daoran hesitated and said, If you have time, come find me in 2 years. Brother Daoran, why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Hua was confused. He looked at Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi. Seeing Xiao Hua's confusion, Zhai Xingzi was confused. He ordered Fu Jiwen and the others, stand aside first. Gusu Chiodi gave Gong Shui Xn a simple treatment. Although Gong Shui Xn was still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized. She should be fine. Gusu Chiodi looked at everyone. She held Gong Shui Xn and said, Come with me. Yes, senior. Fu Jiwen and the others answered respectfully. After everyone left, Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and set up a restriction. He looked around and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we've already stepped into the out-of-body realm. We're using secret techniques to suppress our cultivation so that we can't break through the upper 5th grade. We didn't feel it when we were in Senior Cang Longzi's cave, but when we came out, we immediately felt that we couldn't control our cultivation. We had to hurry back to the cave and use talismans and secret techniques to suppress our cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be noticed by the Immortal Palace. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Although Zhai Xingzi didn't continue speaking, he instantly understood a lot. He finally understood why he had never seen a Dao sex out of aperture cultivator after arriving at the hidden immortal continent. He also finally understood that the Star Monarchs of the Star Monarch Hall were only at the 5th grade of origin energy. It turned out that as long as a Dao cultivator reached the out-of-body realm, the Immortal Palace would immediately notice and take action. This once again proved why the Immortal Palace didn't care about the actions of the Dao sex cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Palace, all the Dao sex cultivators were below the 5th level of origin energy and were nothing more than clowns. There was really no need to be too concerned about them. Peng Lai Immortal Realm? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of the location that Tao Wu accidentally revealed when he sent Tao Wu back to the Immortal Palace several months ago. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and very helplessly said with a bitter smile, AI, that's right. as long as one breaks through 5th grade. Xiaohua also wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked like he was full of bitterness. Exalted Master Sun Kong, who was at the side, felt the same way. He sighed and said, "Once you break through the 5th grade of essence power, you will be detected by the Immortal Palace. No matter where you are, the Immortal Palace's immortal envoys will appear instantly. If you resist, you will immediately be killed." "Sai, what are we Dao sect cultivators doing?" "Of course it's for a carefree life," Zhang Daoran said calmly. "As long as we can reach the out-of-body realm, the immortal emissary of the Immortal Palace will welcome us into the free immortal realm, and we won't have to live in fear anymore." This old man would rather die than be free and unfettered like a dog. Sun Kong sneered. "Is there a free and unfettered immortal realm?" Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and asked meaningfully, "Why do I feel that this place doesn't exist?" Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Well, I don't know either. Every now and then, seniors at the peak of the late nascent soul stage would disappear. The legend of this free immortal realm has been around for a long time. As for whether it exists or not, I will only know after I reach the out-of-body realm." "Who dares to try?" Xiaohua sneered and replied, "What if the Immortal Palace's immortal emissary is the soul-reaping emissary?" "Actually, Chior might know," Zhai Xingzi explained. "However, she doesn't dare to reveal this matter that involves the secrets of the Immortal Palace. This will bring disaster to their Gusu family. The only thing we can do now is to use the secret technique and delay for as long as possible." Exalted Master Sun Kong said resentfully, "Think of the ancient senior Tsang Longzi. That was the true freedom." Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out 3 blank jade eyes. He wrote something in them with his divine sense and handed them to the 3 people, saying, "This is the concealment technique that I use. Fellow Taoists, take a look. If it's useful, feel free to comprehend it." Good. The 3 people were overjoyed. They knew that Xiaohua's secret technique was no small matter. They hurriedly took it. After looking through it, Exalted Master Sun Kong almost shouted, "I won't leave first. I'll talk about it after I comprehend it." "Good. I have the same idea." Zhai Xingzi immediately agreed. He opened the barrier and urged, "We'll find a place to cultivate. It won't take long. A few months should be enough. Moreover, Gongshu Exin has suffered from qi deviation. Chiu can help her regulate her breathing." "That's right." Zhang Daoran deeply agreed. He sent a voice transmission to his disciples and flew to a place. Zhai Xingzi called Gusu Qiudi while Exalted Master Sun Kong called his disciples. They flew to different places. After the 3 people separated, Xiaohua knew that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He simply called Xueping and the others over. Xueping led the group forward and bowed, saying, "Junior, thanks Daoist Xiao for protecting us." "Hehe, all of you rise." Xiaohua helped everyone up and said with a smile, "Protecting you was just a small matter. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I was sent out by the restriction before I even entered the cave. In the end, I didn't even get to see the true appearance of the cave. On the other hand, your luck isn't bad." Xueping and the others hurriedly said with a smile, "Didn't we also rely on Senior's good fortune? If Senior doesn't mind, we can." "Haha, there's no need, there's no need." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and beckoned to Xueping, saying, "Come over here. Tell me in detail about your cultivation technique. While you're at it, if you have any comprehension in the cave, you can also circulate your mental cultivation technique for me to take a look." Xueping was startled. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After Xiaohua set up the barrier, he told Xiaohua about his cultivation technique and cultivation route without hiding anything. After careful consideration, Xiaohua sent a voice transmission in a low voice for half a day. Then he took out 3 jade bottles, a jade eye bottle, and a magic treasure and bestowed them to Xueping. After Xiaohua removed the barrier, Xueping didn't say anything. However, the unconcealable joy between his brows told the other cultivators that he had gained a lot. That's right. The personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was much more useful than the ancient cultivation technique. After all, the guidance was alive while the cultivation technique was dead. Just as the other cultivators were envious, Xiaohua also gave each cultivator half a day's time and bestowed them with cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and spiritual pills. After the last cultivator came out, Xiaohua said with a smile, "I can't personally bring you into the cave, so this is my compensation. You should cultivate with all your might for my Dao sect. At this point, Xiaohua didn't know what to say about, for my Dao sect, or for my Dao sect. He could only smile and say, forget it, just cultivate well. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Facing Taoist Master Xiao, who had actually taught them but not in name, the group of cultivators bowed and thanked him. I still have to wait here for Zhang Daoran and the others. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, if you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, when Zhang Daoran and the others come out of seclusion, you must leave too. Yes, we understand. When Xue Ping and the others saw that Zhang Daoran and the others wanted to obtain the secret technique Jade Eyes from Xiaohua, how could they not know that this was another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? They hurriedly agreed and found a place not far from Xiaohua to cultivate in seclusion. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't give the secret technique Jiuxia gave to Zhang Daoran and the others. Even so, his secret technique to conceal the cultivation technique was enough for the three cultivators who had already reached the out-of-body stage to rack their brains. While comprehending, the three of them really did ask some questions that were difficult for them to grasp. As for Xue Ping and the others, they naturally asked even more questions. Xiaohua answered them one by one while he cultivated in seclusion. The misty mountain maze gradually disappeared, leaving the group of Taoist cultivators who were still comprehending and cultivating in the mountains. Inside the Immortal Palace, in the Jasper Flower Palace that was surrounded by immortal clouds, there was a small golden pavilion floating among thousands of flowers. The woman had snow-white skin, thin willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slightly squinted eyes that faintly shone with starlight. The woman's slender fingers were placed on the seven-string zither. Under the nimble movements of her fingers, waves of music that was more beautiful than the sounds of nature were produced. It was sweeter than clear spring water as it floated among the flowers. Not to mention the inexplicable butterflies dancing in the flowers, just outside the flowers, several mystic birds danced to the music. Their flashing wings appeared even more ethereal in the faint and colorful light of the flowers. When the music suddenly stopped, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly turned cold, as if the music was the only warmth in this place. The stop of the music drew out the remaining enthusiasm of the flowers. Sigh. A faint sigh came from the servant standing beside the woman. Your Highness, your zither music has long been like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Now, when this servant listens to it again, I actually feel like paying homage to it. Forgive this servant for saying something disrespectful, but the zither is born from the heart. This servant should congratulate your Highness, whether it is your state of mind or bearing. They are all in the state of great accomplishment. Ding. A sharp zither music covered the servant's voice. A faint voice came from the woman's mouth. Jing, do you not want to live any more? I don't dare. The servant hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. This servant was only speaking the truth. Get up. The woman's tone was still indifferent. This palace doesn't want to hear this a second time. Do you understand? This servant understands. The servant got up and raised her head. Looking at her face, it was the palace made of Jasper Flower Palace, Yu Xiajing. Yu Xiajing glanced at the peerless beauty of the princess in front of her and lowered her head slightly, a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Although the princess was angry, her expression didn't show any anger. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile between her brows that was as graceful as the green mountains and the blue sea. This princess was truly beautiful, but unfortunately her chin was too sharp. At first glance, it always gave people a feeling of harshness. Chapter 3792. Ding ding dong dong. Hearing the sound of the seven-string zither, Yu Xiajing smiled and said, Your Highness, when you went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao, you said you would return in 3 days. You didn't expect to be gone for 5 days. Look at your expression. Did something happen in the school of the Emperor Star? If there was a change, that would be great. You should have heard the imperial edict long ago instead of guessing blindly. This woman was obviously the Princess Qingqinggu Xianyun spoke of. She shook her head slightly and said, It's not as simple as you think. Could it be that the news was fake? Yu Xiajing seemed to know something and asked in a low voice. There's no need to investigate the authenticity of the news. Princess Qingqing bit her lip and said, Even if that bitch secretly left the Immortal Palace and descended to the lower world, She was already in the school of the Emperor Star when I arrived with Meow Meow. How could I have done anything? I knew from that bitch's smiling face that she must have sensed something and hurried back to the Immortal Palace. I was still half a step too late. Then. Yu Xiaojing was confused. If that's the case, Your Highness should have returned that day. That bitch seemed to be in a good mood. Princess Qingqing said again. She looked like she was in love. Also, the school of the Emperor Star's heavenly reflection blue was in full bloom. She actually held a banquet in the garden and invited the first princess and the empress. I don't know if she was admiring the flowers or enjoying my awkwardness. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to ask any more lest she angered Princess Qingqing. Fortunately, after a while, Princess Qingqing chuckled again and said, "Unfortunately, I still stepped on that bitch's sore spot." The one from the school of the Emperor Star. Yu Xiaojing said curiously. When I mentioned the Heaven's Choice Assembly, that bitch's expression changed. This really surprised me. Princess Qingqing smiled and said, "This slut has always been calm in the face of chaos. Now her expression has changed because of this princess words. She must not have much confidence in the Heaven's Choice Assembly, or perhaps her Heaven's Choice Assembly has changed. Hee this way Your Highness will be able to snatch that half-heaven's heart from Princess XNXN." Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Princess Qingqing snorted again. "Humph, yes, I was wrong." Yu Xiaoxia listened quietly and hurriedly apologized. "This servant is truly happy for Your Highness and forgot about that matter." "Forget it? It's rare for me to be in a good mood, so I won't punish you." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "This servant thanks Your Highness for your pardon." Yu Xia quietly stood up and said, "At the same time, I also wish that the princess will obtain the Heaven's Heart, peek into the secrets of the Heaven's Heart, grasp the true essence of our Confucian cultivation, and be valued by the immortal emperor." "Haha, I naturally won't mistreat you when I get benefits." Princess Qingqing laughed loudly and asked, "Did anything urgent happen when I wasn't here?" "Your Highness, there were indeed a few." Yu Xiaojing told her about the matters in the palace and then looked at the smile on Princess Qingqing's face. "The last one is Gu Xianyun from the outer palace requesting to see Your Highness." "Oh? How's Xianyun's task going?" Princess Qingqing raised her eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed across her snowy face. Yu Xiaojing hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is the outer palace's task, so this servant didn't dare to ask too much. However, seeing how Gu Xianyun was in such a hurry, it must have been quite tiring." Xianyun has indeed worked hard. If he can do this well, I will definitely reward him handsomely. Princess Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Yu Xiaojing's words and nodded. "Go, summon Gu Xianyun. I will ask him in detail." "Yes, Your Highness." Yu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Princess Qingqing was in a good mood. She had already told her about Gu Xianyun's hard work. Even if Gu Xianyun made a mistake, Princess Qingqing might not punish him severely. Not long later, Gu Xianyun stood under the small pavilion with a calm expression. "Come in, Xianyun." Princess Qingqing said softly, "You've worked hard these days." "I dare not." Gu Xianyun immediately bowed. "This servant is working for Your Highness." "I dare not say it's hard work." Rise? How did it go?" Princess Qingqing's hands gently stroked the zither. The zither's music was very soft like a breeze. "Good, Your Highness, this servant's trip this time totaled." Gu Xianyun gritted his teeth and clearly reported the number of nascent souls he obtained and the number of nascent souls in the demon refining gourd. Hiss. Princess Qingqing frowned. "Why is it so little? It's not far from Empress's birthday." "No. Gu Xianyun, how dare you lie to me? When you asked me to borrow the demon refining gourd last time, you asked for more than this number. But how can such a small number be worth my dignity to borrow the demon refining gourd?" Hearing that, Gu Xianyun was so scared that his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a plop, and said with his head, "Your Highness, you have sharp eyes. The number is indeed far from what I thought, but I dare not deceive Your Highness." "But," Princess Qingqing demanded coldly. Instantly, the pavilion was surrounded by a cold aura. "Good, Your Highness, I've been running around in the mortal world, looking for a suitable monarch." Gu Xianyun did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained. But before he finished, Princess Qingqing said lightly, "You don't have to say more about your hard work. Speak about the demon refining gourd." "What's going on?" Yes, Your Highness. Gu Xianyun replied bitterly, I placed the demon refining gourd in the array of Yaotai Mountain according to the plan. I plan to use the power of the Star-Lord Hall to capture all the nascent soul cultivators participating in the Yaotai conference. But who would have thought that the Star-Lord Hall would be killed? Ah? Hearing this, Princess Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, What did you say? The Star-Lord Hall was killed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Your Highness, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly whispered, the Star-Lord Hall Gu Xianyun mentioned, is not the Star-Lord Hall of the Immortal Palace. It's the small organization on the hidden immortal continent in the mortal world that is in charge of the Yaotai conference. It's just to fool the Dao cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, so it specially came up with a nice name. Although the so-called Star-Lord Hall is under the banner of the Immortal Palace, it's actually just a place where the guilty general of the Immortal Palace confesses his sins. I see. Princess Qingqing was enlightened and snorted, so it's such a place that hides filth. No wonder I didn't know. Yes. This place is just a way for the Immortal Palace to govern the Dao cultivators. It's inferior to the Peng Lai Immortal Realm, the Heaven and Earth Gate, and the Shenhuang Token. Naturally, Your Highness wouldn't know. Gu Xianyun immediately said, Yes, so I didn't mention this name when I reported to Your Highness last time. Princess Qingqing waved her hand, the life or death of the so-called Star-Lord Hall has nothing to do with me. Go on, why didn't your plan succeed? When Princess Qingqing left the Jasper Flower Palace, Gu Xianyun didn't dare to be negligent. She once again descended on Yaotai Mountain and carefully interrogated Linghu Pairan. She also watched all the videos. Now that Princess Qingqing asked, she naturally answered with ease. She recounted everything that happened on Yaotai Mountain in detail and handed over a jade eye. In the end, she kowtowed and said, Your Highness, I calculated for a long time. The sun, moon, and star formation and the Star-Lord Hall's grand formation on Yaotai Mountain can't be broken by cultivators below the 5th grade of origin energy. I used 3 treasures to lure over 1,000 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators with the intention of sucking them into the devil refining gourd, but who would have thought that there would be an accident? Not only were the sun, moon, and star formation broken and the devil refining gourd returned to the Immortal Palace, the Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master Kong Hongwu was also killed in the grand formation. This servant has failed Your Highness's trust. Please punish me. Who did it? Princess Qingqing's face turned cold. Especially when she heard that nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators escaped, she became even angrier and questioned. Gu Xianyun bit her lips and said, From the videos and the information I have, I can't determine who did it. However, according to Linghu Pairan, there's a nascent soul cultivator called Xiao Hua who's especially suspicious. He suspects that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Grand Mist Ancestor? Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Of course I can't be sure. Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said, What kind of cultivation does the Grand Mist Ancestor have? If he made a move, the Star-Lord Hall's origin chi is merely at the upper 5th grade. It's impossible for him to leave behind any traces. What's there to be suspicious about? Hearing the doubt in Princess Qingqing's voice, Gu Xianyun was shocked and hurriedly told her his and Linghu Pairan's suspicions. Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing said in a low voice, This Daoist Qing Su is real and Xiao Hua is fake. One is real and one is fake. Their goal is to cover up the Grand Mist Ancestor's methods and make him interfere in the Jadestage meeting to kill the Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master. Moreover, I think that the Star-Lord Hall might not be the Grand Mist Ancestor's target. He might have other plans. How could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor? Princess Qingqing sneered and said, If that old ghost made a move, how could the Star-Lord Hall still exist? He won't stop until blood flows everywhere. Moreover, since he killed Kong Hongwu, he would definitely take the demon refining gourd. How could he let the demon refining gourd return to the Immortal Palace? Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, I heard that the Grand Mist Ancestor's physical body was destroyed. Perhaps he hasn't recovered his original strength? Humph, you only know how to make groundless accusations. Princess Qingqing snorted and said, Xian Dongfang Hao Hua. Yes, I'll call Mr. Dongfang over. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly agreed and glanced at Gu Xianyun who was kneeling on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 3793. Princess Qingqing looked at the flowers in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while she said, Gu Xianyun, I'm here. Get up. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Xianyun felt relieved and quickly got up. I know how hard you've worked. Princess Qingqing sighed. As this princess trusted aid, you should be aware of the situation this princess is in. This princess has entrusted such an important task to you, and although you haven't completely failed, you are still far from this princess' expectations. And from what you said, Yaotai Mountain Star Lord Palace can only be used once. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the Immortal Emperor. What do you think we should do next? I've thought about it for a long time. Gu Xianyun said without hesitation. There are many Taoist cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent, and even the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. Don't think about the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. Too sensitive. No one dares to mess with it. Princess Qingqing seemed a little anxious and interrupted Gu Xianyun before he could finish. Yes, I didn't think it through. Gu Xianyun obviously didn't think about the Peng Lai Immortal Realm, but he went with the flow. If the Peng Lai Immortal Realm isn't mentioned, we can borrow some from the Heaven and Earth sect in the Shenhuang token. But that's far from enough. After all, we don't have enough Taoist nascent soul cultivators. I can only say, Western Paradise. Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Your Highness is indeed wise. Gu Xianyun finally brought the topic to Paradise. Delighted, he nodded and said, There's a small town in Yuzhou in the lower realm. The relationship between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect is very delicate. Some conflicts could break out at any moment. Under such circumstances, if we do something in Paradise, we won't attract attention. Oh, I know about the Guanyin Pusa Golden Body in Longevity Town. If this matter isn't handled well, the war between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect seems inevitable. Princess Qingqing nodded slightly. Your idea is good. But the Buddhist sect Sarira is inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. This birthday gift is barely satisfactory. Why don't we do both at the same time and make a decision at the end? Gu Xianyun said carefully. All right. Princess Qingqing nodded. You're my envoy. I'll leave everything to you. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, I understand. Gu Xianyun hurriedly agreed. Also, the mistake at Yaotai Mountain was your fault. This consort wants to punish you. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianyun immediately knelt down and said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I punish you now, who will help me? Princess Qingqing raised her hand and said, Get up. I will allow you to atone for your crimes by meritorious service. Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun stood up hurriedly, feeling very happy. This consort will give you one more task. If you can complete it, not only will you be able to atone for your crimes, even the reward will be beyond your expectations. As Princess Qingqing spoke, her right hand plucked the strings of the zither. With a series of ding-ding sounds, clouds appeared around the golden pavilion and covered it. Gu Xianyun saw this and her face turned pale. She knew that this pavilion was bestowed by the Immortal Emperor. The origin formation that Princess Qingqing used borrowed the power of the Immortal Palace. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even Confucian cultivators wouldn't be able to see the situation after the formation was activated. If Princess Qingqing didn't have an extremely important task, how could she activate such a formation? Sure enough, Princess Qingqing said, I heard that XNXN obtained a rare treasure from the lower realm. This treasure is useless to the Heaven's Choice Convention, but it can help her recover her cultivation. Your task is to find out what it is and see if you can. Princess Qingqing's words shocked Gu Xianyun so much that her face turned even paler. Even her body was trembling. However, in the end, Princess Qingqing waved her sleeve and a brocade box flew out from her palace dress and landed in front of Gu Xianyun. I know this is a bit difficult for you. This is a reward for you. If you can complete it, I will reward you. Gu Xianyun took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She then gently opened the brocade box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes flashed with greed and disbelief. She closed the box without hesitation and held it in her hand. She bowed and said, Thank you for your reward, Princess. I'm willing to die for you. Ha ha ha. Princess Qingqing was overjoyed. With a wave of her hand, the clouds in the pavilion slowly dispersed. Everything within the Immortal Palace and under the heavens is under my control. How could I possibly let you die? Don't worry. However, Princess Qingqing's tone suddenly changed as she finished speaking. But if you harbor evil intentions and spoil my plans, then not to mention being crushed into pieces, I'll make you regret it even if you enter the cycle of reincarnation. I know. Even if I make a mistake, I won't let anyone find out. Gu Xianyun put away the brocade box and quickly answered. She then looked around and whispered, Mr. Dongfang is coming. Should I leave? Princess Qingqing smiled. Of course not. You're my confidant. He's just an outsider. There's no reason to leave him. Gu Xianyun knew that Princess Qingqing was comforting her, but she still felt warm inside. How many people in the Immortal Palace could receive such words from the fifth princess of the Immortal Emperor? Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun's eyes were a bit wet. She lowered her head and stood respectfully at the side. After a while, a middle-aged man with a strong body and a high forehead who looked very wise came to the pavilion accompanied by Yu Xiajing. Yu Xiajing saw Gu Xianyun standing at the side and knew that the crisis was over. She relaxed and said, Princess, I've brought Dongfang Haohua to see you. Princess Qingqing nodded. Let him in. The middle-aged man walked into the pavilion and bowed. Dongfang Haohua greets the fifth princess. Mr. Dongfang, please rise. Princess Qingqing smiled like a flower. I have some unresolved matters. I want to hear Mr. Dongfang's opinion. I don't dare. Princess, please speak. I'll give you my humble opinion. Although Mr. Dongfang spoke of his humble opinion, his tone was neither arrogant nor humble. He was even a bit proud. Xianyun, tell Mr. Dongfang about the Star Lord Palace's palace lord being killed on Yaotai Mountain. Princess Qingqing instructed. Yes. Gu Xianyun understood Princess Qingqing's meaning. She hurriedly cleared her throat and said what needed to be said. When Dongfang Haohua heard the word Star Lord Palace, he was stunned. After listening for a while, he understood that this Star Lord Palace wasn't the same Star Lord Palace. After Gu Xianyun finished speaking, Dongfang Haohua asked curiously, Your Highness, are you trying to find Kong Hongwu's murderer? That's not it. Princess Qingqing smiled. It's just that it involves the Grand Mist Ancestor. I'm a bit cautious. Oh, so it's like that. Dongfang Haohua nodded. The Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist who can reverse yin and yang. Anything that involves him will be difficult. However, from this matter, that Xiaohua Cultivator is the most suspicious. He might not be the one who killed Kong Hongwu, but he definitely knows the inside story. As for that Shengguan Yeren, he must be the one who killed him. Moreover, since he can kill Shengguan Yeren as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to kill Kong Hongwu. Fifth princess only needs to capture Xiaohua to find out. Of course, even if Xiaohua doesn't know the inside story since he is related to the Grand Mist Ancestor, he must be the Grand Mist Ancestor's trusted aide or disciple like Taoist Qing Su. Since fifth princess wants to find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks, then you have to start with these two people. Capture Xiaohua and torture him to find out the truth of Yaotai Mountain. Kill Qing Su and force the Grand Mist Ancestor to show himself. Dongfang Haohua naturally didn't think that Princess Qingqing had other thoughts. Because the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks seemed to be the most important thing in the Immortal Palace. Good. Fifth Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and said, One capture, one kill. Mr. Dongfang said it very well. However, whether it is Taoist Qing Su or Xiaohua, their origins seem to be very mysterious. I can't find their whereabouts. For some unknown reason, Linghu Pairan didn't tell Gu Xianyun where Xiaohua came from. And Gu Xianyun couldn't have learned the name of Black Wind Ridge from the cultivators who had returned. Therefore, Dongfang Haohua simply smiled and said without hesitation, My Immortal Palace has eyes and ears everywhere in the hidden Immortal Continent, which is what ordinary people call the Old Man of the Earth. Although it is difficult to find a Taoist cultivator, but it can't be considered too difficult, right? This is why I came to find you. Princess Qingqing nodded. This matter is a great merit, but it is easy to control. I don't want too many people to know. The most important thing is that I can't directly dispatch the old man. Mr. Dongfang, you see. And I understand your highness's thoughts. I will go find the deacon of the Hall of Light later. Dongfang Haohua secretly calculated in his heart and agreed. Then I will have to trouble Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing said with a smile, There is another matter. Xianyun, the purpose of that Jade Pavilion meeting is to let Taoist cultivators establish a country, right? Then who got the Imperial Tutor's lot? Reporting to your highness. Gu Xianyun hurriedly said, This time we prepared a total of 10 Imperial Tutor's lots. I checked the Seoul official hall and found that 9 Imperial Tutor's lots have been used. The hidden immortal continent has 9 more Taoist countries. The last one is still missing. Those who can get the Imperial Tutor's lot are also suspicious. They might be the Grand Mist Ancestors' backup plan. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. Find a reason to report to the Lingyun Hall and send troops to exterminate the 9 Taoist countries. Yes, I understand. Dongfang Haohua nodded. Not to mention exterminating 9 Taoist countries. Even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be moved. Oh, that's right, Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, I received news from the Tianji Hall that the lower realm's 5 prefectures seem to be in chaos. This. Dongfang Haohua frowned slightly and hesitated. The 2 of you can leave first. Princess Qingqing ordered with a flick of her sleeve. Gu Xianyun and Yu Xiajing hurriedly bowed and slowly stepped back. The golden pavilion was shrouded in clouds once again. Chapter 3794. After half an hour, Dongfang Haohua came out of the Jasper Flower Palace. He didn't go directly to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he went to the Hall of Spiritual Official first and waited for another day before arriving at the Hall of Enlightenment. When he came out of the Hall of Enlightenment, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. From a side door of the Hall of Enlightenment, a clever-looking boy came out and rode a cloud to a dark purple palace. This palace was similar to the Jasper Flower Palace, but the plaque above the palace gate had the words School of the Emperor Star written on it. The boy came to the School of the Emperor Star and used his divine sense to explore for a moment. Then he ran to the small gate of the palace. Outside the gate, there were naturally immortal generals guarding it. They only let the boy in after checking his token. In the depths of the Emperor Star Palace, among the many pavilions, there was a very elegant library. A woman in a palace dress was sitting behind a desk. There was a brocade chair in front of the desk and a sage-like old man was sitting on it. The old man was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading something. The woman was listening with full attention. Outside the library, a palace maid walked to the door and respectfully stood there. She didn't dare to say anything. After the old man finished reading, he put away the book and smiled at the woman. Ninth Princess, this old man will stop talking about the Thunder Spirit gestation method today. I'm afraid something has happened outside. The woman looked up. That fresh face and bright eyes. Wasn't that Xinxin who went to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua? Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Lei. Princess Xinxin got up. Seeing this, the old man also quickly got up from the brocade chair and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Not to mention the immortal emperor's decree, this old man can't disobey. The 9th princess is very respectful to this old man. This old man hopes that the princess can successfully cultivate the Thunder Spirit gestation method and quickly recover her cultivation. Okay, this old man won't delay the princess business. Goodbye. This princess will send Mr. off. Princess Xinxin quickly walked out from behind the desk. Old Mr. Lei waved his hand and quickly left the library. Shijing, is there something important? Princess Xinxin sent old Mr. Lei off and asked the palace maid at the door. The palace maid named Shijing quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the princess, Sun Gang from the Hall of Enlightenment wants to see you. What interesting matter did this little guy have this time? Let him in. The new princess smiled and waved her hand. Shijing turned around and waited for the new princess to return to her seat before the boy called Sun Gang came to the library in a well-behaved manner. He bowed and said, this humble subject greets the 9th princess. He get up. The new princess asked with a smile, do you have anything important to report today? Of course it's important. The boy was a little unhappy when he heard the smile in the new princess's tone. This humble servant took a risk to meet the princess. If you don't want to listen, this humble servant won't say anything. Haha, of course. The new princess smiled and said, Sun Gang's message is all very important. This is what old Master Sun said himself. Why would I lie to you? Really? Did great-grandfather really praise me like that? Sun Gang asked proudly as he listened to his own small chest. Of course. The new princess continued, your great-grandfather even praised you for your intelligence and said that you would definitely be a literary figure in the military. Hee. Sun Gang laughed from ear to ear. That's right, Shijing, give some fruits to Sun Gang. Although the School of the Emperor Star doesn't have any peaches of immortality, we still have other fruits. The new princess was happy when she saw Sun Gang's smile and ordered, "Your Highness." Shi Jing smiled and said, "He already ate it just now. However, he insisted on the spirit jujube that Your Highness brought back last time." "That's right, Your Highness." Speaking of the spirit jujube, Sun Gang threw his great-grandfather's praise to the back of his head and hurriedly asked, "Big sister Shi Jing is too stingy. She won't even give me the spirit jujube." "Hee, it's not that she won't give it to you. It's because there aren't any left in my school of the Emperor's Star." When the new princess heard the spirit jujube, she immediately knew that Xiaohua had casually given it to her that day. She had also casually placed it in the palace. It was just that Sun Gang occasionally ate it and liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many spirit jujubes. After eating it, it was naturally gone. "Your Highness, don't lie to me." Sun Gang didn't believe it. His small eyes blinked as he cried out, "You are the immortal Emperor's most beloved little princess. How come you don't even have a spirit jujube?" "Little brat, what are you saying? How can you be so impudent?" While Sun Gang was speaking, an old man who looked very similar to Sun Gang slowly walked in. "Mr. Sun." The new princess stood up and smiled. Sun Gang, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Greetings, great-grandfather." While speaking, a brocade chair appeared out of thin air on the side of the desk that was extremely close to the new princess. The old man walked in front of the brocade chair and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please sit." "All right, mister, sit as well." The new princess raised her hand to signal and sat down first. After the new princess sat down, the old man sat down and looked at Sun Gang. "Sun Gang, if Your Highness says you don't have it, then you don't have it. Do you understand?" Grandson understands. Sun Gang didn't dare to say anything more. I really don't have it here. There's a chance in the future. I'll get more for you." The new princess smiled and said, "Thank you, princess." Sun Gang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Old Man Sun nodded and asked Sun Gang, "What happened in the Hall of Enlightenment today?" Hearing this, Sun Gang's expression changed. He straightened his back and said, "All right, Your Highness, I'll let you know that there are many important matters in the Hall of Enlightenment today." Sun Gang's little mouth spoke one sentence after another. Princess XNXN listened with a smile, while Old Man Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the end, Sun Gang said, "Aside from Yong State being destroyed 42% and Yangzhou State being destroyed 39%, more than 15% of Qing State, Ji State, Liang State and Jing State were destroyed. Su State and Gun State were destroyed more than 10%. As for you State, I don't know. What else?" The new princess knew that the Ling Yun Palace was already paying attention to Yu State, so Sun Gang couldn't have gotten any information. "No." Sun Gang shook his head, but a moment later, he vigorously nodded. There is. This humble servant remembers. There was someone named Dongfang Haohua who came to find Sun Bing. He wanted Deacon Sun to help find 2 Dao sect cultivators. Dongfang Haohua found 2 Dao sect cultivators. Princess XNXN glanced at old Mr. Sun curiously and asked in confusion, "Is this his master's idea or his own? Who are the 2 Dao sect cultivators?" Old Man Sun didn't answer the new princess and instead asked Sun Gang. "One is Qing Su Daoist and the other is Xiaohua. It is said that they are both nascent soul cultivators." Although Sun Gang didn't care about this information, he remembered their names clearly. The new princess frowned. Her heart was in turmoil, but she still asked calmly, 2 nascent soul cultivators? What does he want? It is indeed strange. If they are cultivators from the Peng Lai immortal realm, then it is understandable. Finding 2 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators is indeed strange. Old Man Sun looked at the new princess. The new princess noticed and nodded at Old Man Sunday. She then said to Sun Gang, "Do you have any images?" "Of course, but I don't care. They are all in Sun Bing's hands." Sun Gang didn't understand and asked, Is this very important?" "Haha, of course it is important." The new princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, "See if you can show me the images of the 2 people. If possible, your spirit date may fall on Xiaohua." "Really?" Sun Gang was overjoyed and asked loudly, "Do you think I will lie to you?" The new princess said seriously, "You can go now. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else." Hearing that it was a secret, Sun Gang straightened his back and nodded, "Your Highness, please rest assured. I understand. I will leave now and go to find Yutong." After that, Sun Gang bowed to Old Man Sun again and left with the heavy burden on his shoulders. Looking at Sun Gang's calm back, the new princess said with a smile, "Old Man Sun, Sun Gang is very clever and doesn't show his emotions on his face. He will be of great use in the future." "Your Highness, you flatter me. If this boy can still be like this after leaving the library, then he will be of great use." Ha ha ha. The new princess looked at Sun Gang, who was just 100 feet away from the library, and immediately jumped up and down like a monkey. She laughed and said, "After all, he is still young. He will be blessed with more experience." "It depends on your Highness' ambition, Mr. Sun looked at the smiling princess meaningfully and said, "Sometimes, family is important, but if you give up your utility and power for family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your family. In this case, why not take the initiative? Care about the world and spread mercy on the earth?" Ahem. The new princess coughed twice, and a kind of helplessness appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said, "Old Man Sun, let's talk about it later. Now is the future." Old Man Sun looked very serious. "Ninth princess, you can't retreat anymore. You have been forced to the edge of the cliff. It's not that bad." The new princess' helpless expression was added with embarrassment. "Your Highness, I didn't want to talk about it before. Don't tell me that I didn't know about your injury." Old Man Sun glared at the new princess. "If someone didn't set you up deliberately, how could you, the daughter of the immortal emperor, a noble descendant of heaven?" "Old Man Sun, don't mention this again," the new princess said firmly. Seeing the new princess's attitude, Old Man Sun didn't say anything and said, "Now that the person in the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist cultivators, I don't know who Xiao Hua is, but I do know Reverend Qing Su. He is the subordinate of the Grand Mist Ancestor. That person is obviously trying to steal the credit. As long as she can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks or cut off his wings, she will definitely attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Her Highness will have a hard time protecting herself." Chapter 3795. "Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun." Princess Xian nodded. "Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small." Old Mr. Sun laughed. "Xiao Hua and Qing Su Jinren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate." "Mister, don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Su Jinren?" Princess Xian also laughed. "Of course." Old Mr. Sun proudly said, "I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Taoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor Star Palace." Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, "In addition, what's the matter with Xiao Hua of this Taoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiao Hua that your Highness mentioned?" "That's not possible." Princess Xian frowned and said, "The cultivation of Xiao Hua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiao Hua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic?" "Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang?" Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xian frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo there was extremely lush. After a while she said, "Xiao Hua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's why I told Sun Gang to pay more attention." "Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is really so powerful?" Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xian and asked, "Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me?" "Indeed." Princess Xian nodded. "Those things are Xiao Hua's secret," this princess promised him. "If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter." Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "And this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble." "Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun." After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. "This is the statue of Xiao Hua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it." "All right." Old Mr. Sun took it and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, "In addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent." Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Dao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qing province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to your Highness. A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Dao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Inyang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school? How is that possible? XNXN raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yin-Yang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. XNXN sneered as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years. Hee hee. Princess XNXN sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the immortal palace and the Thunder Temple, so they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is... Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The Immortal Emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess Xin naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess XNXN gritted her teeth and said, back then the Immortals and Buddhas fought against the Taoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now we're just in control of the Immortal Palace and they're so troublesome. Shoo. Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess XNXN from complaining and said anxiously, you're the princess. You can't say that. Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The Immortal Emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things. Well, old Mr. Sun, arrange for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess XIN ordered. Also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Taoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Taoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Taoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the Immortal Emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us. When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess XNXN frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important. After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, 9th Princess. This old man has good news to report to your Highness. Princess XNXN smiled and said, What good news is it that made Mr. Lei return? In has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy. Mr. Lei went straight to the point. In is back? Princess XNXN was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, Where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your Highness know. Mr. Lei said somewhat awkwardly. When Miss Bai-in pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound Province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bai-in was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your Highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bai-in's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Bai-in can be released back to the palace. Great. Princess XNXN clapped her hands and said, What happened back then was the Gusu family's fault, but, in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor's Star. It's rather inappropriate. Bai-in was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth. I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lei cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave. When Miss Bai-in returns to the school of the Emperor's Star, I'll come again to congratulate you. Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Princess XIN was very happy. She cared a lot about Taowu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Taowu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusu Chiodi was not suppressed in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess Xan, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess Xan would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess Xan feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for Saint Jiangji's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What Xan said to Xiao Hua was not a lie. Now that Princess Xan heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lei away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the 3 ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said, Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace. Come in. A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace. Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master. Get up. The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. Yes. Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you. The Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xan's encounter with Xiao Hua, as well as Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Qing Su. He asked, This junior feels that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the 9th princess and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the 9th princess seems to have a good impression of Xiao Hua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiao Hua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiao Hua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it. The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. However, the 9th princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment, this prince will investigate. Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master. Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this and replied respectfully. Boom. Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Whoa! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master who was originally sitting on the golden chair had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff puff puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet-long crystal threads as thick as a bull's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See. As the true qi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out. You have just become a literary saint. The true qi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it. Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo-woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. My lord? Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, This Xiaohua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province. See. Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked. The Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world? He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess? No. The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied. The method used to block Xiaohua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestors' method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiaohua is very important to us Confucian cultivators. Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiaohua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiaohua is proficient in Tao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands? Sun Yu hurriedly bowed. Junior will arrange it. Following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, "Daoist Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Daoist will be. Fate arises and perishes, why does it have to be like this?" Xiao Hua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. "Who is it?" Xiao Hua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Zhang Daoran was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoran or Xiao Hua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. "Daoist Xiao?" Zhang Daoran curiously asked, "What did you find? It seems like someone is peeping." Xiao Hua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously he didn't find anything. Chapter 3797. How about now? Zhang Daoran probed with his divine sense for a moment. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, "There seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange." "Congratulations, Jinren Xiao." Zhang Daoran smiled and said. "Oh, where did the joy come from?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoran said, "Although Jinren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortal's cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gained something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck." Hearing Zhang Daoran's words, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, "Perhaps. You three nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right?" Roar. At this moment, two long roars came from the distance at the same time. Two divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. "Congratulations, fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoran greeted them with smiles. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "We have to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms. You're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "We're all Taoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together." Haha. Sun Kong Shangren laughed and said something to Xiao Hua. Zhang Daoran also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. "Zhai Xingzi." Gusu Qiudi's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gong Shui Yexen. "Ochio, what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you for a favor." Gusu Qiudi flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusu Qiudi looked at the four and smiled. "EXN entered Senior Tsonglangzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first?" "Hehe, if that's the case, of course you can." Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gong Shui Xn behind Gusu Qiudi. Gong Shui Xn flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Tsonglangzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gong Shui Xian's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kong Shangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gong Shui Xian's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. "Hehe, nothing, just a little toy." Gong Shui Xian was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. "Xingzi," Gusu Qiudi said, "you are the first. It's okay, I have already tested it." "Okay." Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gong Shu Exn. He take out your hand and disperse your protective qi. Gong Shu Exn put the pearl in the air and said, "Put it under the pearl." Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gong Shu Exn pointed at the pearl and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. It's Zhang Daoran Sr.'s turn. Gong Shu Exn used her hand to hook the pearl and the rainbow disappeared. "Qiu, what are you doing?" Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you in a while." Zhang Daoran looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong Shanren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kong Shanren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Daoran's. Forget it. Xiao Hua knew that his magic power was different from the other 3. He waved his hand and said, "My cultivation method is different from the 3 of you. It's fine if I don't measure it." "Don't." Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Jinren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations." Sigh, all right. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Wong wong. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiao Hua's skin. Gong Shu Exn frowned and said unhappily, "Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this. This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded?" "This," Xiao Hua said helplessly, "go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. The Xiao is not unwilling." "Alright." Gong Shu Exn was also helpless. She said, "Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands?" Xiao Hua nodded. Wong wong wong. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gong Shu Exin hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiao Hua did not pay attention, Gong Shu Exin saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. "Ah!" Gong Shu Exin cried out in surprise. "How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old?" At the same time she lost her voice, Xiao Hua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gong Shu Exin's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color. All of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, "Gong Shu girl, what did you say?" "No, nothing." Gong Shu Exin looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, "I was just talking about my own imperial artifact." Xiao Hua of course heard Gong Shu Exin scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gong Shu Exin's heart. He also understood that Gong Shu Exin's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiao Hua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gong Shu Exin's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiao Hua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiao Hua already said Xiao Hua's technique. Xiao Hua explained. Boom. Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible, how can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death. I won't believe it. Gong Shu Exn did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself as if she was talking to herself. Taoist Master Xiao? At this time Gusu Qiudi had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically. EXN is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xingzi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Gusu Qiudi to say more. Age was Gong Shu Exion's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiaohua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much higher than Gong Shu Exion's. At this moment, Gong Shu Exn felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiaohua, how old are you? Gong Shu Exn did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiaohua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Dao Ran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Qiudi, who were also surprised. He smiled and said, how old this Xiao is it that important? Aha, it is indeed not important. Zhang Dao Ran laughed and said, this is because Taoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize. That's right. Gusu Qiudi hurriedly agreed, we have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return. That's right, Taoist Jai Xing. Xiaohua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, we will meet again someday. Xiaohua said and shouted loudly, Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Black Wind Ridge? Yes, Master. Fujiwen did not know why Xiaohua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiaohua into the sky, far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gong Shu Exion's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiaohua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 3798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiaohua's back and sighed in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiaohua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Shui Ping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiaohua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiaohua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiaohua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiaohua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiaohua could only sigh slightly. I've been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiaohua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, Kong Hongwu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Dao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons, how many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans. Who was it? Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons? If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. Life is always like a sudden encounter, it's hard to avoid some kind of surprise. Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the School of the Emperor Star, and then the Master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious Cultivator. Therefore there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiao Hua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fu Jiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then a cold frost hung on his face and he seemed to be extremely angry. Master. Although Fu Jiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiao Hua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, "Could it be that there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge?" "That's not it," Xiao Hua sneered. "How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the Five-Dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die." Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiao Hua only pondered for a moment before instructing, "Disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out." Along the way, Xiao Hua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiao Hua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon." "Good," Xiao Hua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body. Rumble? A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiao Hua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsk tisk. Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. The lightning element 3 realms is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiao Hua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiao Hua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. Without a great opportunity, one would not be able to succeed. Why is this Zhao's lightning evasion technique so fast? Thinking back to how difficult it was to cultivate in the past, until today with almost every opportunity, this lightning escape technique can be improved. Isn't this too easy? However, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua understood. In the past few years in Song Longzi's cave, Xiao Hua had not only obtained Song Longzi's orthodoxy, but also the 5 elements escape technique. Now that Xiao Hua had successfully cultivated these escape techniques, under the promotion of the 5 elements escape technique, it was inevitable that the lightning escape technique would improve. In particular, Xiao Hua had also obtained the holy bloodline in the relic world. Now, although his body had not completely integrated with the holy bloodline, he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. After all, he had the body of a heavenly phoenix. A heavenly phoenix that was good at flying. The lightning escape technique originally had extremely harsh requirements for the tempering of the body. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's head, it would be impossible for him to stop at the level of Imperial Thunder Shock. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast, it could not be considered as shocking. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was 10, and one person was equivalent to 10 people cultivating. At the beginning it was difficult to move forward, but now it was time to start showing its power. Xiao Hua had been in seclusion for 3 years in the Jade Mountains maze. It seemed that his cultivation had not made any progress, but Xiao Hua understood that he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would soon be able to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Of course, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even Xiao Hua himself did not know how to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Since that's the case, let's make the improvement more violent. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance, and said coldly, "Let these bastards who don't know what's good for them know the power of this Xiao." Lightning flashed from high up in the sky, and the sound of thunder still lingered in the ears. Xiao Hua's figure instantly moved 100 li. This is... Xiao Hua's figure had just passed by when several Dao cultivators with different cultivation bases rushed out from hiding on the ground. Seeing Xiao Hua arrogantly flying away, they looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Then they returned to hiding in the valley. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was angry. Now the Black Wind Mountain was really lively. The 100 li of Black Wind Mountain was almost completely surrounded by dozens of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were not all dressed in Confucian robes. Instead, most of them were dressed in martial attire, and there were even some who were flying in the air wearing armor. Among them, many Confucian cultivators were stepping on auspicious clouds, and some Confucian cultivators were riding on flying horses. What was very eye-catching was that in the western sky, there was a group of Confucian cultivators who were actually riding various kinds of demon beasts. Outside the Black Wind Mountains formation at the center, nascent soul Li Xiang stood in the air, holding a long diamond-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Although Li Xiang's Taoist robe was damaged and even the bun on his head was scattered, his expression was still calm as he looked towards the east. In front of Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion led their own demon beasts in 3 different directions, facing off against the Confucian cultivators. The 3 demon kings had many wounds on their bodies and some of them were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee, fellow immortal Li. Although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy." Li Xiang said indifferently, "How ridiculous, Jianghu, why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity." "Good. In that case," Jiang Zhanghong's face was a little red. Of course he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Jiang Zhanghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably Jiang Zhanghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey! Before Jiang Zhanghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Changfeng Pavilion shouted, "Pavilion Master Jiang, your Changfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now?" Jianghu looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, "Xiahan, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time and you're already so anxious?" "A meal's time is also a fight." Xiahan sneered, raised the dragon spear in his hand and shouted, "Boys, kill for me, kill." There were more than 1,000 people behind Xiahan. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xiahan, he didn't even wait for Jianghu's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble qi pillars crashed into the spear. Roar! The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine qi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. Haha, this is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xiahan's sneak attack. He laughed and said, "What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine. Li Xiang will return the favor." After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. "You dare to fight with me?" Jianghu saw Xiahan attack and immediately shouted, "Disciples kill, kill." The hundreds of disciples of Changfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air and pounced on the bear spirit. "Kill." The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon qi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Jianghu, Xiahan, just you wait. Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Black Wind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately the air above Black Wind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. Kill. The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true qi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. A sharp cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true qi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas! Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xiahan's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. Go! Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence qi appeared out of thin air. This essence qi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Jianghu, Xiahan, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xiahan's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the qi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xiahan's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xiahan was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. The end of the spear hit Xiahan's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xiahan's Confucian robe, and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xiahan. That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xiahan was embarrassed and Jianghu was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level Origin Energy Master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the Capital Star Array, and suffered different degrees of injuries. Xiahan. Jiang Zhanghong said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Black Wind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan? Hehe, do you think your plan will work? Xiahan also used the spirit medicine and unceremoniously retorted, isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Black Wind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Black Wind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, we can't attack Black Wind Ridge at all. Jiang Zhanghong immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded, since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiang's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag? Why do you have to do it before I, Jiang Zhanghong? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today I want to regain my face. Can I do that? Xiahan naturally would not tell Jiang Zhanghong that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Jiang Zhanghong would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, Master Sierra is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiang will be scared again. He will hide in Black Wind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again. So what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Peng Country? Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Peng Country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method? Xiahan's face had a rogue expression of bite me, which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xiahan's one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge behavior. He said, besides, didn't Peng Country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it? Sai, everyone stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array. How to break the array? Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Jiang Zhanghong said coldly. However, there's only one 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xiahan replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Black Wind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiang is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Yisin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, "Then, are we still guarding this place?" "That's the only way," Xiahan said coldly, "since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Black Wind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiang slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array." Have you all seen the Jiang country that has yet to be established? That princess of Jiang country really didn't take the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Dao sect, so there is no point in asking for the Imperial Jade Seal. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal, and she even said that the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar State. A small country like Jianghu? You shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, there aren't any special Dao sect cultivators near the princess of Jianghu country. Xia Han laughed. That bullshit Xiaohua. I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Dao sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jiang Zhanghong waved his hand. My son and I have come here eagerly, we can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone, let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridges formation. That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud. In ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Dao sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. Damn Li Xiang, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine. The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble? Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800. Who is it? The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears. I am that dog fart Xiaohua you speak of. So, Xiaohua. Xia Han turned pale with fright and shouted, why aren't you dead yet? Because you aren't dead yet. Xiaohua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xia Han suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in mid-air, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky. At this time, how could Xia Han not know that this was Xiaohua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong. Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xia Han, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sex people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than falling star. Xia Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xia Han's strength was only at the intermediate 4th grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Taoist Master Chu Feng, so how could he withstand Xiaohua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xia Han's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out and it burst like a bubble. Xia Han, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiaohua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xia Han was like this, how good could wandering dragon sect's disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Xiaohua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in, they seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble chi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiao Hua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air. Only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man? You must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one they desperately urged their true chi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Whoa! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stage hand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Changfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Jianghong's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiang was seen by Xiao Hua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Jianghong threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the sub-body's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Jianghong's sub-body condensed, Xiao Hua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Jianghong was located had already been imprisoned by Xiao Hua's big hand. Not only was Jianghong's sub-body on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the sub-body shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Jianghong were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy. At this time Xiao Hua had already flown a few miles away and he coldly growled. Boom! Jianghong's sub-body collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiao Hua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff puff puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiao Hua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack crack crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiao Hua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge like a god. Master, master, master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear Spirit not know that Xiao Hua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the White Lion and the Golden Eagle behind him. Xiao Hua looked at the obedient Black Bear Spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear Spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiao Hua scolded in annoyance. If you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard. Master, I'm innocent. The Black Bear Spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, Master. As the Black Bear Spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, Master. The Golden Eagle and White Lion weren't as thick-skinned as the Black Bear Spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the Black Bear Spirit and bowed in the air. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. All of you get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The Golden Eagle and White Lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then the Black Bear Spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years. Kill?" All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Daoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets Master." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today they were ranked behind Li Xiang. It must be because Li Xiang had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiang. He asked curiously, "This Xiao remembers that other than Xiong Yi, there are many Golden Core disciples who joined my Fortune Gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone?" Haha. Li Xiang smiled mysteriously. Daoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiong Yi bring dozens of Golden Core cultivators to join my Fortune Gate, even Shui Mingzi Ao Zhantian and Prince Lan are here. Then? Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. "Fellow Daoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd?" But when he saw Li Xiang's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Daoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Daoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiang said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. And it seems that it's about time. Daoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow. All right. Xiaohua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiang said, Xiong Yi, Changyu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiaohua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets Master." Rise. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiong Yi with a smile. "You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever." Xiong Yi smiled. Disciple received Master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jianghu country, I knew that Master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. And there's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiaohua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Qin Xiaoyao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jianghu country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiong Yi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiang and Xiong Yi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiaohua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise." And Daoist Xiao is right. Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course they must have their own difficulties. I and the rest will have to discuss this matter with Daoist Xiao later. Alright. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared and no one dared to get too close. Master, please take a seat. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiao Hua's gaze and bowed at the same time. Daoist Xiao, please take a seat. Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiao Hua killing Xie Han and Jiang Zhanghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiao Hua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiao Hua's walk, Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, Chang Yu and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiao Hua sat on the brocade chair, Xiong Yi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master." This cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. Greetings, Daoist Xiao. After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. Disciples and fellow Taoists, please rise. Xiao Hua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled, "While this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them. Master is mighty." Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. Fellow Taoists Shui Mingzi and the other Taoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Shui Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then Li Xiang and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone has worked hard. Please rest for a while. This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today we'll drink until we're drunk. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiao Hua led Shui Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Shui Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, "Daoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of it?" And this Xiao has naturally heard of it. Xiao Hua nodded. However, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now we still don't know. Ao Zhantian continued from the side. However, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed. Kong Hongwu? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi knew that Xiao Hua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiao Hua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Shui Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed and he said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao has just returned. I and the others had some thoughts before, but we shouldn't mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Daoist Xiao as soon as possible." How could Xiao Hua not understand? He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, you mean?" Cough, cough, our blood oath is still valid. Shui Mingzi coughed and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, "However, we hope that Daoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in I's opinion, those fellow Taoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiaohua still asked with a smile on his face. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, "That's right. We discussed this matter before Daoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiang and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation?" Xiaohua's face suddenly turned cold and he asked. We wouldn't dare. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time Xiongyi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed and said, "This was disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors." Xiaohua nodded. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, "Daoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range, we were stopped by fellow Daoist Xiongyi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain Range. We only knew that fellow Daoist Xiongyi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain Range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain Range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene?" It seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Taoists." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I will think about what fellow Taoists said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you." Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, "Rest assured, Daoist Xiao. We have experienced life and death with Daoist Xiao. No matter what Daoist Xiao decides, our blood oath is still valid." Xiaohua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, "The outsiders have left, only my Fortune Gate's disciples are left. Xiongyi, tell me what is going on." At this time, another Xiaohua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, "Reporting to Master, there is a Confucian cultivator named Fujiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple. And indeed, let him in." Xiaohua nodded and was about to speak to Xiongyi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "That." The disciple smiled bitterly. "The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fujiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fujiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King, how could he be Fujiwen's opponent?" Xiaohua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fujiwen. Fujiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, "Master, and this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you." Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, Master." Fujiwen looked at Lu Yi, who was waving at him, and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the 2. "Master, The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, "You have accepted one disciple after another, when will you accept this little one as your disciple?" "What? You want to be this old man's disciple?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, "Look at what Master is saying. This little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode. How would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other, and this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up, this little one's heart." Senior brother Black Bear. Fujiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, "This is a 3rd transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to senior brother, please accept it as my apology." Junior brother, you're too polite." The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, "If you do this, won't it make senior brother look too stingy?" "Not at all, not at all." Fujiwen smiled and said, "Senior brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on senior brother Black Bear in the Black Wind Ridge." Well said, well said. The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, "The Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master." Chapter 3802. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and ignored the black bear spirit. He looked at Xiong Yi and said, "I've been disturbed by this black bear. Xiong Yi, tell me the situation." "Yes, master." Xiong Yi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiong Yi had brought Wu Tian, Chang Yu and dozens of other golden core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiong Yi and Chang Yu's strength as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear Spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiong Yi entered the formation and told Xiao Hua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiao Hua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiao Hua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiong Yi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiong Yi. Soon after, Xiong Yi discovered that Xiao Jian Yuanya and the original forces of Jiang country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang country's Changling princess. Now the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then while Xiong Yi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Chang Yu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiang what Xiao Hua knew. Li Xiang was surprised, but he also listened to Xiong Yi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiong Yi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then Xiong Yi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiang surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiong Yi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden immortal continent and would attract the attention of the immortal palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time the Black Bear Spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiong Yi also made it clear that Xiao Hua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiao Hua heard the end, he finally understood Xiong Yi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiong Yi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind." "This is what this disciple should do," Xiong Yi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiao Hua thought and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Changling princess has already revived her country?" "Good master knows." Xiong Yi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Chang Yu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Changling princess." "Oh? What?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Changling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiong Yi turned to look at the silent Li Xiang and said, "Good. Master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." "Essence blood?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, "Damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Taoist sections. How can this old man be fooled?" "It is this old man's mistake, I forgot about this." Xiao Hua nodded. "All right, the Changling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days I will send the imperial tutor's lot over, and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Xiongyi shook his head firmly. What is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot, so only this old man can be the imperial tutor? Xiaohua asked curiously. Xiongyi said with a smile, that is not the case. However, after tomorrow master can make a decision. What? Xiaohua was curious. This disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow. Xiongyi replied mysteriously again. Xiaohua did not ask more about this matter and asked again, okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhanqian and the others? Fellow Taoist Li, say something. Li Xiang seemed to be awakened by Xiaohua and said with a smile, this matter actually, when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the immortal palace, Jinren should not be too high profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Jinren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent, and are also Jinren's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Xiongyi also had the same opinion and said with a smile, Master, there was a change in the Yaotai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even our Dao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. And this old man understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, then we will do as you have discussed. Then Xiaohua looked at the Black Bear Spirit and asked, how is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge? I will let Master know. When the Black Bear Spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, in these years when Master was not here, the little three demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many Vitality Stones in this vein. Until now we have not dug out all of them. You stupid bear. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this old man is asking you how many Vitality Stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so? As for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Martial Uncle Li. The Black Bear Spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiang from speaking. He took out a Qingquan bag and handed it to the Black Bear Spirit, saying, this is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious. Yes, this little one understands. The Black Bear Spirit took the Qingquan bag, bowed and left. Alright, there is no need to think too much. Xiaohua stood up and said, fellow Taoist Li Xiongyi, you two go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Louis, you three come in with me. Xiongyi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiang and smiled. He pulled his Taoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiang walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiongyi. Xiongyi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The two of them walked further and further away. Not long after the two of them left, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper first grade of essence force. This really made Xiaohua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiang had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his 2 disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Dao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiongyi brought Li Xiang and stood respectfully outside Xiaohua's cave. When Xiaohua came out of the cave, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiongyi smiled and said, Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today. Xiaohua looked at Xiongyi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiong Yi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiong Yi did not need to say anything. Xiao Hua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiao Jian. Sure enough, the three of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Jiang country that Xiao Hua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiong Yi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiang still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiong Yi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiao Hua had just returned. Although he had some understanding of Li Xiang's thoughts, there were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask and only gave pointers to Xiong Yi's cultivation. The three of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Jiang country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiao Hua naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiong Yi suddenly laughed. "Master, don't disturb them or else we won't be able to see today's show." Xiao Hua frowned. He retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, "Them? Who are they?" "Master, just follow me." Xiong Yi was still unwilling to speak, and heard Xiao Hua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiong Yi brought Xiao Hua and Li Xiang, and did not directly fly into the capital of the Jiang country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Jiang country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. Master Martial Uncle Li, please. Xiong Yi invited the two of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiao Hua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong Yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jiang country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jiang country and stopped there. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine? Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some?" If you want it, there's plenty." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiao Hua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Li Xiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong Yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiao Hua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours. How old is it?" "Yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiao Hua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaogua. What a waste of resources. Xiong Yi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Chengkuan bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing? TSK, you're eating it like this." Sigh, disciple won't say any more. Li Xiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiang. "Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills, which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle yuanying stage." "This?" Li Xiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiong Yi. Unfortunately, Xiong Yi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang smiled and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill? I asked Taoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Taoist Master for it after I have made a decision." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please feel free to ask." At this moment, Xiongyi stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other." You're right, here you go." Xiao Hua was very fond of Xiongyi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiongyi without any hesitation. Xiongyi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, "Master, is this a heart fusion pill?" In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent. And indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. "Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some and you can try it." "Not only the pill recipe, Master, the spirit grass?" "Forget it, disciple won't ask. With Master here, disciple doesn't have to worry about these things in the future." Xiongyi wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he was guarding against Li Xiang, an outsider. Seeing this, Li Xiang's brows furrowed even more, and the spirit wine in his hand was also cup after cup. Of course, Xiongyi knew what Li Xiang was thinking, but he didn't ask. He accompanied Xiao Hua to talk about some recent situations and the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. After another hour, seeing that the sun was high in the sky, Xiongyi waved his hand, and a thin layer of silver-white brilliance appeared in the pavilion. A large villa appeared in the brilliance. As Xiongyi made a gesture, the brilliance moved above the villa like a mirror, and the scenery inside the villa could be seen clearly. This villa was a majestic place. Not only was it surrounded by water on all sides, it was also surrounded by mountains and beautiful trees. Moreover, in the corner of the villa, the various pavilions were equally beautiful. The pavilions were also hidden between the lakes and mountains. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua frowned. If this villa was in the wilderness, then it would be fine, but this was the capital of Jianghu country, and there were actually mountains and ridges in this villa. What kind of extravagance was this? Li Xiang raised his head, looked at the villa, and said indifferently, "This is Qin Haoyue's residence in the Jianghu country. It is called the National Master's Garden. Whenever he is not in the palace, he will cultivate here." Xiao Hua smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist Li, are you not cultivating here?" How can I compare to the #1 imperial advisor of the Jianghu country? I have only been here once, and it was when I had just submitted to the Jianghu country." Qin Haoyue. He is a little narrow-minded and doesn't like others looking at his things. Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiongyi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time as Xiongyi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror. Xiao Hua was surprised and asked curiously, "Xiongyi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over?" Master was wrong. Xiongyi laughed. "Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here. So that's how it is." Xiao Hua laughed. So this old man was thinking too much. But on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch? Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement?" "Of course I don't know." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "After fellow Taoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs." "Shu. Master, he's here." Xiongyi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Let's not talk. Disciple's technique is not necessarily reliable." Xiao Hua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Taoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, two slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiao Hua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the Foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiao Hua secretly cursed, "What a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste." This is Yuanya? When Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian, and at the same time he thought of many people and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Xiong Yi, and Xiong Yi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jiang country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiao Hua and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar state. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Jianghu, and it had become even more obvious today. Yeah. Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, "Do you want to go against your master?" Yuanya urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is not going against Master, it is. Master is forcing this disciple." "How did this old man force you?" Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. "You were picked up by this old man from the arena, your life was originally this old man's, and this old man doesn't want your life now as long as you leave Jianghu. What kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life." "Master." Yuanya was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, "You are forcing me to leave Jiang country, forcing me to leave Jianghu. Are you not taking my life?" "Yeah." Xiao Jian spoke. "This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Jianghu you speak of is not the princess of Changling. And didn't the princess of Changling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xianyao Dark Forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Jiang country. How could she have ended up in the Xianyao Dark Forest? You should wake up." "All right," Yuanya bit his lips and nodded. "Since the princess of Changling does not admit that she is Jianghu, this disciple will not think more." Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Black Wind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him, that I only treat Jianghu as the princess of Changling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. "Master, it is rare, is this not enough? Why must you force this disciple to leave Jiang country?" Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded, "Yuanya, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Changling princess and forced the identity of Jianghu onto the Changling princess. You just want to use the Changling princess to achieve your goals." Yuanya stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, "Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Changling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain, a bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. You want to covet the Changling princess?" Xiao Jian snarled. "This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there." Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuanya's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, "No matter what Master says, This disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Jiang country. When did this old man invite you? Xiao Jian sneered. I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world you know how to scheme? Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now in front of this old man you are so wronged as though this old man wants you to leave, to frame you. Master? Yuanya was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, this old man originally wanted to leave you some face and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then, this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Changling princess. If you want to come 10 days later. What? Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuanye's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief. You want to marry Diawu? Yuanye, you understand. This old man is marrying the Changling princess, not Diawu. If this old man marries the Changling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Jiang country. And the princess of Changling is the queen of Jiang country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked, oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it. Roar. Suddenly Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuanye's broken heart. I'm going to kill you. Yuanya looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuanye's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuanye's hand, he smiled and said, what? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Changling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you. As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. A magic artifact that looked like a plate appeared in his hand. As his power surged, the plate gave off a blue light. Whoever dares to steal my Diawu, I will take their life. The princess of Changling had always been seen as Diawu by Yuanya. He had never thought of Diawu marrying someone else. Especially, he had never thought that his master would marry Diawu. At this moment, the ferocity that had been hidden for a long time completely erupted. He did not hide the killing intent in his heart. Kill? Yuanya urged the green leopard to charge at Xiao Jian with the demonic hammer. Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Xiao Jian smiled coldly. He formed a seal with his hands and a thin beam of light gushed out from the plate. Following Xiao Jian's seal, it was like a flying sword, stabbing toward Yuanya's heart. Seeing the pillar of light reach him, Yuanya swung the demonic hammer to meet it. However, just as the demonic hammer moved, Yuanye's arm trembled slightly and he put the demonic hammer away. PFFF. The pillar of light pierced Yuanye's armor like a sword. The blood-stained armor could not block the pillar of light at all. It pierced right through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and dyed the armor red. Master, you saved this disciple from the arena. This disciple will not retaliate against this attack. Take it as me returning a life to you. Yuanye's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jian. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still said each word clearly. Who wants you to return it? Xiao Jian was furious. This old man saved you because I wanted you to be my guard. Just like this old man picked up a dog on the street. As he spoke, another pillar of light rushed out from the magic tool. This time it was twice as big as the previous one. Seeing the beam of light mercilessly heading towards his head, Yuanya stepped on the green leopard. The green leopard let out a low roar and charged forward. Pooh! Yuanya barely managed to dodge the beam of light, but the beam of light once again pierced his arm. With a light cracking sound, Yuanya's arm weakly drooped down, and at the same time blood gushed out. Xiaojian. Yuanya roared like a trapped beast. After you saved me from the arena, you accepted me as your disciple. Although you yourself know that you are not my real master since you and I have a master-disciple relationship, then I can't retaliate against this attack. From now on you and I are strangers. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya to not retaliate twice in a row. If he had known this earlier, why would he have used a feint? Wouldn't he have directly used the magic tool to kill Yuanya here? Xiao Hua was furious. He waved his hand and the disc emitted a dazzling brilliance. The edge of the disc seemed to have a sharp blade. It drew an arc in the air and flew towards Yuanya's neck. Roar. Yuanya roared and waved the demonic hammer with one arm. A strong wind blew towards the disc. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The disc collided with the demonic hammer. Yuanya's body was sent flying by the huge impact. The green leopard also trembled. It hurriedly urged the demonic cloud to chase after Yuanya. One man and one beast flew for a few feet before Yuanya could regain his balance and land on the green leopard. Looking at his body, more blood flowed from the wounds that were not bandaged. Now it was all over his body and even dripped down his armor. Although Yuanya was in a sorry state, Xiao Jian was not much better. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya, who did not have any spiritual energy, to be able to use a normal hammer technique in battle to the point of perfection and easily hit his magic tool. He also did not expect Yuanya's strength to be strong enough to compete with his own spiritual energy. Therefore, when the magic tool was hit by the demonic hammer, the spiritual energy in the magic tool backfired. Xiao Jian's body trembled rapidly and the not-so-pure true essence in his meridians was somewhat scattered. Kill. Xiao Jian urged his true essence and endured the slight tearing pain in his meridians. He raised his hand and pointed. Woo-woo. The disc-shaped magic tool let out a whimper and flew up like a sneak attack. It opened its poisonous fangs and flew towards the green leopard under Yuanya. Roar. The green leopard was shocked. It let out a low roar and hurriedly dodged. It even spat out a mouthful of demonic chi to block the magic tool. Wang. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator smashed towards Yuanya and the green leopard like a mountain. Seeing that Xiao Jian was bullying the weak and actually using his pressure, Xiao Hua, who was in the pavilion, was furious. He cursed loudly and was about to move. Master. Xiong Yi hurriedly stopped him. This is a grudge between Yuanya and Xiao Jian. Outsiders cannot interfere. AI indeed. Xiao Hua sighed. These two people can be considered to be my benefactor. Although Xiao Jian is narrow-minded, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Master, don't worry. With disciple here, how could Yuanya be in danger? Xiong Yi laughed. While they were talking, there was another change on the mountain ridge. The pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on Yuanya. Even Yuanya's usually straight waist was bent. However, Yuanya's body trembled. Puff puff. His armor was completely broken. As blood fell into the air, Yuanya waved his arm. The muscles on his body were like a horned dragon. An indescribable ferocious chi rushed out from his muscles and directly resisted the pressure. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuanya's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Oh! Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Taoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic chi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiong Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuanya's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuanya fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuanya was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. Yuanya, aren't you always thinking about Xiaohua? Today I'll let you die under Xiaohua's talisman. As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuanya. When they were a few zhang away from Yuanya, boom! They turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuanya from the front and back. Chapter 3805. Where did this guy get the fire talisman from? Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense, preparing to use the divine sense hammer to block the fire talisman. He clearly knew that with Yuanya's strength, it was impossible for him to block the fire talisman he refined. However, just as he released his divine sense, Yuanya's figure unexpectedly flew out of the fire talisman. Yuanya's wolf-like figure skillfully stepped on Xiaohua's familiar footwork, dodging left and right amidst the explosive fire talisman. Big Dipper magical fist? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yuanya's movement in the fire the Big Dipper magical fist he usually practiced? How do you know how to fly? Seeing Yuanya jump in the air with the help of the impact of the fire talisman, Yuanya turned pale with fright. In particular, Yuanya was born in the forest, so his figure was extremely agile. In a moment he was already close to Xiao Jian. Die. Since Yuanya had severed all ties with Xiao Jian, he would not be merciful. With a cold snort, he curled up his body and rushed towards Xiao Jian like a meteor with the help of the final explosion of the fire talisman. He waved the demonic hammer in his hand again, aiming for Xiao Jian's chest. Oh, so you don't know how to fly at all. Yuanya's last attack revealed his strength. Contempt once again appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes. After all, facing Yuanya who did not have the ability to fly, Xiao Jian was in an invincible position from the beginning. Seeing the demonic hammer coming, Xiao Jian cast a spell with both hands. Rays of light appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Jian like a shield. Then he moved his body and prepared to put some distance between him and Yuanya. Pa pa pa. The demonic hammer rushed over and effortlessly broke Xiao Jian's spell, causing Xiao Jian to be shocked. Damn it, when did this brat become so strong? No wonder he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield these past few years. Even this old man has a headache when facing him, let alone ordinary people. Just as Xiao Jian was shocked, Yuanya's figure began to stagnate and began to fall. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a sneer. His figure stopped and he took a deep breath. The true essence in his meridians surged. His hands formed a spell and dozens of tiny ice spikes slowly formed in his hands. The ice spikes flashed with a blue brilliance. Die. Xiao Jian's hands were about to wave as he grinned evilly. At the same time Yuanya roared, Die. This sound was so loud that it caused Xiao Jian's body to tremble and the magic power he was using to slow down slightly. It was also at this moment that Yuanya's body suddenly flew up from the ground. He gathered all the strength in his body on one arm and the demonic hammer in his hand smashed towards Xiao Jian's chest like a meteor. Ah! Xiao Jian turned pale with fright because this time Yuanya was really flying. Moreover, he was extremely close to Yuanya. When the demonic hammer struck, that suffocating force had already pressed down on his chest. Xiao Jian cried out in alarm. Seeing that it was not easy for him to dodge the demonic hammer and that Yuanya was already in front of the icicle, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. As he tried his best to dodge, the icicle in his hand shot out. Pooh! The demonic hammer hit Xiao Jian's left chest. With a muffled sound, his entire collarbone and arm immediately collapsed. Xiao Jian was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At the same time, Pu, several thin sounds rang out. Half of the dozen icicles nailed into Yuanya's body. Some of the icicles pierced through his body, while others pierced deeply into his flesh. Yuanya was already losing some blood. At this moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky. Xiao Jian forcefully endured the pain. His uninjured hand touched the small Qingkuan bag. This small Qingkuan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiaohua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small Chengquan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuanya. Roar. On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuanya before slowly descending. When Yuanya came down from the green leopard's body, Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuanya. Yuanya's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. Kill him, quick, kill him. Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man holding a flying sword in his hand. He shouted, "Yuanya actually dared to kill Prince Xiao. He is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces." "Lu Bingjun, do you want to kill me?" Yuanya's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. "That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you will be going against my Jiang country and you will be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao." Lu Bingjun shouted, "However, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you." "Let my subordinates take your life. Haha, who dares to kill me?" Yuanya stood there and after laughing he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. "Who dares to kill me?" Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying and no one dared to speak. "Who dares to kill me?" Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingjun looked at Yuanya, who had fallen to the ground, and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingjun and the others, dozens of Dao soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. "How dare you, Lu Bingjun?" Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, "You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general? Senior brother Qin." Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingjun anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, "General Yuanya was not injured by me, he was injured by fighting with the town king." "What? Town king?" Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. Xiao Jian Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel, and injured the national body of my Jiang country. Yes. Lu Bingjun bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree. But, Jiawu. Yuanya quickly woke up and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open and looking at the imperial decree he said softly, Are you going to kill me?" "This is a fake imperial decree." Qin Xiaoyao roared, "The Changling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down and follow me to see the princess." "How dare you?" The female official shouted and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands and shouted, "General Qin, take a look yourself, is this handwriting and the national seal fake?" Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust and he sneered, "Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess." "Are you rebelling?" the female official screamed. "Where are the imperial guards?" "They are." Suddenly there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Dao soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. "Damn it." Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Dao soldiers, he seemed to understand something. "All of you surrender yourselves." Granny Ji said coldly, "This is the princess's decree." "You have disobeyed the imperial decree and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death." "Ha, Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shishu will know about this and come from Black Wind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Jinren will come back from Yaotai Mountain?" "Haha, you are the one who is bold." Granny Ji sneered. "Black Wind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shishu have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiao Hua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaotai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaotai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back?" "Disciples." Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand. "I have previously betrayed Jiang country, and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bow is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill." The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. "Get ready." Granny Ji's face was cold and she raised her hand, about to give the order. "Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shishu's figure came from the distance. Spiritual Master Li? Granny Ji was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806. What? This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man? Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny Ji, but his gaze went past Granny Ji and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. "Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling?" "Diawu Diawu." Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Bingjun and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly motionless. "Jinren Li." The Chongling princess did not fly close and said from a distance, "This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Jinren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Please do not interfere." "And of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country." Li Xiang nodded. "But this old man was entrusted by Jinren Xiao to guard Black Wind Ridge, and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you. Haha, Jinren Xiao wants to help my Jiang country restore? This is a joke." The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts, and only felt that everyone was good, especially Jinren Xiao who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Jinren Xiao, and the great wish of restoring the country to Jinren Xiao. But look, Jinren Li, do you know what kind of person Jinren Xiao sent Aijia is? This Xiao Jian forced Aijia to marry him, isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya. When he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Diawu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Diawu, Diawu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Changling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, "Since Ijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more. Jinren Li is an open and above-board person. He has kept Jinren Zhao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Jinren Zhao really wants to restore my country?" "Oh, why can't he?" Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. "If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Taoist Master Shao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Shao country." The Changling princess said coldly. "How is that possible?" Li Xiang was really surprised. Jinren Li, listen to me," the Changling princess said with a smile. "That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Xiao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, 'Shao is the beginning.' Jinren Li, tell me, what is Shao Shur? Wasn't it just to establish the Shao Empire? This is one. Jinren Shao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Jinren Shao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor, and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Jinren Shao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings. Then, what benefits does he get from helping Ijia restore my country? If Jinren Li thinks carefully, doesn't Jinren Shao want to use Ijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country, and then establish Shao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Jinren Shao took the Copper Pillar State's 5-dragon jade seal, he should give it to Ijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Changling princess gritted her teeth and said, "It has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Jinren Shao took the imperial preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the imperial preceptor's lot? If Jinren Shao does not have any other intentions, Ijia will be the first to not believe it. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Li Xiang shook his head slightly. "Jinren Shao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Jinren Shao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Jinren Li has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now." The Changling princess smiled slightly. "Ijia still has a place to borrow, Jinren?" Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Changling princess. He asked in disbelief, You still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge? What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Ijia to take it back?" The Changling princess asked. Changling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Changling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. Just as Li Xiang was laughing, another middle-aged man walked out of the pavilion that the Changling princess had flown out of. This middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown, and a 3-clawed gold dragon king robe. His slender figure looked like jade, graceful and noble. This person flew out of the pavilion and slowly flew towards the Changling princess on a cloud, his face indifferent. "Hi Tian? When did your Jiasa country come to Jiang country to join in the fun?" When Li Xiang saw this man, his expression was shocked. He had not thought that the Jiasa country would interfere. Yes, this person was Hai Tian, Prince of Jiasa, the one that Xiao Hua had seen at the secret auction. What is strange about this king's appearance? Hai Tian smiled faintly like a spring breeze, making people involuntarily submit to him. The so-called Jiang country has yet to be established, and this capital city is a city without a master. This king came to take a look. It won't hinder anyone, right? It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Actually, at this time, how could he not know that the twists and turns were all caused by the Jiasa country? Ah, fellow Immortal Li is right. Hai Tian laughed. It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Since you're here and you're in the way, then it's best not to go back. Li Xiang nodded. Prince Hai Tian clearly wants to interfere in the matters of Jiang country, and clearly has the intention to get involved in Black Wind Ridge. Of course. Hai Tian did not hesitate to reveal his ambition. This king has always wanted to see the strength of Black Wind Ridge, but the tortoise-shell formation of Black Wind Ridge is really powerful. This king knows that he does not have the ability to break that formation. Since fellow Immortal Li has come today, then don't go back. Li Xiang laughed. I understand. All of this, it was all bait just to lure me into it. So I am the big fish that the prince wants to catch. Yes, in the entire country of Jiang, only fellow Immortal Li is worthy of my attention. Otherwise, how could I come here personally? Hai Tian nodded and replied. You want to capture me with just your strength? Li Xiang sneered. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? This king naturally doesn't need to worry before the destruction of Jiang country. Hai Tian rubbed his nose. His posture was very carefree, but the current me is far from the Hai Tian that fellow Immortal Li has seen before. As he spoke, Hai Tian's body flashed with Buddhist light, and streams of mind power surged from his body. As Hai Tian formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, a Buddhist protector's Vajra image slowly appeared on the surface of Hai Tian's body. Sensing Hai Tian's Buddhist protector's divine ability, Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. He understood in his heart that with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he really wasn't a match for Hai Tian. Fellow Immortal Li. Hai Tian raised his neck and said, This king still advises you, don't tear your face too much. Your Li country and my Jiasa country can be considered allies in the early years, and have long since had some feelings of incense. If you are willing to submit, this king doesn't mind speaking in front of my Jiasa country's king. Haha. Not waiting for Hai Tian to finish speaking, a sneer came from about 10 zhang to Li Xiang's right. Amidst the runes in the air, Xiaohua's figure gradually appeared. So what if we tear apart all our faces? What? Hai Tian, are you going to bite me? Taoist Master Xiao. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Qin Xiaoyao's face lit up. When Xiaohua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, Taoist Master is back? Taoist Master Xiao is back, Taoist Master Xiao is back. The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiaohua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Chongling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. Yuanya. As soon as Xiaohua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, You useless thing, hurry up and take the pill. Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea? You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley, how can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king, what is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace maid. Taoist Master. Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiaohua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Taoist Master said, Yeah, quickly take the pill. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Taoist Master. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.